How's it going, everybody? We're all having a decent morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Yeah, it's the same old for me. We saw each other yesterday, but today, what's in the schedule? Yeah, let's look over the Ojamas. Also, I know that there was a new The Law YGO video, and we've been doing reacts to that, so we can do that later as well. Also, we are finally going to launch the Discord. I do have a community Discord that Cam's talking about right now. Cam was one of the few testers, but we should be ready to go live, and that should be super cool to have a Discord community where I can help communicate with you guys even more. And when there's stretches where I'm away at events and you guys are curious about something, you can want to talk with each other and we can build up a community in that sense, but also you'll have a way to reach me in a way that's not my DMs and Twitter, because that is a terrible way to reach me. I get spammed and I don't read those. But yeah, that's kind of what we got planned for today. It should be fun. Heinz Ketchum, thanks for making my day brighter. I'm happy to hear you say that. Making a positive impact in one way is great to hear. And thank you for being here. I'm ready for YC's Costa Rica. Unfortunately, I will not be able to go because the UDS tournament and the Master Duel Invitational are both that weekend as well. So those are two like huge opportunities. I will unfortunately have to pass in Costa Rica, which is a shame because I'm also not going to YCS Sydney, which means I'm not going to defend the title at either of those YCS tournaments. Where, I mean, I was the winner of both the last one of those. So bittersweet, but I'm very excited for the other two tournaments anyways. And as for Sydney, it just didn't make sense planning wise for me to take off that much time. Anyways, to switch over to Master Duel. Will it load is the question. Why is it not loading? Hello? Oh, they're loaded. Okay. So when we were last time, we built a second Ojama deck with like dangers and zone locking. It was really bad though. But I guess while we're still like a low rank, yeah, like we're gold, we can play it and we control people, but it's not very good. Ojama Pogs, exactly. Ojapog. I'll try zone lock him. Make it better. I don't know if I can. You can't always make a deck better. Sometimes you reach the terminal like the max capacity, and then it's just not a good deck. It's allowed to be like that. It's a deck with all vanillas. Like, okay. So let's Mothman here, I think. Draw Ojama Chain. Okay. Then I get to draw. Then effect to draw, discard one. I have to lock a zone now. It's Sword Soul. Oh, do they upload the structure deck? How do I get to the fusion stuff? Damn. There's the Ojama Magic, lovely, my favorite. Part-time lover. Go to Sword Soul Emergence. This doesn't do anything. Hey, this deck sucks. This deck is probably just unplayable. Draw better? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to play this one. I'm gonna play the better deck, the one that we know actually works. I'll think about ways to improve this, but this deck just doesn't work. It does not do what I want it to do. If I do Garrus there, that would help a bit, but I don't know. Danger Ojama is not where I want to be. At least not Danger Zone Lock Ojama. If it's Danger Ojama, it's like go second Danger Ojama. Let's return to the Oja pile. Honestly, we're better off using our gems to try and make this deck better. Like get maxis, for example, because right now we have a single copy. That's probably what I should be doing instead of dumb shit like what I just did. All right. Don't maxi me. Maxi's so lame. No maxi. Summon that. Blue. An effect. Yep, that's about right. Yeah, that sounds exactly about how I expected it to go. What's the plan from here? Is it just gigantic? It might just be gigantic. Maybe we can see from there. The pain laugh? Oh, absolutely. That was not the outcome I wanted. So let's summon blue. Search and search. Send Nerval. I'll add Jets. Get the Nerval or the Karis, whatever it's called. The search. Smasher. Let's go Elf. 1, 2. And then effect. Bring back Kit. Effect. Banish 2. 1, 2. Get rid of the fractal. And then we get to banish 2 cards. Ancient Warrior's Oath. And then I'll make I do this to clear up space in my field. Yeah, sure. Alright, that seems better. Okay. Then let's go 1, 2. This can send a carrot or a red. Probably sent carrot. Not bad. And I'll get rid of the Ojama Magic, I guess. I don't know. Ojama Magic's kind of nice to send with this, but I'll be okay. Where are the Ojamas? I did not draw any that I could use. I don't know what to tell you. Is it blue? Doesn't summon Ojama. I did summon Ojama. Ojama blue. I don't know what you want me to do, bro. If we went second, we would have normal summoned blue and crashed. Or we would have cat for blue, but or double blue, but we didn't draw our Oja simulations or Oja matches. We're still hitting on green? Always. Always hitting on green. Alright, opponent gave up. There are plenty of games we use the Ojama cards. That one was just one where we barely used them. Check deck? Nah, I don't want to check that. Okay. Good hand. Add B. Hanger. Equip driver. Get C. Coming this out. Just make Apo, right? So I go make this. Yeah. Ojama circular? I know, man. I need Ojama circular. I need it to add the Oja magic first and then discard it. So it pretty much says add Oja magic, then dump it, and then search again. Banish an Ojama. Bring out the C. Unicorn. Special from hand. Make Apollo. Don't want to do that, and then do this. Get blue. Do. Not gigantic. Effects. Then we get the kit. Elf. What's the obsession with the Ojamas? Aren't you obsessed with the Ojamas? You should be if you're not. I forgot to summon Buster Dragon. Oops. I am dumb. Why did I do that? summon Sprint. I don't know why, but that's alright. We have follow-up now. That's why we did that. It's alright, it's alright. Next time we'll get there. That was not the correct play.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Corsair gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much, Corsair. Appreciate it. It's before the end of the main phase. Yeah,
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Yes.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Please stay.
I thought that Jesse was cooked. I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Battle phase. Phase of battle. Alright, we'll see if he has 2. Oh, oh. Bass song, it's truly a good song. Absolutely fantastic song. Duster. Cancel chain. And then I get to search. Let's get Karis. Make a phone call, guys. 1 second. Alright, I don't know what that was. I answered the call and then no one was there. What were they playing? I'm curious. Won evenly. Nice. They're also budget duelists. ABC Ojama Sprite Tri Brigade. Yep, it's exactly what's happening. With a splash of kaijus and dangers. Johnny Ojama's here though. Resonators. What does this mean? The next 60 cards, it is absolutely 60 cards. There's no way it's just passing.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Rayborn gifted out 2 subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Had a good birthday yesterday.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Summon, trade resonator, great special summoner, right? Okay. And this has a good follow-up effect. Sure. Be a long, long time. He's locked into shit cards now. Ever cooked with Drytrons? I was like the first person to ever play Drytron at the TCG. I was the person that put this shit on the map. Went 9-0 in Extravaganza and got second in LCS with it. Like the first release weekends. Daughter made you cookies and sang happy birthday? That's great. Nice. End phase. Well, this was certainly a turn. And now we have to kill our opponents. Ojama magic. Ooh. Royal rare too. May as well do this. Be a long, long time. I hated playing Drytron Mirrors though, so I was very happy to get rid of the deck. Special. I don't know, what do? That. Okay. Sure, dude. You got my ass. I should put it here. Don't have a win-loss counter. I forgot. I was keeping track of it, and then I forgot. And then I stopped by mistake, and then I just gave up. Cause I'm like, it's already passed. Oh, now I can't discard for Phoenix. That's actually annoying. What do I do now? Yeah, I don't think I can kill him because of that. Blue jet. Special. Special. Smasher. Donner. B effect. Yeah, Ray, you weren't there when I asked you what deck you wanted to see being played, but today we're doing Ojama, so next time we do wheel though, you're here, you can pick. Alright, let's just pop the cards. And then we go Elf. How do I do this? I don't know. I thought I had another Beast Warrior, and I only have one. You don't have an easy, really clear play. There's the shits in my hand, unfortunately. This should be game, I think. I have to count. Idle go. It wasn't bad. Yeah, we the deck was okay. We had a couple bricky games, but it's mostly fine. We got Gigantic here. And then I think we just summon the Ferret out of our hand. That could be enough. It's 32. Let's get the Karis. I wish I just had more. I really wish I just had. It was like reversed. It would be so much easier. Special. Special. What are Bear Broom's arrows? Okay. And 1, 2. This is 49, 56. This should be enough, right? So draw 1. Let's put this back. Effects. Banish 2 cards. Special. And then effects. Oh, does someone in defense? Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Just 'cause someone's is level 4 lower. Okay. I thought I had someone in defense or something. That's why I didn't pick the link. Is the challenge to get Ojama to master 1? Yeah. And this should be enough, right? This is 33 plus. Yeah. Oh, wait. He gained life points. Oh, my God. I forgot he gained life. I guess. Let's get revolt. And then send Nerval. We're probably fine. Gamma Burst where? You never need it in this deck. These are weird circumstances where he gained life points. But I'm fine. Like, I don't think I can lose this game. I still have the 3 interrupts. And I have Buster Dragon for follow-up. So what's this card's graveyard effect again? During your main phase, you can banish this card from the grave, target 2 level 1 resonators in your grave special both. Okay, well he has 0 in his grave right now, so we're fine. Mech Blue add 3. I have 3 interrupts, I'm not worried. The only other monster you control is exactly 1. Yeah, okay, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, the new Resonator cards aren't in the game, right? The 2 new ones, and then the spell. There's probably more, but I don't know. On the roll. Alright. No, I want to use the Ojama cards, but they're meant for going second, and we haven't done that, really. This hand is not great. Getting Maxied. Okay. Rebo. Not Rebo. Link Spider. I wish this was vanilla. At this point. Then what do I do with this shit? Gigantic. Oh no, this doesn't work. Because I only have... Oh. I won't have enough... I only have 2 in the group. Yeah, I don't have enough names. I messed up. I'm throwing this. This is not it. This was not it.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Mystic tomato or mystic potato? Mystic potato for sure, easily. Let's get my bodies ready. Thank you for the resub. I have a measly 2 interrupts. Not great. I think I have to negate it. I'd rather have the smashers up. Now I can use the graveyard effects, but that's fine. Is a trigger here? Oh no, it's not it. This was Kit. It's not, right? Battle phase. Mighty annoying. No, okay. Oh, end phase. Never mind. We're fine. Ojama magic. This doesn't really do anything still. This gigantic is gone. Let's go sprint. This one's probably supposed to do. Now what do I summon from this? This is 33. Go Donard. Who points? No, nothing points the red, right? Shurag. And then some Farragut. I'm 100 off. 33, 63, 69. Yeah, so I just do 2. Ancient Warriors. Yeah. Some of the OCG peeps think that the CCG event is interesting and they want to limit or semi-limit Maxi. You got the link to the Reddit if you want to look? Yeah, sure, send it. We can take a look at some point probably. OCG Chinese? Sure. Why does our opponent keep going battle phase? Okay, I don't know if our opponent's even there. Man, these games have not been interesting at all. Makes me wonder how people losing these masochist challenges and opponents just sit there and do literally nothing. $5 gold. Okay. Match history. What? Does anybody understand what this deck is supposed to be? I don't even understand what the point of this is. God Turbo. It looks like he put his highest leveled monsters in his deck and then called it a day. Slime into God cards? There's no God slime. Nor are there God cards. Oh, there are God cards. I don't fucking know. I don't know what happens. Monster mash. Like a fucking shit mash. All right, let's get a real opponent, man. Come on. Challenge me, Master Duel. The Chase? Well, like the Chaz. He's on a level beyond our comprehension? Absolutely. Thanks for the memories. This card's so bad. And one more time. Thanks for the memories. Solemn Judgment. Oh, I command you to stop. You must obey. Okay. Androgina. Is this only also the main phase or? Yeah. I guess now I just test for this. All right, cool. All right. I already have an Ojama, so I can't do Oja match, Oja magic. I just get double Oja assimilation, or probably wants the Oja match again. He had a third name. I don't think he has Ash, so I'm not gonna play around it. Let's get Ojama match and another. There has to be something else to fill my grave with names. Do it again. Blue, Arm Dragon. Crash it in. Search. You get Odor Simulation and Ojama. There's two. One, two, three. Special, special, special. And then we go. How many points down? B search. This. I'll go Phoenix. Phoenix, discard Ojama Pajama. And then C. And A. And get back to C. And then we get some of the C back out. Blow that up, draw a card. A special summon all of our banished Ojamas. And then we go Unicorn. 1, 2, 3. Effect. An effect. Draw a card. Don't mind if I do. Special from hand. Jackal effect. Sure, sure, sure. And then let's go into Appaloosa. 1, 2. Cerberus. Special Dark Arm Dragon. Effect. And then I go Buster Dragon. Combos. Ojamas are so cool. Ojama. Do you know banish some Ojamas? Nah, I just do this. Hey, hey, hey. Smasher. Like elf. How about them apples? All right, he's on 0 cards, pretty much. We're top picking 3. Set back row. Set monster. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Watch this combo. Two for one. Haha, Mr. Slick. I mean, I had the carrot anyways. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get out of here. Get out of here. Pfft. No chance against the Ojama Blue and his army of Oja minions. This guy's gonna win a rank up. Pfft, we're gonna destroy him. How did I stop Rex? I had Imperm, but honestly, Rex shouldn't be that much of an issue for me, right? Well, I opened up Kit, which is kind of annoying, but and some Ojamas, and then go Farigits. Effects. Manage 2. The Ojamas. And then we go this. This could be another order, but it doesn't matter. Mind if I do? Marvel. Marvel search. Karis. Get back to blue. One, two, three. And then make this. Yeah, dude, I wish there was a good arm dragon to add off of a Oja match. It's kind of dumb. If you ever change your mind. Add B, I guess. I don't know. Guy has a huge deck, right? 58 cards. Not 60, 58. I wonder what he has got up his sleeve. One day apiece. I'm supposed to stop that? I'm gonna stop that. If that card's in this deck, then like, yeah, I'm just trying to kill him. I don't want to get last forever. So summons itself. What is this? What else does it do? Fusion summon. Doesn't seem very good. Roll back, target Ojama trio. Why is that something you want to do? This is some weird Dark Magician brew. It is no match for the Ojama Master, though. Why not? I mean, Ojama Trios is not good anymore. You link with the tokens. Is he gonna fuse? I'll just cycle through our cards a bit. Fuse away, my friend. Show me what you got. I don't really know what this summons, but I'm doing this in case there's a spell that trap negate. Dark Magician fusion, like Dark Paladin that he can make. Maybe he'll just straight up make Dark Paladin. Nice. Anyways, be gone. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Revolt is such a good card. Okay. Dude, imagine looking at my hand right now and going like, what the fuck is this guy playing? He sprite cards, Tri Brigade, ABCs, Ojamas, Dangers. It's a true pile. I think our opponent just quit the game. We're gonna have to wait a second for this now. Exactly a reaction when I joined your stream. Yeah, I know. It's a chef's. It really flows rather well, and people get mad that you don't always. Like the thing is, you don't always use every engine every game. Like last game for Dynamorphia, not this. We didn't use our Tri Brigade cards at all, but It's a mix. You use everything in here. It is a true chef's brew. We don't have gems to get the new Veiler bundle. We should, right? I think that's what we should do. Let's do a bit of a gamble. We're gonna do the Veiler bundle now. Get some more staples for our deck. To get your gambles in. How well are we gonna pull? None of you think it's gonna be 0? You're not guaranteed one, right? Oh, well, this doesn't look great. Does Veiler count towards the Ultra Pull? No. It does not count. Ultra? Okay. That card's probably not going to be used, so we probably just dust it. Do I ever use that card in Ojama? Surely not. I'm not playing Tribal List. Ooh, another Ultra? Okay, never mind. This looks actually pretty good. Huzzah! Oh, what the fuck? It's an Ultra. Cool, I guess. Alright, good start, good start. We need to get one more, hopefully. The Believers to win. One more, come on, exactly. One more, one more. We got this. What do I craft next? Probably just more maxis, right? Because I don't have those. I have one. I don't know what other version of Ojama we're trying to build. There's runic cards, but yeah. The runics have a secret pack yet, or no? Playable card, I guess. No, of course not. Why would anything be easy? Why would it be simple? Three ultras, let's fucking go. We have a royal rare of this in another account. Believers are victorious. That was worth it. And I got an effect rate. Let's go fix our deck now. Make it a little bit better. Ojapile. Alright, so let's dismantle some cards. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Dismantle. Alright, and now what do I want to do? I'm going to add another maxi. I need a Veiler in my deck. Let's get rid of Thunderbird. This card's poopy. And Monster Born's not very good either. Alright, our deck is getting slightly better. One maxi down. I mean, 750 gems for a maxi and a Veiler is a pretty good trade. So I'm happy with that. That's alright. However, that is also just above average. So Red Lair for Infinite. I mean, this is the Ojama Master alt account, so we're not gonna keep like stuff for other decks. The only decks we're gonna play here are Ojama decks. To the place that I know. Sounds alright. Mountain Mama. No, don't set a monster. Actually, that's fine. I have a kaiju. Oh, it's ninjas. Nice. Wow, kaiju's gonna rape him here. Oh, what the fuck? I was expecting that. Rebellion. Interessante. Discarding art book. He's not making. Can he even make Maizen? He can. No way he makes Maizen though, right? Yeah, it just makes Mirror Jade. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. He's turned into a. No, he's just gonna end here. Yesterday. So this doesn't stop activation. So I can do it in the. Wait, he didn't use the effect? Not trigger? I just chose not to use it. Okay, so I guess I can't use these. That's fine. I'll test the water with this. Maybe I can force this out. He didn't trigger Mirror Jade. I would have been fine if he did, but I was hoping to talent it. Okay, well now I can just talent anyways. This is timing because this card is just broken, but also shit. Show me your Ash Blossom. The notebook. Okay. All right, my friends. Time for your meet the Ojarath. You are done for. Get one. Get two. Konami posted on Twitter about the UDS stream and all the participants. Be crazy if they announced prizing for it. I'm gonna check my email now. I'm so tilted. Bro. Did they email me? I don't see email from them. Oh, apparently they used pictures of us. Wait, what? They asked us to take pictures and didn't use the pictures they took. I'll take a look at it in a second. After we run this game, we'll take a look. Normal some blue. One, two. Wow. Magnifique. Crash again. Search 2 more cards, you said. Yeah, I would love to. How did you know? Get 1, get 2. Get rid of this. The last blue. It's Arm Dragon. And crash again. Oh no, I'm losing life points. Now I get to just do everything. Buster Dragon. Banish 1. Banish 2. Banish 3. 1, 2, 3. A little bit closer, you're my kind of girl. One, 2. Effect. Dude, this deck is so plus. Search. And add back. Like, y'all hating on the Ojama part of this deck, but the Ojama blue fucking cooks. He fucking cooks. Okay. And then from here I can go Apo. Special from hand. B. Unicorn. Why are opponents still in the game? I have no idea. Put it back in my deck. Thank you very much. Oh, summon 3 more times, you said. Sorry, I didn't hear you. This shit's so good. Special. I was going to end on Cerberus if he used Mirror Jade, and then so all my shit would be calling to live. But I don't even have to do that. As to hand. Something from hand. Honor. Turn on Christmas music? Sure thing, buddy. You got it. Alright, we gotta speed up though. Go here. And then we go sprint. I will turn it off in a second. I need to finish my turn. I used the wrong card. Effect. Special summon Buster. Today. What is this deck? It's Ojama. I should draw a card. Why not? Just draw. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, I have this access code talker. Nice. Attach one. This is enough. I still have this? Right, what can this do? Wait. I can use that next turn. If there's a next turn. Alright, let's turn off the Christmas music. For everyone. How about Ojama Green? That's only sprite card. Nice. Okay, would our opponent like to concede? No, that'd be awesome. An argument is being had in the channel points. Oh, there's two people spamming negate, right? Negate. You are no match for the Ojama Master. Too easy, man. These plebs have no idea how to deal with the Ojamas. 7-win streak? What's that? Alright, let's see what they announced on Twitter. I am curious. Delicious, nutritious. Oh, they used my new picture. That's the picture I just took. They messed up. He did not win in August 2018. He won in 2019. There were not two August 2018 winners in North America. Nice. That is the wrong. Yeah, he won in 2019. Surely they realize that when it goes Orichalcos, he has a different belt. It's because we all four have the same belt. These all four have the same belt. Whatever. Besides the point. By the way, you hate Christmas music? All right, well, someone turned it on. What are you gonna do, bro? You can turn it off. Jeff got his cat in there. Jeff looks so mad. Yes, it should be it's a 16-man tournament. This should be cool. I don't know why this took so long time to post. This graphic could have been like made in like half an hour. Honestly, no, it takes less time than that. It takes me half an hour, and I'm bad at this. So I don't know what this. Just put this. Didn't someone quit Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, so like it's been people like play different amounts. So some people have to come back and start playing again. Like Juan has been playing again. He topped the Latin American remote to YCS, but he hadn't really been playing before that. But he's practicing for the UDS tournament. I don't know too much about everyone else. Are you gonna win and stomp these noobs? They ain't no noobs. Tough competition, but I will try. I'll try decently. I haven't had too much time to practice, unfortunately. The tournament structure, it should be 6 rounds of Swiss, they said, then top 4. So, Swiss top cut calculator. So 16 players for 6 rounds, top cuts 4. Should be like 1.5 X2s make it. 2 X2s make it. Oh. Okay. So that's obviously not counting a draw rate. Is Jeff still actively playing? Not as much as before, but yeah. He's playing quite a bit right now, I'm pretty sure. I don't think Jeff really got fully inactive. He never like actually stopped playing in its entirely, except for like when he was working on Argent Saga for a bit. Oh, Jeff's right there. Not like it was pre-COVID. Yeah, okay. So you're yeah, that's what I thought. Like you're playing a good amount, but not like you were years ago. I see you lurking, Jeff. So 2x2 should make it in. I don't know how do you fix this with a draw rate. I don't know what you'd even do for a draw rate, but interesting the 2x2's top. I mean 4-2 if you're playing all good players is not the easiest thing in the world, but it's not super hard either. It's tiebreaker dependent. I wish they'd email us the prizes though. That would really be appreciated because it is now February. We're playing in like God. I should post in this though. The 25th anniversary. There you go. Whatever. I have to add the stupid hashtag. Where's the hashtag? Make sure it's in the FTC regulations. What? Oh, whatever. All right, cool. I got a plushie and a hoodie. Maybe. Who knows? What else is going on? It's just people commenting on that. They didn't even tag us. In Master One, they tagged us in the post. All right. We switch over back to our Ojama Master. Change scenes. Back to Master Duel. One takes everyone else's belts. One belt to rule them all. That'd be such a dumb prize. I would not be happy with that. I don't want your belts. I want my own belts. I want my own prizes. First, okay. What do I do with this? I've been hit. I've been hit. This is it. Max seed. Let's go sprint. Send this. The pride is I get to trade all my cards for magic cards. I wouldn't want that anyways. That sounds terrible. Ash. Actually just fucked me quite badly. I could have set that. Maybe I should. It's not gonna do too much. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, he's discarded pot. His hand is nasty. Labyrinth. What the? This is certainly not the play. I'll just make a Farragut. Get Maxi in hand. I hate Maxi so much. Ojama Magic. That's pretty good. Let's probably force shit out by targeting this. Okay. Get back Chandra's fine. Does he ever do anything for me? No, because he's just gonna. No, never does anything for me. Just don't pop the Karis. The better prize would be a life-size Ojama Green real doll. You're a weird fellow. Certainly an odd guy. How do these lab players always have ultra lovelies? It's actually just incredible. I have plenty of beasts and shit in there, right? Cool. Okay, we'll see the last card in his hand. Was it Maxi? Oh, it was Clock. One, two, three, four. Leave that there for an elf. Okay. What is my opponent doing? They just don't know how to play their deck. They bounced back the lovely. They just... It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Finish two. Cerberus. Pop that, then we can bounce the other one. Alright, easy game. Ojama OP, bro. What's our win streak right now? 8. When is the Ojama to YCS top challenge? They need a little more support, man. It's not enough support. Alpha's banned in the TCG as well, which hurts a lot. Alpha's really good in this deck. Rescue shot. Alright. Maybe they get support in the light duelist pack. I would be so happy. Search. Smasher. And then let's make search. And let's send this. Doesn't matter, set this. Like special. I banish 2. I go elf. What do I do here? So I go elf of these 2. Bring back Kit. How do I get a sprite card in the grave? Okay, let's go elf here. Alright, definitely don't want that. Banish 2. Bring out this. This isn't exactly what I wanted either. I don't know, this is fine-ish. Get rid of the Gamma Seal. Alright. ABC was never a deck I played in the TCG, right? Or you misremembering? Yeah, I've never played ABC really. Never really a deck that I was too fond of. Magical Library? Okay, well, this is just a buy. I'll just save him the time. BA was the true gift from Konami. BA was fucking awesome, man. That shit was insane. Flu was the best gift by Konami. You are just trying to get banned. It's crazy. Three more wins for gold too. If we get to gold too, I think I'm happy with the Ojama run for today, because then we can get what's the rank after gold? Diamond, relatively early in the month, and we can push towards plat. It's just the D ranking is rather annoying. And the games take so long with this deck because you have to do so many actions. And people don't concede against me. They don't know, because they don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Playing second? Alright, time for Ojama Blue to do its thing. Alright, his hand's fucking green! Yo, like I have this and then I have this shyster in my goddamn hand. Isn't it plat then diamond? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, roast green from you guys. Show green he's a little bitch. Because he is. My hand would have been so good. Magician's Rod. Alright. So depressing. I hate green. Turn on Chris's music? You got it. Turn off Chris's music? Well, that was fast. And we're back to the regular music. What's the strongest deck in Master Duel right now? It's the deck I'm playing. It's Ojama ABC Tri-Brigade Sprite. While we're here, Oja's strongest. Wait, did you use that Dark Magic attack? I wasn't paying attention. That's crazy. How much I like ABC back in the day? I thought it was just way worse than Paleo. I never played in the short span of time between ABC and Toad coming out. But once Toad was out, Paleo was just so much better. I know Josh is known for Paleo, but I was fucking cooking with that deck back then. Like before Zeus came out. but I was too young to go to events, so I didn't go to anything. This is not Chris's music. So, oh no, never mind. I just delay came in. I don't know what my opponent just did, but they're about to get their ass handed to them if they don't have an answer for this Ojama match. Discard Ojama Magic because it's not gonna be used. They have an answer. Okay. Bell. I got belled. That's crazy. What's he thinking about? It's one of his deck is 3 meta decks. He ashed it. Yes. Baited. Yeah, I never really liked any of these decks, but Ojama's I'm cooking with. And then we go Honor. Effect to search. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. If I go gigantic. Elf. Hold on. So if I go gigantic with so I have elf, jet is 27, Karis is 39. That's not enough. How do I kill him? If I go sprint, it's not enough. Can I just not kill him maybe? Don't have enough cards in hand to discard. I'll come to the 3v3 in Costa Rica. I will not. I have another tournament in California. Whatever. Pop. Effects. And then just go Bear Broom. I should have attacked first. Search. Vault. I have to imagine there's a better play than this, but I just couldn't find it for some reason. Illusion of Chaos. I get it. Dark Magician is the first master deck you made. It seems to be a lot of people's favorite, or like their initial decks. Furnace Illusion. Sure. His hand is Dark Magician unknown. He discarded the Dark Magic attack. Banish it. Oh, here's Bell. No? Okay. What's his last card? It's a chainable card. Is it a quick play spell? Is it a fusion spell? But I can just banish the fusion if he does that. Ojama Green saving the day. Nah, if that shit wasn't in my hand, I'd be cooking. Yeah, he is doing this. What does it do again? Banish it, right? He gets to trigger this though. No? Okay. Yeah, that was not well played, but that's okay. It seemed to work out. Two more to get gold 2. Let's go. We're Ojama cooking. We should have put on our theme song. I forgot. All right, here we go. Get some Bob Marley on. I need to get an emote of one of the Ojamas dressed up as Bob Marley. Bum, 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 bum. His hand is not it. All right, that's fine. I hope you like jamming too. We're Ojamin. 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 Want to see the Bob Marley movie coming out? Wait, what Bob Marley movie? Get jets. Okay. Look at Smasher. And then we go Elf. I should have made Sprint first and then Gigantic. Waste of resources. And the kits. The Nerval. Nerval. Doesn't matter because we're putting it back with Bearbrum. And it's back. Banish 2. And let's make Bear Brum. Make random throwaway card. I'm gonna keep this in hand because it's gonna be follow up when I get another fractal. All right, that was solid. Duster. Mighty unfortunate. What else you got? Mr. Master Duel, whatever that name is, I cannot see. Is another Duel Night coming soon? I'm not sure when Sam posted his last one. I don't control when they go up. But we filmed a couple in advance. Impermanencia. I'll just chain it. What do I want? Carrot or red? Let me get red. Whenever you were here, I hear a symphony. Alright. I impermed again because I didn't play around the zones well, or... Phew! Pardon me. This should be really good, right? I know I have Maxi, but it should be enough. Thank you guys. Cross out. That's really funny. Have you guys ever had your sprite red crossed out? Because I have. Hopefully this resolves now. Baby, baby. SP with Elf isn't something you want. Yeah. I don't think it'll be that crazy. Not nearly as crazy as Toad was. Is he just gonna Zeus? I need an Ojama card. Where's my Ojamas, bro? I need my Ojamas. Bro. Just give me an Ojama. Okay, there we go. Okay, well, he conceded anyways, but if I didn't have an Ojama there, I couldn't do anything. But not because I had Oja match, I could. I was cooking. He was cooked. 11 win streak. Can we make it 12? They killed Toad when Elf came out. Okay, well, I'm talking from the perspective of TCG. Because that's my, like, you know, obviously where my experience comes from formerly. And we always see it before you guys do, so my takes always come from TCG roots. Alright, this hand's... Wait, I'm starting? The hand's fine, though. Maxi's rough. Tell me to your heart. What's some advice someone wants to improve the game? Just keep practicing and don't keep blaming luck. Try and look for actual ways. When you lose, to think, what could I have done differently? What could I have built my deck differently? How could I have done anything differently? And get max seed, which is nice. Ooh, should I got two? I probably should have got two ABC pieces. I mean, two Ojamas. Do you think it's your strongest competition in the UDS? I mean, there's so much strong competition. Sends Ojama. There's Ojama King. There's no fusion spells in this deck. If Ojama had a good fusion spell, man, like, I don't know why there isn't. It's really upsetting. Send another Ojama. Simulation. One, two. All right. 1, 2, 3. So many clicks on this card as well. It's like Revolt. You're pretty much playing a deck with multiple Revolts in it. It takes so long to play. He's Nib. It's fine. If I'm Maxi here. Yeah. Greater Poly is not good. I'm not gonna use A because I don't have a good way cleared up. Union Driver. Buster Dragon. Oh, I should have used Oja Match or Oja Simulation first to draw. Because if I draw a Sprite card, I can just search a different one. Draw a card. Two, three. Kaiju, okay. Elf, 1, 2. Get this. Two. Action Warrior. Gigantic. I sent the wrong card. I detached the wrong card. Oh no. I just conceded. Okay, it didn't matter, but like, I was supposed to go get some in the Bearbrum there and then make another Lincoln Search Revolt. But what I have to do instead there is I have to use the Ancient Warrior to send the Gigantic now to put the kit back in the grave. All right, we'll keep going until we lose, I think, with Ojamas. Because we're cooking right now. We're 12. We've like 13-1 today or something. Have we lost with this deck at all? My Ojama win rate when I'm playing this version of Ojama is probably like 95% at this rank. Take Ojama to Worlds, I dare you. His hand's fucking ass. I'll draw an Ojama, it's fine. If this is where I lose, I just don't stop this, right? Oh, it's not even right. You can't even stop that. I'm gold 2 right now. It's not very impressive. Don't worry, guys. But after this, I'll show you guys Discord. Surely I just let everything resolve, right? Because I have this shiznit. Ojama blue, Ojama blue, Ojama blue, Ojama blue. Lightning Storm's gonna go hard. Yeah. Wait, what? Maybe not. Oh, maybe I don't. Help? What's happening? Uh-huh. I did not expect that. Alright, now I'm kind of concerned. Hand's just not good. If I had Ojama match instead of this, I'd be popping. We don't have a battle phase, so let's wait. Alright, I mean, Circle doesn't banish anything, so I don't care. Interesting decision. Slumber to draw 2. Probably ash that. Those were all bad. All right, next turn I have to play though. Oh, that is not what I wanted to see. Actually, I mean that's not the worst, right? What does this really do? That's infuse, maybe? Yeah, it's fuse. So he makes the Dark Magicians. It's the draw card, right? I mean, Ojama match. Ojama match! What? Okay. All right. Why? Does he think he can kill me or something? Am I going to a premiere from tomorrow? I might. I have a lot of shit to do, but I'm gonna try make it out. But I'm just looking for Populous or Poplar and Princess. And it's most people. What does it do again? If a spell trap is activated, you can draw a card. Oh, a spell trap has to be activated. Battle phase skipped. Yo! That's not it. Is there any path to victory? Not really, right? There's no path to victory unless this resolves. Yeah. Unfortunate. I don't think I could do. I needed Ojama match. Or we like something to force through this back row. The Kaiju for Hugan, that would have worked as well. There were a lot of cards that could have drawn. These were not them though. It looks like we have lost. The Ojama Master hath been defeated. Yeah, I was close. I mean, like I just needed a little bit better. My hand wasn't great, so happens. That's all right. So we're gold 2. We'll get to silver probably later this week, or no, not this week. Next week. Okay, do we have enough for packs? No, right? Pretty far off? Yeah. Definitely not. What's up, Kotton? Am I hyped for the UDS tourney? Yeah, I am. Is it time? Yes, Maddie, it's time. Alright, so Maddie Parm has been helping me out. Right? I mean, helping me out's an understatement. He did pretty much all the work in creating a Discord server for me where I can communicate with you guys. And let me show y'all. Oh, 1 second. Let me just get it ready. Why did Konami kind of invite the same people for Duel Links and Master Tournament? Am I mistaken? What are you talking about? Not the same people. I mean, from the UDS tournament, it's two of us are the same. Are they going to stream the Tokyo Dome stuff tomorrow? Honestly, I have no idea. Really no clue. Anyways, yeah. So I have a Discord now where I can talk to you guys. And it should sync up. It's like if you're a sub here, there's a sub chat where I can talk with you guys. You know, there's stuff. We're talking about meta, the TCG, OCG, and all that. For you guys to talk or whatever. And then it give you updates when streams are going live and such. And there's also this queue thing, which we're still like, which we'll get better once we get more people going it. But what's cool is you go here, you can, in the queue section, you can join a queue and someone, you can find up against somebody who also is in the queue. When someone else joins the queue, you get paired up into a game, and you just play them. Like you'll be in the same chat. You'll be able to tell each other, make a room duel, and then you say a winner, and the match results here. So it creates an almost Discord like MMR for the Discord, so you can play against other people in the chat, which could be cool for tournaments that we're running. So I'll post the link in the Discord now. Everyone's free to join. I'd love for you guys to come. And more ways for me to communicate with you guys. So there's the Discord. And I guess let me add a command onto Nightbot. Discord. Come join my brand new Discord community. Here we go. Anyway, is this a link that's going to expire, actually? Is one of those expiring links? Invite link will never expire. Perfect. Okay. And let's change my stream title. I'll add exclamation mark Discord in. And that should be good, right? Hopefully get some of you joining in. Let's see the welcomes. Who's joining in? What's up, guys? So yeah, everyone get in here, and I'll post about this on Twitter after I'm done the stream as well. But this should be fun. Just ways to talk together. Activity alert, nice. All right, yeah. So I mean, that's pretty much it, and it should be fun. We'll continue to build upon it and get more people coming. But I encourage you guys to take part and engage. Anyways, we can. Well, what do you guys want to do now? Hold on a second. So Josh reacted 2013. He did. Just auto played a little bit. Right. So I did see this. So we've been doing like reactception with Josh, where where Josh reacts to a video and then we react to the same video, but from Josh's perspective, and we're gonna talk with both the viewers or both the original creator and with Josh at the same time. So we've done every other year. 2013 is the new one. Do you guys want to watch that right now, or is there something else you guys want to get up to? React to the Reddit thread about Maxi. Is that what we want to do? Let's do a poll. Make sure to vote in the poll. Otherwise, you will get ignored. Otherwise, you won't get to see what you want, right? What do next? Master Duel. Ranked with assorted decks. Master Duel ranked. Or reactception to Josh. And or read OCG China Maxi thread. Or hold on. All right, there you go. Created it. So these guys just do the poll, right? And then that'll be a good indicator for me. You guys really like Maxi, huh? I mean, it's pretty even. Get your votes in, though, guys. What do you want to do next? What are we going to do next? OCG Maxi Reddit. Looks like that's going to win. I'll pull it up. However, if it doesn't, I'll switch back. We want that sweet discourse. How much discourse is it really, though? Okay, so what we're looking at here is the translation of a Chinese forum that discusses Maxi in the new given the new TCG Master Duel event. So in the event, it's pretty much the TCG ban list with the Master Duel card pool. So it's a little bit skewed. It's not really the TCG. Let's take a look at this. This is the forum source. Yeah, okay. Okay, yep. Gibberish to me. So I'm only translating upload voted comments, as it represents the takes people agree with and not just one specific commenter. I also want to point out OCG China has a different mindset and even meta from OCG Japan. In some context, OCG balance decisions are much heavily influenced by Japan results, and feedback with China often feel unnoticed. Okay, I've heard this sentiment before. The most recent example was Super Heavy Samurai Emancipated dominating China but not Japan, so it wasn't hit in time. That's, yeah. I mean, a lot of tournament results in Japan are just not very large tournaments. The results are kind of not the best as well. I have my own personal biases and opinions, but as my RL job involved translation, I'm experienced to keeping it true to the source and keeping that to a minimum. Sure. So C should be limited or semied and not banned. I mean, this take is terrible. We've talked about this. We've seen this in the TCG. We have seen the exact effects of this. It leads to absolute rage-inducing moments, and it ruins entire tournament experiences. And if you didn't like variance before, this just increases variance. It's cards of that degree of power should not be limited or similar. And the worst part is when they become like extremely prominent, what you do is you make it less worthwhile to play counters for the deck, right? So let's, or for the card. So for example, I'm going to show you guys a deck I played in 2017. So to go on my old account that I don't know the last time I logged into, and show you like some of my old decks. So here, this should be it. Yeah, so this here is like a deck that I won 3 consecutive regionals with without losing a single match. I think I went 27-0 with this deck at regionals, and this is how I did the World's Point grind in 2017. And Maxi at this point was at 2. About a week after the third regional, there was a new ban list and the format did shift. One of the changes was Maxi went to 1. But you can see here I'm playing Mana Core Darkness. So what you don't know is during the end phase, this card is sent to the graveyard because it was sent this turn. You could send a Beast, Beast Ward, or Wing Beast, and if you field to grave, summon this card from your grave. So what you do is you get 2 of these into circulation, and then during the end phase, you Mana Core, send Mana Core to revive itself, and then you repeat that infinitely to deck them out with Maxi. So it was like the Colossal Fighter loop as a way to beat Maxi. And when I was playing this deck, I noticed that the only games I was losing were 2 Maxi. It was like and especially because when you get Maxied and you don't have access to Snow, what would happen sometimes is they have Slumber plus Rat, and that dealt exactly 8,000 damage. And you had very little defense for yourself, because the deck doesn't have defensive cards, really. So I decided to have something to outs Maxi, and Broad Ball is not once per turn, so you pretty much do a double Broad Ball. Only summon one once per turn by Zodiac effect, but you can just make one of 2 level 4s, and then you search the second Mana Core, and then they're dead. So if they DD Crow, the loop stops, but a lot of people didn't at the time. It was a pure Zoo format, and it wasn't very good versus the Paleo deck either. So with 2 Maxis in the meta, I thought, hey, this happens enough of the time I get Maxied, I'll commit 2 main deck spots to beating Maxi. But shortly after, the format changes, and Mana Core is gone from my deck, and it's no longer worth me playing around the 1 copy of Maxi. And when Maxi happens to me now, I just kick a wall and say, all right, next game, and have to win the other one. And if I get Maxi twice a match, that's often how you lose the match. And the chances aren't really that high, but like it's still very infuriating. So I'd like to avoid it, as well as the other issues of Maxi plus a board is just broken. And then in some contexts, Maxi is searchable. And this format, Retaliating Sea was a playable card for Fusion Substitute, or for stuff like Instant Fusion, or for Brilliant Fusion. However, Retaliating Sea also searched Maxi afterwards, which is just dumb. So like in my deck, I played more synchros than like other people, so I could actually use it. If I opened up like this plus Brilliant Fusion plus Raiden, I'd go like send Snow, make Omega, search Maxi, and I'm like, that's fine. My hand, even though my hand wasn't that good, like that was a decent play. So my deck, like there was a very different change in my deck that you can see. Some parts was me learning the deck better. Like I cut some of the wolves. So I realized if you want Arcus, what you do is you just Broad Bowl search Arcus, or you want a Light One, you just Broad Bowl search Arcus, then turn on Recharge. That way you get a max out on the power spells without all the bricky cards in the deck. But besides that, I took out the Mana Cores because didn't need to anymore. Like it didn't come up enough for me to have 2 more bricks in my deck. So that's like probably the biggest thing with Maxi that this is already just shows they haven't experienced the pain of 2 or 1 Maxi in the same way that we have. Now 2 isn't as bad, obviously, because again you saw that I did have preparation for it, but at 1 it was rough. Does Mana Core Loop still work? It'd be funny to see on Master Duel. Yeah, of course. It's just Broad Ball's banned, so it's not a good way to get to it. C shouldn't be banned. Okay, sorry. Let's keep reading. We read this take. The OCG meta revolves around Maxi. This is further amplified by Master Buster 1. It's not a good sign. The 3 to 9 slots are mandatory because of C. If your argument is how can you go second without C, then what is your game plan going second except for resolving C? I mean, that's true, right? That's exactly what we talk about here. Like, it's a fundamental flaw in the format and a warps deck building. C is definitely a problem. You can't just say what are we going second and call it a day. TCG doesn't have C in the format's fine. I feel a meta with C without C is better. Yeah, so I mean they can see here. I mean there are problems in the TCG format, especially with sided formats where you can decide in floodgates going first, and the format has many things to go for it, but we very often do have great formats, like depends on who on a person's perspective, but like tier where Maxi, you know, wasn't like a big thing, and our format was still very, very, very complex and balanced. And now you like with any game and any format, it kind of fluctuates in terms of how competitively fair it's going to be, how skillful it's going to be, but this Maxi doesn't help. The C shouldn't be banned. The ability to play around Maxi is also a part of the strength and weakness of a deck. Brandon and Lab have been a meta for a long time. Banning C will make it more like a TCG list. Every list will be massacred of the previous decks, all the new decks. The meta will be better. So the TCG is not entirely true. We have plenty of time to deck phases out because it's no longer that good. Like a Sprite was a deck that hasn't really seen any major hits for quite a while, and it was being played for the last few months during like cashier format and such. But we saw it phase out with power creep, and that's fine. Maxi allows weaker decks to keep up more, like Brandon and Lab. However, those decks do fine in the TCG. They aren't bad decks. While not being weak to Maxi does give it some merits, it's not everything. For even if at 3 it doesn't like happen enough in the game to be the entirely dominant reason why a deck is or isn't good. And all that really accomplishes is giving more variety to the format, which if that's the goal, there are other ways to accomplish that without having a card that ruins games so frequently. Like, it's kind of like jumping points here. Like, we want a more diverse format, so C shouldn't be banned because it helps these decks. But there's other ways to approach a diverse format or to accomplish that without having max C. C should nerf to prevent full combo plus C. We'll put a cap on draws. However, I'm expecting FTKs in this event. Morph Telephon, Blaze Phoenix are on a hit with Sales Permission. I mean, those decks suck in the TCG. Hand traps still exist. You can also use Magical Midbreaker Fields. Yeah, so this is a bad take that somebody's not played. This is someone who's very scared of playing the TCG because of no Max C, but we played the TCG. These combo decks are weak to interruptions, and you can build your deck very easily to have 12, 13 hand traps, and you approach your point with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Probability Calculator. Here, you can very easily get to an above 50% chance of seeing multiple hand traps. Above 50. I think 12 is just below, right? Yeah. So 13 hand traps, like a ratio is pretty good because you get 53% chance of seeing 2 hand traps. And going second, 50% of the time, you're very well covered, right? Most decks can't effectively play around 2 hand traps. And invalidating board breakers is also not true. Like, it just never actually happens. I mean, it does happen sometimes, but usually those decks don't do well. Another take is C is insane, trades 1-for-1 at worst. That's not even true either, but commentators refer to a video that I have no context of, so okay. Alright. C is insane. Yeah, I mean, that's not much of a take there. C is used in all decks, segment constraint caused by C is too strong. Yeah, so one argument is that you get more diversity in the format, but you actually lose diversity in deck building because your deck building feels a lot more restrictive. I feel like I was the only person at the Worlds who wasn't trying to stop Maxi. I tried rather to push through it, which is a way harder approach to do, but also the only other approach. There's only 2 approaches you do have, or just not special summon at all. And all 3 are kind of iffy, and you'd rather have more creativity in your deck and not have this like glaring problem to like stare down. I don't know. Yeah. So that it's basically a floodgate, except C's stronger and he's going second. Yeah. Yeah, and the mini game, if you resolve Maxi. I mean, we talked about this plenty of times. We don't like that. It's too late. You went to bed. C to require a lot of ban list overhaul. That is not possible overnight, even in Master where the dust is refunded, and a lot of stuff to replace it. I mean, there's truth to that. They've for so long been ingrained in it. It's way harder for them to fix it. There are many cards in the OCG you would have to do something about if Maxi was banned, but to an extent, I don't know because I wonder how much power creep really addresses things. The stuff like Supreme King Starving Venom or even Electromite. Those could be tier 2 decks in the TCG probably, but would they still even be tier 1 if they then if Maxi and all the other restrictions still existed. I don't know if it's necessarily true. Obviously, their turn 1 would be stronger, and that's probably the scariest part. Is it becomes almost like an FTK deck, like Vanadium or Super Heavy. And those are decks I don't want in the meta. So Maxi keeping those at bay is kind of nice, but that's like the only application of Maxi that I'm super fond of. But even then, those decks probably wouldn't be good enough to be tier 1 because they wouldn't do well going first. I mean, going second. Though I don't want to make this a die roll format. That's not good either. Surely they can just make a different hand trap though, along the line of beers, where it can be more fair going first or second. TCG and OCG balance are closer than it seems. I mean, I guess that's relative, right? Because depending on your perception, it's closer or not as close. But I think I have a pretty accurate view as someone who like looks at both metas relatively often. C is very good. It bridges the skill gap. What? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, I get it. Even a 5-year-old can win if his Maxi resolves. Okay. I mean, yeah. It's a win. It's a instant win button, right? This is obviously hyperbole, but very good card and requires less skill. I have a link for the thread. Yeah, I can send the link here. Fuck Maxi, lol. I tend to agree with that. Why isn't Painter Chang in the UDS tournament? He is currently banned, I think, or suspended. I think that's the reason, but I don't know. He's not a person I talk to, so I don't really have information. Okay. What else is there? C makes the strong stronger and the weak weaker. Full round of bandits here, able to do very strong plays under Maxi with a lot of good viable rogue decks don't have this luxury. There's a Felix Sword Soul that can do Chi Shao Blackout and 2, plus a hand trap that a lot of decks don't. Yeah, it goes both ways though, right? Because it can be the signs of a format that's not like that bad with Maxi. Like tier with Maxi probably isn't the worst, and some that are worse. Like Sprite mirrors the Maxi's fucking terrible, for example. It kind of goes both ways. But yeah, I mean, so much volatility is not ideal, and that's kind of an example here. The biggest issue with C is that also benefits the person going first. If it said you only activate when you control no cards clause, that'd be nice. Yeah, I think it would help probably. That would definitely make it a lot better. Or maybe if you had no cards. There were reasons why this wasn't that good. I'm trying to remember, but it still warps deck building, maybe to a lesser extent. But yeah, I mean, obviously when they go first and have Maxi, it's just dumb. Making it like Gamma-esque would be nice. The thing is, the OCG and TCG departments both deemed that Gamma was too powerful, even with its restriction, for it to exist. And Maxi with the same clause would be better. So I don't know. C existing allows for excuses. Oh, sorry, what is this? What's this one? What's the use of this discussion? C is going to get banned as it would require too many further changes. If you don't want to play C, just play TCG. For someone living in the OCG, that's not exactly easy, but okay. The C existing allows for an excuse/reason to print cards that should never be printed. The reason TCG bans more aggressively than OCG is because C is allowing cards that shouldn't exist in the first place. Yeah, there's a level of truth to this. And occasionally we get really bad formats like this super heavy shit that should never have existed, but only is like acceptable to some degree in OCG because of Maxi. What's better about C is about going full combo, map how to break the field, get Maxi. Yep, tale as old as time. And yeah, these are the same old arguments you see at English side. The point of this is to have a more concrete example of what OCG thinks. Trust me. I mean, yeah. There's like a lot of people who don't like Maxi, and people say like, so, and people like group OCG together and say, oh, OCG people are all this, or they all like Maxi or whatever. And this is kind of proof that it's just not true. There are plenty of OCG people who voice a distaste in Maxi, who detest it to a similar degree that we do, even if some of them don't maybe have the same knowledge that we do because we've lived experiences of like this, but they still exist there. And you know, I imagine that's kind of lame for them. It probably would have been a turn off for me to some degree, but at the same time, I play Master Duel. I still have fun. It just means some games are very frustrating. All right, let's read some of your guys' comments though, because I haven't been looking at the chat too much. This is basically like Crossovers Limited, I think. Yeah. Let's move to a TCG region. Yeah, exactly. Just uproot your life for a card game that you play as a hobby, let alone someone like me who plays as a somewhat professional. I think Konami will everything to create more healthy Maxi. I mean, I think that's what Nibiru was in extent, right? It's to punish these heavy combo decks, and it's just a different way of approaching it. Obviously, it's not Maxi, and it doesn't really look the same as Maxi, but it's the same type of card to punish these aggressive lines. It's just that mid-range decks can play into it very a lot as well. I would like more cards like that, because if there's only one, then the chances of it happening not often enough that you can really that it's really enough for it to warp perform that entirely, unless it's broken like Maxi is. I know game is pretty fair in your opponent's turn and broken when using your turn. Yeah, but you can play around it on like if it's your opponent's first turn. So I don't mind that. Just the errata Maxi to make it only going second and can only draw max 3. That would be like okay, but still not the best. Simply errata everything. Yes, errata your birth certificate to go to the TCG. Yep, nice play. Give TCG Maxi, OCG no Maxi. Nah, I'm not trying to do that. Check this out too. All right, let's read it here. It's funny how OCG is like the flagship for Maxi, but it's a TCG exclusive, and we abandoned it, and they adopted it. I think Nerf C is a cool. Just yeah, I don't know about nerfing it. I mean, you'd have to go through rigorous design testing to end up in the same issues before. All right, so what is this? It's officially been 12 years since the first Maxi printing in OCG. One of the best cards ever, right? 12 years since this card. There's definitely a majority want the card to remain. Here, so what's this? So it's the official Twitter post. If then it shows how exactly they're doing over in OCG. Looking in the comments, see some of the praise and love it's getting from OCG players. Of course, not the aren't Maxi haters like we saw. Yeah. Heck, I took a look at the Starlight, see the reaction to the TCG list. And one of the top comments was more or less TCG needs to wake up and unban Maxi. Nice. Some of the pro or top Japanese players are a little more outspoken about preferring to play without Maxi. If you take a look at the general casual player base, I mean, that's what I'd expect, right? I'd be more surprised if competitive players who care so much about maximizing the win rate felt positively about a card that so easily destroys their win rate. Also, contents of contingent of Japanese players who trips don't play OCG and play the TCG instead to avoid Maxi. Sure, I mean, it's what we expect. And someone sent another video. Oh, it's a Rick roll. Nice. A little late, but yeah, Josh brought this up a few weeks ago. I forgot why the Maxi would keep comment and check to agree if there wasn't things like cross out and call by. You honestly think that it's a reasonable measure to take considering those cards have awful designs anyways? I mean, I think Maxi still isn't okay though. OCG Stockholm Syndrome, yeah. What are we cooking with the potato? I'm actually doing it off stream because I'm gonna make a video about it. Sorry, Steven. But it'll be on YouTube. I almost figured out this cool FCK. Great that we have 1 year of knowledge and not using it to balance Master Duel. I mean, Master Duel for a lot of the time is pretty balanced. I'd say like for the last year or so, I really enjoyed it. However, this last month has not been good. This last month has been bad, but everything else has been pretty good. You know, they balanced here pretty well, I think. Dragon and Lab were fine. Zoo was good. I think they do a lot of things that I'm a fan of in Master Duel, but I'm not a fan of the super heavy Vanadium bullshit that we're currently going through. What do you think about Raid Raptor? I think it is solid, and I will talk about it more at another point on the channel, but I don't want to delve too much into future TCG. Dragon Link is not good right now, though. Yeah, so the absolute first few months of Master Duel, I didn't play. And I didn't play it the first year of Master Duel, really. Like, I had an account, but I really didn't do much. Because of the first meta was Drytron Virtual World. Like, it was just terrible. I hated the format of the TCG, and reliving it in the Master Duel with Maxi was just disgusting. So I had little faith in Master Duel since then, but when Tier came and I started playing more, or just even the Shizu cards came and I played more, and it was actually a fun, interesting meta. And they've done cool things to make the metas different than TCG and OCG, but also balance it. So I think a lot of the time they have done like a good job. That's saying it's perfect, but done a decent job. This is just a bad example, like this last month. And so they announced the Duels Cup. Also, we saw they announced it, and it's going to be next end of March. So we'll have one ban list left. But if that ban list is what's it called? Sorry, they have one ban list left, and they have one ban list to address super heavy, and like I'm concerned they won't. Yeah, Vanadium as well is not fun, but yeah. Next balance has to be impactful. It does. We're also curious what the next pack is going to be. I haven't looked at the leaks, nor am I trying to, though. Okay. So that's kind of all for now. We can take a look at the Josh React next. I need to get another water, though, and I also need to use the washroom. So I'm just gonna just 1 second. I'll probably have like a 2-minute washroom break in a second. I'll just answer a couple more questions and then I'll go to the washroom for a minute. All they have to do is ban Scarecrow, right? In theory, yeah. Or even if they ban like Soul Piercer, that would also work. Decks that encourage Droll aren't fun. Exactly. You barely play now because the current meta is not great. They really need to fix it. Yeah. Soul Piercer would be the only thing they would hit since the Link one is in the shop. That's what I thought. But if they ban Soul Piercer, then I'm happy, right? Because that's like the broken thing. Where's the Ojamas? We did it for the first 2 hours. You can go check the VOD. It was fun. We got to gold 2 for today, and then we'll continue next week at some point. We'll do it once a week, pretty much, once or twice a week, and the rest of the month. I will have a week off though, as in between this tournament and Vegas is the week between. I'm just staying in Vegas. Is Triff busy? Steven is one of those guys. He always has a new plan for how to make money, a new scheme, or whatever, a new business idea, a new business plan. So he's like always doing something else. He's always busy with one of those. So he's been playing more Yu-Gi-Oh recently, but he's also like wanting to do that competitively for the YCS. So to a degree, he doesn't want to share it, but that's what Steven's like, and that often keeps him occupied a lot because he's like juggling so many different things at once. The scheme may not be the bad word. It's not something illegal. It's not like illegal shit, but like I remember he called me one time. He's like, "Hey, do you want to invest in selling gym equipment?" I'm like, "No, but if that's a good business for you, then that's fantastic." uh, he was like, I have this deal. I need to order in bulk all this gym equipment, and we can move it. I'm like, I'm not moving gym equipment, so I'm not funding this venture. But I think he said it was a okay deal. Like he made some money, but it wasn't great. But I didn't ask too much about it because not a big deal either way. Do you want in this scheme to freaky call us off the TCG ban list? As long as Snow comes out too. You don't know if they hit Vanadium. It's insanely expensive, so not sure how Konami will hit it. Yeah, I don't know what they're supposed to do about Vanadium. Vanadium isn't as egregious, I think, as Super Heavy, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I'd like to get hit in some capacity. I'm not sure how. I don't know. I'm just a Vanadium hater. I'm a big hater of that deck. What do I thought on Brandon? Do they need to hit? They need to hit a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of a bit powerful right now. What do they hit, though, is the question. I don't know, a couple more power cards. All right, I'm going to go to the washroom real quick. I'm going to quick ad, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, I'm back, and sorry guys. Dog also needed to go out, so I had to let her out real quick. All right, let's do some reacts. Oh, didn't mean to. All right, just turn off Spotify. Okay.
And we are now up to.
Go back to the beginning. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to react to Josh Schmidt reacting to 2013 Yu-Gi-Oh! Recap. We've been reacting to other recaps from Josh's perspective as well, so we get to engage with the Laws video as well as with what Josh is doing. A little bit of reactception. And yeah, it's fun. Just kind of get to chill for a bit and hear what went on in 2013. This was still before I got actually good, but it was kind of on my. This is when I saw like rapid development in my play. I was 13 at this time, but I remember this time pretty well, and I've bubbled quite a couple tournaments in this era. I think this is when I got my first YCS bubble was in this era, so cool to look back on. Before we continue though, go make sure to support the actual creators here. So of course, LawYGO initially. And then I'm reacting to Josh's content as well. So I'm going to post Josh's video as well. Make sure you give both these a like and subscribe as well. That way we're not just leeching fully. But yeah, let's dive into some React content. Let's put this on 1.5 playback speed.
For those of you who don't know, the Law
Okay, maybe 1.25.
YGO is a YouTuber who
Again, he's gonna give the same spiel that I just gave. How to go support.
They're historic Yu-Gi-Oh videos. And the link to the video that we're watching right now is in chat, and I'm gonna pin it real quick. And it's a pretty in-depth, nostalgic look at past years in Yu-Gi-Oh, and we are now up to 2013. And
I must have talked for a while because the video's an hour and his video's 2 hours.
It makes me very it makes me very nostalgic, so I like that. Okay, so let me pause the music and we go into 2013. Off the top of my head, even before we go in 2013, obviously the year of the Dragon Rulers, the spell books, as you can see in the thumbnail, which is really.
And which player were you? I don't know how many of y'all played during this format. I was a spellbook duelist actually, which I know seems kind of counterintuitive to what I'm normally playing. However, my favorite part of this was not that era. I liked the Mermails that were for the first 5 months of the format. That was one of my favorite decks of all time. And they often get overshadowed by these Dragon Boys. I don't dislike either of these decks though. These are both cool decks.
All that I remember from it, I think early 2013 should be Mermail format.
Yeah, and there was a bit of the Fire Fist deck, and they were playing the Fire Fist deck like with Rescue Rabbit and Gene Warped Warwolf to make Tiger King. And this is before Coach Thing, Wolf, whatever it's called, Wolf Bark came out. So
I think we start the format with Mermails early 2013, Mermail, and then we move into Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks, I think is the timeline.
Yeah, and Evil's Hormone Constellar also come out, which do play some impact in the format.
And as per usual, because these videos are very long and I like to take a pause at some point, let me put it to like let's do 1.25 so we don't sit here for
shift in the meta
literally 2 hours.
For the past year was starting to creep in. Though a majority of the year had been dominated by the triangle format decks, Abyss Rising at the tail end of the year brought a new competitor to the table in Mermail, which appeared to be poised to challenge the long-standing champions of the metagame.
It's weird how oftentimes it feels like for us it's the set after WQ, the August set, that changed the meta. In this case, like we had the meta. It was planned format for so long, and then in 2011, Photon Shockwave kind of redid everything, and then here at the end of 2012. Abyss Rising redid everything.
Set of the year.
Would this be a time format you'd like to see? We can talk about that more later.
I actually would like to see it. I really liked not Abyss Rising, but Cosmo Blazer.
However,
really liked that format.
I think the problem. I actually think it's cool to play Dragon Ruler spellbook matches these days, but I think in general
those are okay. I don't know. I actually really like the Dragon Ruler format afterwards, barring 6th Sense in return. Those were just very toxic.
A format that would make for a good Time Wizard format. It needs more decks than 2. Because even if you like a certain format, and I've noticed this with playing Necros Mirrors or something like that, I've gone back to play Necros Mirrors with friends and stuff like that. The problem is 2 decks or 1 deck only, it just gets stale. It gets stale. Even if the mirror match can be so good, it doesn't matter. Like at some point, you're just sick and tired.
Netherlands needs to be revisited like Edison. It's literally the Edison of the Zexal era. I mean, yes, in the terms of it's in New Jersey. Yeah, that was the one where I bubbled. And that's one of my favorite events, favorite formats. That Metal Ends
Same match over and over and over again, right? Like spellbook against dragon, dragon against dragon, or spellbook against spellbook. I think it's cool to revisit like once, but I think it wouldn't make for a good time wizard format, no, because eventually you would get tired of
the water
it.
threat we've been needing. The next set would bring the fire to combat it.
Would I get tired of it? I don't know. I love those type of games. Necros wasn't my favorite.
Spellbook support, yeah, Cosmo Blazer.
January 25th, 2013. Set type.
Oh, dude.
Strategies.
Cosmo Blazer is such a cool set. It has so many cool cards in it. Diamond Direwolf is one of my favorite exceeds ever made. That card is so cool.
Mermail. Impact, the fire to Mermail's water. Cosmo Blazer would kick the year off with a core set focused on introducing a new fire archetype to the game to help combat the powerful Mermails introduced last set, while also bringing waves of support for previously introduced archetypes to help boost their playability into the metagame. The new archetype was Fire Fist, a series of fire beast warriors centered around their interactions with the
Bear
fire
and
formation
Tanky were
series
really
of
hyped
spells
up,
and traps.
but the issue is they didn't have enough good
Bear,
cards at
who
this
sets a
point.
fire formation spell from deck when he deals damage and can send a fire formation spell trap to grave to
This
pop
card
a
is
monster on
nuts.
field. Gorilla, who sets a fire formation spell from deck when it destroys a monster in battle, able to send a fire formation spell trap to grave to pop a spell or trap.
Let me
Dragon, who
move
sets a
my
fire formation
camera
trap
to
from
be
deck
right
when a fire
above
formation spell
Josh.
trap is activated and can send 2 fire formation spell
React
traps
on
to
the
grave to
react.
revive a Fire Fist. Tiger King, a beast warrior locked rank 4 that set the fire formation spell trap from deck on summon, can detach to negate all non-beast warriors on field until the end of the turn.
It really is crazy with how much power the Fire Fist cards came right out of the first pack. Like they had most of
tried
their
Accutine.
important cards immediately, I feel like.
Yes, it is not just Acne.
The only deck that wasn't a thing yet was the 3-axis version, but the 4-axis had pretty much everything immediately, right? Like they got only very minor support
They didn't
later
have
for the
Wolfbark.
level 4 ones, I think. Like they got more Exceed monsters, like I think Cardinal, I want to say, was not out yet.
And when sent to grave, can send 3 fire formation spell traps to grave to summon 2 lower level beast warriors with the same attack from deck. All of the fire formation spells and traps share an effect to boost beast warriors attacks by a value while face up, being 100 for spells and 300 for traps, with each having an additional effect, with Tenki searching a lower level beast warrior on activation.
Chicken was, yeah, that's why I'm saying most of the 3-axis stuff was later, like Spirit,
I don't think any
Chicken,
of the
Horse
3-axis
Prince.
is here,
Actually,
right?
Horse Prince I think is Cosmo Blazer,
Yeah.
but it wasn't good yet.
Tensu giving an additional normal of a beast warrior every turn, Tensen boosting a beast warrior by 700 that turn on activation, and Tenken negating a beast warrior's effects but making it immune to cards other than
This card was busted at the sneak peek, by the way. Broken ass card at the sneak peek. I played one sneak peek. I think I pulled a super rare dragon and 2 or 3 Tensen. It was Jover.
itself on activation.
It was Joker.
We also received a few more pieces of
Nah,
the
I
LCD
never
import
really-
slots,
I haven't
being
played
Horse
with
Prince,
Sealed,
a
I
level
think
6 synchro
even
that
in
summons
longer
level
than
3 fire
time.
This
deck
is
on
good, yeah.
Synchro Summon, Lion Emperor,
Yeah,
a
this
fire
card-
lock
these
rank
came
3
out
that
with,
can
like, no
attach
way to
onto a
use
recur
them.
fire from grave to hand, and Spirit, a level 3 tuner that
Spirit was
requires
out.
no
I don't
know, Carl
creation
Weathers
other than
died.
its fire
When did Carl Weathers die? That's sad.
on normal summon. Fire Fist gave a solid introduction wave here, but
I guess he's not going to be Mandalorian anymore. That sucks.
was clearly being pulled in 2 different directions, being a rank 4 focus deck between Bear, Gorilla, and Tiger King, and a level 3 strategy with Spirit, Lion Emperor, and Horse.
It feels like a very odd thing when you think about it. The fact that Fire Fist was supposedly the same archetype, but it was going into 2 very different directions, right? You had to, they didn't really go together, right? It was either you play level 3 Fire Fist or you play level 4 Fire Fist, which I feel like
You could
on the
mix
one,
them at
it's
a
a
later
cool
point,
concept,
but you
isn't it?
needed
Like, I
more
mean, of
cards
course,
to come
on
out.
the one hand, it's kind of, it's weird that you have 2 cards of the same archetype that don't work together, right? That's kind of something that doesn't make sense. But at the same time, it's kind of a cool idea that you can take one archetype, but you can take it 2 completely different directions. I can't really think of many other decks that or archetypes that would work in a similar way. Because like most archetypes are designed to all be put into the same deck, while this one is like, nah.
So I mean, that's not necessarily true because like you'll see. I don't know if they talk about it, but at like end of 2013 or September 2013, Billy Brake played like a 3.5 axis deck. It wasn't that good because it had to compete against Dragon Rulers, but like it's when Fire Fist Rooster comes out, and it gets to use like both because these let you generate a bunch of bodies and then you search your bear out and whatever, and then you cycle all your fire formations really well, and then the actual powerhouse comes in stuff like Cardinal, Wolfbark, Bear.
Like you can't play both.
Didn't the recurring level 3 deck also play at least 1 Bear, 1 Gorilla from the start? I don't know how popular that deck was.
It was like, I
much
think
about
the
it.
3-axis deck played like maybe 1 Bear or something like that. Maybe even 3 because Bear was just that good. But in general, it was just all the level 3s or all the level 4s.
Prince. Though notably, even though there were other level 3 Fire Fists in the set, there were currently no in-archetype monsters that Spirit could revive other than another copy of itself. Because of the split in focus, 2 different versions of Fire Fist would be created, known as 3-axis and 4-axis, named for which level that version focused on, with 4-axis being the only playable version at this stage, heavily relying on Bear to do the heavy lifting of the deck as clearly the best main deck piece. In addition to this,
we got
Tenki would
Rooster
use this
Limited
play outside of
on
Fire
release.
Fist as well,
Yeah, it
to
was really
effectively
sad.
being
Never
a beast
had a
warrior
chance to
version,
shine.
filling a niche no other card really had filled at that stage, and would continue to see play in any Beast Warrior focused deck for a long period of time
Which
after.
is Rhoda,
Moving into
yeah.
archetypes that receive new support, Noble Knight is the first TCG exclusive archetype that has
And these cards were so cool. I kept trying to think if they were good, but nah, they're just not. The Noble Knights.
technically been around for some time at this stage, seeing roughly
All
1
of
to 2
them
cards
drop.
per core set release since
I don't know
Galactic
why.
Overlord.
Noble Knight
However,
was such a
most of their
goofy
cards
deck
seem
around that
completely
time.
disjointed from each other thus far. This set would introduce their first decent wave of support to give the strategy an actual direction to move in. So let's talk
Yeah,
about
because
it. Noble
before
Knight was
like
brought
the few support cards were like a level 5 monster, a vanilla, like
It's a
they
level
just
4
weren't
light
good.
warrior that
Well, this
becomes a
card is
level 5
actually
dark
good,
warrior
like
while equipped
by
with a noble arm
old
spell,
standards.
and can, if equipped, summon a noble knight from deck and pop its equipped spell, which triggers the float effect of the noble arm spells. In addition to this,
If I remember correctly, the entirety of Noble Knight at the time revolved around Medrod. Like, if you didn't open Medrod, the deck didn't really do anything. And if it opened Medrod, it was just about making, what was it? What was the Exceed that you
Artorigas.
wanted
Yeah,
to
you
make? Was it
Artorigas, which lets
Artorigas
you
and
equip
equip it with a bunch of
cards.
equip spells and make it like hard to out?
Noble Arm's Caliburn boosts the equipped monster
I think
by
that was
500,
the-
can
the-
Yeah,
destroy
it wasn't
deck
very
by
good, but it was
500 on
funny.
a soft once per turn, and when destroyed, can re-equip itself to a Noble Knight on a hard once per turn. Lastly, Artorigas, King of the
Yeah,
Noble Knights, is
this
a Noble
guy.
Knight locked rank 4 that,
Yeah.
on Exceed Summon, equips up to 3 Noble
And there was
Arms
another
with
Yeah,
Artorigas
yeah,
that
yeah,
came
that
out
was
later.
later.
spells
That
and
was
traps
the
on
guy.
the field
Level
up to
5
number of
one,
Noble
rank
Arms equipped
5 one.
himself. Noble Knight at this stage is still far from being considered a meta contender, but this would be the first wave of support for the deck to be considered a good direction for the strategy.
Yeah,
Being held back by the
actual
lack of
real
good Noble
cards
Arm
or before
spells
the
and
It
cards
the
definitely
got
wasn't
was
good,
really
but people
useless.
messed around with it. This
Mermail-
was the first time that people actually messed around with the deck. They wouldn't do very well, but they would try it, you know.
Also see a solid second wave of support here in Abyssdine.
This card saw like a lot of controversial play. I played it in my Mermail deck, but it was considered like not standard, but also not that crazy to not play. So yeah, when it's added to your deck to your hand by card effect, you special summon this card, and you must control Mermail to activate it resolve its effect. And when it's special summoned by the effect of a Mermail, you can target a level 3 or lower Mermail in your grave and special summon it. So it lets you do some cool rank 3 plays. However, what's important to note is both of these effects are when you cans. So you both miss timing depending on the situation. So that was one of the biggest downsides, is you couldn't always get it to work. However, floating with Lind, this is very good. To stay alive and your opponent's being very aggro is very good. And then also rank 3 waters were nice because you overlay with like Marksman, and then Marksman detached for like Leviathan, and you get pop a back row. This card was cool.
Able to summon herself if searched
A
while
lot of people
you control a
didn't play this,
Able to
though.
revive a level 3 or lower Mermail if summoned by a Mermail effect. Abyss Lead, able to summon itself from hand
Oh
by discarding
god,
This probably should not have been in our decks, but we all played this.
this
3 other
lead.
waters.
It's
Able to recur
2700
from
attack.
trapping
That's why you
grave to
played
hand
it.
on
And then
summon.
if you wanted to, you could send a Mermail from your field to the grave to rip a card. This one can't distribute waters like Megalo. It's only Mermails. And to summon it, you need to discard 3 waters, which I've had to do a couple times in my life, which is just, terrible.
It can rip a
The
card.
Megalo discard lead and Gund. Holy.
They should change the rules regarding this timing. Nah, they've been playing
Three
around it.
material rank 3 that can
This card was really good at
attach
Bahamut
to
Shark,
to
yeah.
itself
20
and
defense
revive a
is
Mermail
nice
on
and it
destruction.
floats.
And
Bahamut
Abyss
Shark,
Beast, a
summon
TCG
Shark.
exclusive that can summon itself by discarding another water.
This was
This card is the best. Holy
for
shit.
all you
I love
Zoomers
this.
out there, this used to be the best card to summon off of Bahamut Shark before they made Toad. This was
Yeah, so also...
it was
oops.
very good.
Like my friend topped Meadowlands with a hero beat deck, because you just like make Bahamut with two Bumblemids and make summon this and heroes. And it was like, well, two big monsters, like it's not bad.
Because Mermail had this very cool interaction, and I actually do mean cool. That maybe that sounded ironic, but I wasn't being ironic. Where like all the Atlanteans say if they are sent for cost to activate a water effect, they trigger, right?
Yeah.
And the thing you would do is, if that also counted if they were detached as Exceed material, because that is paying the cost for a water effect, right? So if you made Dweller or Bahamut Shark with
With the Dragoon,
Dragoons,
yeah, or you made like
and then you
Leviathan
detached,
with
Dragoons,
Marksman.
you would get the search, right? So that was one of your main ways to do it, was like you would try to overlay a Dragoon into a Bahamut Shark or a Dweller, right? And detach that Dragoon to get a search.
Water and searches a Mermail when summoned this way. This wave would fill the in-archetype void in terms of swarming, especially for level 3 and 7s with Diamond.
So was
DS
this
specifically.
so I
With DS
think part of the reason why we had a bit of a difference in our formats between the OCG is I'm pretty sure this was a TCG exclusive. I think it was, at least. Let's take a look. I actually don't remember exactly, but I think people weren't expecting a pure Mermail deck to function the way it did from when Cosmos Wizard came out. People didn't expect, like, so Jeff Jones and Billy Brake played a mono Mermail deck, they called it, or whatever. That was very different than the Gen X Undyne version that was before it. And it played a lot more pure Mermails. And yeah, you can see Cosmo Blazer number 83. So 83, that means it was not in the core 80 set, and it was a promo. It was an exclusive, TCG exclusive. So this was a very impactful card in the meta, and it changed how Mermail was played. You played a lot more heavy Mermail cards because you had a lot more synergy now. The deck was a lot more fluid and flowed
absolutely
better.
Insane piece of support to boost the deck up further into the meta with both its easier summon.
Dude, you know what's funny? Abyss TS in the beginning didn't see any play, because you have to think about the timeline here. We've watched this towards the end of the 2012 recap, right? Just to put this into perspective, like the current iteration of Mermail Atlantean before this pack was centered around
Gen X Undyne.
Their normal summon would usually be Gen X Undyne to send Dragoons for cost to search any Sea Serpent, and it was heavily centered around like Abyss Megalo, Abyss Sphere, Abyss Lind, and all that kind
Yeah,
of stuff.
it was a lot more OTK
But
based. It wasn't
they
like this
didn't
kind of.
actually lean very hard into
It wasn't.
the
It
Mermail
wasn't. It was more of a
direction.
linear
like
like
a Abyss Megalo
OTK
turbo
deck instead of this kind of
and
fluid, non-linear
that
combo
meant
deck that
for
Tejas kind
Abyss
of turned
tiers,
it
because
into.
it searches level 4 lower mermails only, like it didn't seem that great in the beginning. Like everyone was like, okay, I can search Abyss Pike, but I want to normal summon Undyne rather, right? It took a while.
People weren't
and I
playing
think
Abyss Gun, which is
the huge,
crazy.
I mean, we're probably going to talk about this in a second, but the people that pioneered a deck that was then later on known as Mono Mermail, which was a very confusing name because it wasn't Mono Mermail, it wasn't just Mermails,
Yeah,
but
you
it
still
still
played
played the
Atlanteans.
Atlanteans. I don't know why it was called Mono Mermail, don't ask me. But
No
the
Undyne.
people
I mean,
that
guys.
pioneered the Mermail deck using a much heavier Mermail count, including like Abyss tiers, was I think Billy Break was the main one, and it may also have been Jeff Jones a little bit. I'm not sure. Maybe it
You
was
get
both
the
of them
double
in
history
equal pieces.
lessons from
Maybe it
both
was
of
more
us.
Jeff
At least
Jones.
you know it's
But I
correct,
think
right?
Billy Break and
We're
Jeff
both
Jones were
saying
the
the same
first ones
thing.
to pioneer a deck that was then called Mono Mermail, which honestly, I remember entering my first tournament with Mono Mermail after having played regular Mermail for a while. And I remember thinking to myself, dude, this deck is so much more broken than regular
Yeah,
Mermail.
it really just feels.
This deck is
It was so much
good. I
better.
won that tournament, I think, undefeated. It was like, I think it was called, I don't know what they called it back then, one of those state championships they had in Europe. And it was like, that deck felt so good. It was so good. Tears was such a powerful card, man.
Megalo and its search on summon. In addition to this, Trike gives the archetype a good target to summon using Bahamut Shark, which was always an option for the deck to make, but lacked a solid target to summon.
This is the time of the video where he says everything I just said, and you spam.
You remember me
keywatch, by the
coaching
way.
Pack and Mermail? It's not the same deck though. The deck that like with the Neptibus doesn't look the same. It's like it's nowhere close to the same thing as the Mono Mermail deck. Like it played so differently. It played more like an OTK deck or ridiculous combos. It's nowhere close to the same thing. And it was really sad for me when Neptibus came out. I was excited for it, then I started playing with it, and I'm like, even if this is good, it's like it's just not the same deck anymore. And it's lost its identity now, and it just wasn't fun. So it was very sad.
Spellbook engrave as long as you control at least
But yeah,
one
look,
spellcaster on
that
the
deck's
field
not
and can
the
reveal
same
another
as
spellbook in hand, allowing the
as
chain
the
of
deck
Scan
that's on
and Blue
screen
Void
now,
secrets to
or
continue
yes,
further,
was.
allowing spellbook decks to get additional counters on the Star Hall and additional names into the grave for fate. Diamond Direwolf is a new rank 4 staple piece that can pop a tri-type
Very
control
cool
and a card the opponent controls, able to pop itself with this effect,
Clearing your own field to use Infernity combos.
becoming the go-to rank 4 removal option. Lightning Chidori
I mean,
is a
this was
win-
basically just Xyz's version of Scrap Dragon, right? They've made
Oh, hold on. So have some of y'all may have heard of the ARG or the MLG whatever dank series Yu-Gi-Oh videos. Here, let me show you. You guys know what I'm talking about? Have you guys have seen these? These were like very popular edits from way back in the day. This is actually me. No one realized before I had any YCS tops. But like, yeah, this was a whole random video series of these type of edits. This MLG stuff was so obnoxious. Yeah, when I was a kid, I never liked this stuff. Can I do that? He tries to make an illegal play. Yeah. You hate this. Nope, you're looking into your past right now. And your ears can die right now. Oh, this was very popular. The audio is holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, people don't know that's me. That's me on there. Like, it was I don't know where he found this clip, but yeah, honestly, this is so unfunny. This was so popular back then. It's crazy looking back. Well, I imagine looking back in 10 years from now and seeing what the videos were and what it would be. What was the Eagle play? He tried dropping Flying Sea in open game state. That's not how that works. The Dark World FTK one is way better. That one's newer, right? It's more modernized. It's not the same person, I'm pretty sure. But people know that one's me. This one is like, they don't know this is me, which is crazy. But anyways, yeah, that's my memory of Direwolf.
Almost every single summoning mechanic, right?
Those
even
combos.
For Link monsters, you have cards that do that. Like, for example, Donner for hire, right? Like they've made this. I can destroy this card, like I can destroy myself to pop one of your opponent's cards for a lot of like for almost.
Yeah, we talked about Direwolf.
Foreshadowing.
This card was good, very good, and it's Dragon Rulers. Like, this warped the format. You have to play on this card.
I love Breakthrough Skill, man. This card was so good. I've negated so many Abyss Dwellers with this card. Oh, this card was phenomenal.
To do it again, becoming a solid option for multiple monster.
I think the last time I've played this card in like a big tournament was probably
Paleo, right?
I think I won, didn't I think I won YCS Proc with this in the side deck for Paleo.
Yeah, he played in Paleo. It was good
because you can send it off Morella as a Denko.
And it was good against Dryden and Dweller and all these type of cards. Toad as well.
Which is, while not being 4 years later, set, did many things right in pushing the meta slightly in a new direction, complemented by the structure deck release that came 2 weeks later.
Ooh, Fire Kings.
This deck had a couple tops, but it sucked.
The Fire Kings. Release date February 8th.
I think his deck was just terrible.
Structure deck.
It also lost the Dweller, but also did everything else
worse.
worse.
Fire archetype, not nearly as relevant. Onslaught of the Fire Kings was the fire structure deck counterpart to last year's Atlantean water structure deck, and as such, it introduced the Fire King archetype, a series of tri-typed fire monsters who were designed to be spiritual successors.
Okay, so I don't remember the exact timeline on this, but I definitely remember. We're probably going to talk about this in the video. There's a ban list coming up soon, I think before Dragon Rulers. And after that ban list, I played Fire King, and that deck was pretty fun. It wasn't like the best deck in the format or anything.
I didn't know that. That deck's terrible. I don't know why I
played this. That is about to happen, I think, if I remember correctly. After that ban list, Fire King was actually a viable deck.
No, it wasn't.
I think there's a ban list coming up, and then I played
It
Fire King.
It was definitely a tier below Mermail. Like, definitely a tier below.
An almost identical effect, reviving itself the turn after it's destroyed by card effect, nuking all monsters on the field when it did. In addition to him, Barong could search for a Fire King card the turn after it's destroyed by a card effect.
This is rose tinted goggles he has on right now, saying that he liked the deck, and that's why. But the deck was not good.
To revive a fire in Grave, giving you easy access to Garunix as well as the original Nephies with most of the enabling support. Unfortunately, the deck as it stood, while explosive, was extremely telegraphed and delayed in its impact, relegating the strategy to simply.
And 10 years later, here we go.
Reprints here included Sacred Phoenix of Nephies, Manticore of Darkness, Rekindling, and Pot of Duality, with the Duality reprint being a solid inclusion for deck sales. YCS Miami would be held the next weekend, and Windup would once again reclaim its spot as top deck in the meta.
Yeah, and this is where Mermail is finally coming into its own.
Oh, this was still Shockmaster,
representation, with a few players notably cutting Gen X Undyne from the list due to finally hitting that key.
And this is the mono Mermail deck in its first iteration. Double Squall. I thought it was just one. This card was cool. A lot of people started cutting it, but I liked it still.
Point of enough.
And then I was playing Econs afterwards as well in the main deck.
Firefist would see its first top cut appearance here, notably playing Rescue Rapid to access Vorse Raider for the Tiger King push, which would be iterated on in the coming weeks to instead be Gene Warped Werewolf.
Yeah, I don't remember that. It should have been Gene Warped Werewolf. What does he say?
Access Vorse Raider for the Tiger King push, which would be
because he wanted to play deck Devi with Tenki. That's why.
Iterated on Vorse Raider to instead be Gene Warped Werewolf, the strongest Beast Warrior normal monster. YCS Bokum would be held a week later, and while Windup would once again take the King Slice as well as the top spot piloted by Alpay in Gene. Firefist's popularity in the EU was a completely different story from its original performance stateside, with 3 different variants popping up, being the Rabbit variant we saw last week, a stun variant playing Beast King Barbaros, who could be boosted with the Fire Formation.
That one wasn't
that
popular.
Fire King variant, utilizing the Fire King spell traps.
That was not very good either.
Fire Dog?
YCS Santiago would be held the same weekend, and if the US was leaning Mermail and the EU was leaning Firefist, then South America was.
I think if anything out of 2013 could become a what's it called, Time Wizard format, I think it would be Fire Water format, which I think is there's a ban list coming up. I'm very certain now.
Yeah,
there's a ban list coming up that kills Windup.
Yep.
After that, it's like it's what people refer to as Fire Water. Wait, no, Fire Water is 2014. Why?
Was there already a price in Duality before that? I don't remember. It must have been a couple dollars. This is super.
Is there? Why are people referring to Fire Water as 2014? Fire Water.
No, so a lot of people have this misconception because Fire and Water was a thing beforehand, and then Dragon Rulers kind of erased them, like a power craft. But when Dragon and Books got nerfed back into the ground, Fire and Water came back, but they weren't the same because they'd also been hit to some level, and there are also new cards in the format, like Tidal existed, Wolfbark came out.
Water is YCS Berlin. Was YCS Berlin 2014?
It's 2 different Fire Water formats. I'm not sure if he's getting confused. I don't think he is.
I see. Okay, my bad. Never
leaning
mind.
Towards macro
No, I think
being the most
he's
popular deck
not
of
wrong.
the
He's
event,
getting
taking first place piloted by Jose
gaslighted by
Raul.
chat right
Macro
now.
Cosmos tended to have a significantly positive matchup with the various decks in the format.
Dude, it's a lot.
Washed. Nice. He's literally getting gaslighted. This is so funny.
Long time ago. Cut me some slack.
Either their main play lines or heavier recursion pieces, giving Macro
It's a
Rabbit a good field to play
long
against
time
for this
ago.
event specifically. Following the opening YCSs of the year, the ban list would be updated on March 1st, bringing a fairly small number of changes, but without question being impactful ones. Newly banned were Sangan, a targeted hit at both its generic searchability as well as tour guide.
He's
and
right. Yeah, this is where they hit windups.
effectively crushing the best extra deck monster in archetype for windups, but the hits would keep coming. Newly limited were Windup Magician, killing the board flooding of the deck as now you needed more gas than ever to access Shockmaster. One Day of Peace, heavily crippling the extension of alt WinCon decks, and Solemn
Meadowlands format or Meadowlands format is the format people look at for Time Wizard. Oh, that's the one that Tyree won, right? Is that coming up next?
It's in May, so it'll be like 2 months afterwards. There's also, I think it might be one more in
after
between.
this YCS then, after this
stable
ban
piece
list
of the
then?
Solemn Brigade, as it was referred to, now matching its counterpart of Judgment. Newly semi-limited were Ryo, nerfing stun strategies fairly hard, Tsukiyomi, bringing back the GOAT format staple, and Advanced Ritual Art, as the Demise OTK was effectively gone for good now. Lastly, Unlimited were Kalut,
Demise
Luna,
OTK? The deck that people hadn't played in 6 years? Okay.
Mindcrush, Spore, and
It's more for like Herald's Perfection, but still, yeah. There are a lot of random hits.
Mid for the current space. This particular ban list target was clearly Windup.
I mean,
and
Windup
the two
just
targeted hits of the
died,
deck
man.
landed powerfully, taking the meta powerhouse almost completely out
Windup
of the
just
scene, though it
died.
still
They
sees
didn't
some
even
play
need to
as a
hit
rogue
Windup
to
Magician,
strategy.
probably.
At this time, we also received a couple of side releases that would mostly do nothing to the metagame, starting with Star Pack 2013 on March 1st, which changed
Dude.
nothing at all, followed by
I forgot about that.
Dude, what the
They
hell
were
was
so
a
bad.
Star Pack? I remember that. This was so weird of a pack. What did they think with the Star Packs?
Yeah,
dude?
they literally just threw a bunch of garbage from the show in, and that's it.
Collection 10 on March 8th, which
Oh,
did bring
man.
2 new useful exceeds to the meta and Star Leash Paladino.
So Star Packs, for anyone that wasn't around, was like, it was just this weird pack that had like, I want to say 5 cards in it, but they were really cheap, like $2 or something like that. And they had some reprints, but nothing really good in them. But they introduced a new rarity that just looked like it just had some sprinkles on it, like some stars on the thing. It was, nah, man. It was 3
It is
cards. It was
Starfall
even
rares.
just 3 cards.
But those weren't even new. Like the Starfall rares were already in the battle packs. Like they took the battle packs and then made Star packs.
God
It
damn.
was weird.
Okay, well, maybe it was 3. I don't remember, but it was not great. The rarity didn't even look good. It didn't even look good because Starfoil is basically just a common with some stars on it.
Yep.
4 option for light strategies, and number 61 Volcasaurus, a new staple in the rank 5 slot.
These
the
were
first
good.
testing grounds of this new metaspace would be YCS Austin on
Yes,
March
there's
21st.
this. I don't remember this very well. I don't know why I don't remember
With
this
Windup
super well, but yeah,
almost
Mermail
completely
kind of
gone,
takes
taking only
over.
1 spot in the top cut here.
Yeah, so this is the fire water that he's talking about. There's a clear divide. There's 2 main decks. The hell is this? There's 3 Dino Rabbits, really? I thought they were still fire decks. Oh no, I do remember this. And this is this. Oh wait, was this the one where it's like it's sealed battle pack, and then day 2 is then day 2 is like constructed. I don't know, but the Electrum FTK was funny. A couple
Mermail
Robbie
led to
talked
completely
that, Robbie
dominate the
Biogen.
space, taking 15 of the top 32. In
Yeah, I
addition
mean,
to
there's
first
2
place
main decks
highlighted by
there.
Oscar's
Okay, no,
Alliance,
this isn't this
showcasing
one.
the current
Oscar's
version of the
Oil
deck,
one.
which had
Okay.
completely eliminated the Gen X package.
I remember
this,
this
this,
now,
this
yeah.
is the first. This deck is so powerful, man. This deck is so good.
I don't like Main of the Cree.
It's so clean.
Yeah.
No more drawing Gen X controller.
I'm meaning
either,
Maxi
and
with
it's even
Psycho, by the
stronger than
way.
before. This deck's
Showcasing the current
so
version
nice.
of the deck, which had completely eliminated the Gen X package. Geargia would begin to see some movement here with Windup out of the picture, still utilizing Machina for instant threats of Fortress or the Karakuris for access to Synchro 7 and 8 pools. Probably the most interesting deck taking a spot here was the Electrum OTK, a newer OTK development that required
I
just 2
remember that.
cards to
That deck
pull
was
off,
nasty.
being Fusion Gate and Chain Material.
Yeah.
That deck was nasty.
Using
And then
chain
you can see
material,
it
you can
in the
fuse
bottom there,
materials in the
Gustav
deck to
Cannon, so
upgrade
it looped
from
that 4
turn
times to win.
which meshes well with Fusion Gate, allowing you to fuse as many times as you want in a turn.
So what was the OTK was? How would you recycle Gustav Max? I forgot. I think it was a Gustav Max loop.
Yeah,
but why would that go
you shuffle back
into the
Electrum,
deck?
shuffle all banished cards in the
Electrum
deck.
itself, shuffle all banished cards in
Yeah,
the
so you use Gaia using the Electrum and using the Gustav and whatever, and then Electrum shuffle back the guy and the Gustav, and you
allowing you to make a second, shuffle again,
Yeah,
overlay
yeah,
the 2 for Gustav Max, burn for 2000, fuse the Gustav and the Graved Electrum for Gaia, the Gaia and the second Electrum for Shining, and then make a 3rd Electrum to shuffle back all the materials to do it again, burning for game after 4 loops. YCS San Diego would be 2 weeks later on April 6th, though a disclosure needs to be made about the top cut breakdown here. Prior to top 32,
Oh, this was the one that was
sealed draft deck, meaning
yeah.
that just because the deck is in the top cut here doesn't mean that the deck made it through by its own merit. Angel Essentio would take the event on
That was
Monday.
such a hype concept too. In Swiss, it was draft.
I
In
wish I got
Top
to
Cut,
play
you had to
that.
bring a different deck. It was weird, to be fair, because you still had to bring a full deck, but just for Top Cut. I kind of liked it. I kind of preferred when they did a full sealed YCS from start to finish, but this was still cool.
To be expected due to the deck's popularity and power in the current format. Last event from this block was YCS San Jose 2 weeks later, and from the top 16.
So this was my first ever bubble of a YCS. I went to X2 at this YCS and then that didn't top. There were cheap flights from Toronto to San Jose, and for some reason there's always are pretty cheap flights. And I remember I saved up all my money from prize winnings, and my birthday was in December before. And I saved enough for a flight, and my dad said he'd cover his own flight to take me there, and pay for a hotel if I could pay for my own flight. And we went to San Jose, and then this is the first time I bubbled. Went XT and didn't top. Yep, that one sucked.
We'd see Fire Fist taking a split of the representation.
Paul Cooper got second in this one with Heretics, which was really weird.
Using the remainder of the Fire Fist pieces to effectively get yourself to bear. Jorge Valverde would take the event on Bubble Beat, showcasing the deck's ability to continue.
And this deck still did decently. It wasn't terrible.
By accessing bursts of power through Blade
You get Dweller a lot.
Zero. This would lead into the next.
Hey, was that a DN screenshot? What the hell? What kind of throwback was that?
And although the last couple had been quite underwhelming in the grand scheme, this one was set to upend all preconceived notions of failure.
Ooh, Hidden Arsenal. What is that? 7 already?
Hidden Arsenal.
Yeah, that's the good one. This one is so good, man. He'll talk about all the broken cards.
Set type deck building set. Major strategies.
This was like one of the first sets that I got quite a bit of as an almost like investment.
Hidden Arsenal 7 would be the final standalone Hidden Arsenal set.
It wasn't that much because I was very young. I got like 4 boxes, and I made some money flipping some of the cards and getting some stuff for myself. There were so many good cards.
Couple of sets, a generic Exceed that did something uniquely powerful. Starting with Gem Knights, they wouldn't receive an Exceed like most of the others, but would receive a couple.
These didn't matter at the time, although obviously they mattered later.
Who adds a normal monster from grave to hand when sent to grave. Seraphinite, a
fusion of a Gem Knight
monster that can provide an extra normal summon each turn, and Master Diamond, a fusion of 3 Gem Knights that can banish a.
Surely Seraphinite would never be a viable card, right?
This is the 4th time you're watching this video.
Put a Gem Knight monster into their deck just
yes,
to summon
we're Reactception.
Level 7 or lower Gem Knight fusion from grave to copy its name and effect that turn. Each of these would find important slots in Gem Knight strategies in the future, with Lazuli and Master Diamond becoming backbones of a Gem Knight OTK with a release in 2014, and Seraphinite finding a completely unexpected home in 2015, which we'll cover both when we get there. Laval would see a singular new relevant card, being Laval Chain, a rank 4 that can detach to.
Dude, all the Laval people in shambles when this card came out because it was better for every other deck than it was for
Laval.
theirs.
Yeah, it's funny.
In a card from deck or stack a monster on top of the deck. Without exaggeration or hyperbole, this is to this day considered one of the strongest.
2 times in your own and then one of me and Josh.
So much for so many strategies simply by.
Why do you watch it twice in your own?
I just realized it's not even just monsters; it's any card as well. This card is complete nuts.
Revitalization of a certain strategy within the next few weeks. Gishki would be one of the strategies here that got a bit of the short end of the stick. But
yeah, it's not one for Fernary, unfortunately.
Seal Gigas, a level 10 ritual that could pay 1,000 life to draw a card, and shuffle a card on field into deck if it was a Gishki monster. Seal Gigas was yet another loop enabler for the deck. This time by being a draw tool that.
Imagine all the other archetypes get like Laval Chain, Daigusto Emerald, all
and
that
then you
kind of
get
stuff,
like
and you get a Gishki Zeal
this. I pulled so many of this crap in Master Duel.
Happened to be level 10, meaning it gave the deck access to Gustav Max, and stop me if you've heard this one before. Ironically though, this would not be the best card released for Gishki in this set, but we'll get there soon enough. Gusto would similarly receive a new.
Oh, is this Mind August?
Daigusto Emerald, a rank 4 that could detach to shuffle 3 monsters engraved back into deck and draw 1, being effectively a mini Pot of Avarice on legs, seeing play for that reason initially, but in later formats being an enabler for some of the most degenerate loops in the game's history.
I mean, the only problem on this card is that they didn't put a hard once per turn on it, because the loop potential is crazy, because you can summon one, get it to the graveyard, summon another one, shuffle the first one back, and
but there were no links back today, so just putting it on the grave wasn't.
It's a very simple thing of like, if you want this card to be used in a normal way, the way you designed it to be, right? Just freaking put a hard once per turn.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing with Six Samurai, I guess, with Infinite Fours, is you can make Emerald plus Direwolf, pop the Emerald to Direwolf, and then keep going over and over again. And that was like the infinite draw combo.
Constellar would be the first of the 2 new archetypes here, overtaking Vylon's light attribute slot, being a series of differently leveled light monsters aimed at using level modulation to access their various extra deck bosses. These included Algady, who specials a Constellar from hand on normal, Pollux, who gives you an extra normal for a Constellar to turn its normal summon, Kaus, who could level modulate a Constellar by 1
played these turbo.
This deck was a light lock rank 5 that could detach to bounce a card on a quick effect once per turn, and Ptolemy M7, a rank 6 that could be overlaid onto a Constellar.
This gives me Duel Links flashbacks. When we casted the Duel Links Invitational, or Duel Links Challenger Cup 2 weeks ago, I found out that Constellars have a complete custom skill in Duel Links that lets them exceed, ignoring all the levels. So like a level 4 Constellar and a level 5 Constellar now makes Constellar M7 in Duel
That's pretty
Links.
cool.
So
I've
if you're
never
a
heard
huge
that.
Constellar fan, they're actually clapping up the meta in Duel Links right now, because that skill is completely custom. And you can even, I think you can even normal summon them without tribute. So like you can even summon the higher level ones with no problem. Like
another effect that turn if you do, and can detach one to bounce a monster from field or grave to hand once per turn. This strategy would, on release, see no play, as the primary issue it faced was consistency, as every monster that searched in archetype was not a level 4, locking what plays you could do on the turn they're used. That isn't to say the deck would be locked in an unplayable camp forever, as some experimentation.
No, it saw play. It saw some play. It got better when Sombra came out with Enkerkion, same with Evil Swarms, which was like not long after.
But also enabling loops with Gishki thanks to being makeable with Mind August and Gustkraken, which is part of the reason Gustkraken was limited so far in advance. The other new archetype here was Evil Swarm, the dark replacement for Steel Swarms, although more notably could be considered an upgraded version due to most of.
I forgot what this says. Eliminate, eradicate, exterminate. These are the thoughts of lingering Steel Swarm souls, yearning for a body so that they might make their dream a reality. Okay.
Their support specifying L Swarm monsters, meaning that they work with both Evil Swarm and Steel Swarm strategies, though were clearly built for this one. This initial wave included Heliotrope, a normal level 4 for rabbit shenanigans, O-Lantern, who could tribute itself to pop a face-up monster, Mandragora, who could special itself if your opponent controls more monsters,
And it's
Castor,
Ophion
who gives an
Turbo.
additional normal
This deck wasn't very good,
Thunderbird,
but
who can banish itself when an effect
people
is used and
liked
return itself
it.
in the next hand.
It wasn't terrible, but like it was acceptable. This was like the bottom end of playable tier 1.
Thunderbird is such a cool card.
It is.
That-
Every other card in
I
this deck
forgot.
is not.
Exactly why that deck didn't pop off in the TCG, but there was a deck in the OCG.
The
that was
Chain Beat
called-
deck,
I think
Wind
they
Up
called
Rabbit,
it, like,
and Thunderbird
Chain
and Black
Beat or
Garden.
something like that, which I was so hyped for. I wanted to play it so badly, but then for some reason it didn't work anymore. So the entire concept of the deck was that you played, I think it played Evil Swarm, Thunderbird, and I think also Wind Up Rabbit.
Yeah, with like
because
card
those
cardies,
two
other +1
were
cards.
basically impossible for your opponent to get rid of, right? Because as soon as they try to do something to them, you just chain it and banish it for the next turn, right? And you play like Black Garden, because Black Garden makes it so all your opponent's monsters are halved. So when the Thunderbird and the Wind Up Rabbit come back, they ignore that because they're not summoned, they return, so they don't get halved. So they are incredibly big, and you can like I think it was called Chain Beat because you would always chain to all of their stuff. So you could even play cards like I think they played like Accumulated Fortune, stuff like that, because like your
Some
opponent goes
did. That wasn't
activate a
very-
card, you
very
go Chain
common, but
Thunderbird,
yeah.
Chain Rabbit, Chain Accumulated
And you can also play
Fortune,
like
draw
a
2 cards and stuff. Like, it was
compulsory
such a cool
escape device, which is the other compulse card. That was super cool. My body's ready. Just mentioned it. Yeah, compulsory escape device. It's this card. Yeah. So each player chooses a monster they control, shove in the deck. So you do this and then chain your rabbit. And this was like pretty high quality removal for the time.
control style deck, at least in theory. And I never actually got to play it. Is that a viable deck in any of the Time Wizard formats that people play? Like, I'm asking, I don't know.
I mean, what Time Wizard formats would there be, right? Because this card wasn't out until now, and then people don't really play many Time Wizard formats afterwards, besides, I guess, like WCQ 2014. But at that point, the format shifted a lot. Like, card
Genuinely
quality
would be
has
inclined to
drastically
check
changed.
out that Time Wizard format for that. Right, a compulsory escape device was another card. Compulsory escape device is, I think, a compulsory evacuation device, but it is put the cards. Target one of your monsters. You had like an Evil Swarm Thunderbird. You go turning it into one of the best removal traps you would have at the current time. So it was a really cool deck.
By phase, they're
Fairly certain Chain Beat is legal in Meadowlands. Yeah, but I'm like maybe the issue was more that it wasn't.
I
Good
don't
because,
keep up with
Mono
Mermail's the
Mermail,
problem,
maybe.
though.
rank 4's Nightmare, who can detach to flip a monster that gets
Yeah,
special summoned
maybe
face
it's more
down.
like that.
Comet, who can detach and discard an L Swarm to steal an opponent's monster.
Yeah, these
Ophion,
cards were
who locks
cool,
level
but
5 and higher special
nothing
summons
to
while it has materials, and
I
can
hate
detach to
Ophion.
search an infestation spell trap.
Pre-watched
Or
match.
Map that can detach to activate one of its effects, but only
Yeah, I
once
see you
each
guys
turn.
typing that in here as well. What does that mean? Like, I've already watched it?
Banishing a card from the opponent's grave.
You
Infestation
think I
Pandemic,
sat here for 2 hours and watched the video so I'd have talking points? I don't know how much time you think I have in my hands, but certainly not 2 hours spare to do literally nothing.
play spell that links Evil Swarm to
Someone in chat said it's legal in Darkwing Blast format. You're not wrong. You could play Thunderbird, Wind Up Rabbit, Black Garden, and compulsory thingy device in Darkwing Blast format. You're not
I guess
wrong.
it just would not be good.
dispel traps that turn, and Infection, which trades an L Swarm.
Yes, the next White Sets that I go to in this period will be
There's probably one
Meadowlands.
specific exceed I mentioned there that stood out
And I'm
compared
excited to
the
talk
rest.
about that
And
one.
yes, Ophion Control became the name of the game for Evil Swarm strategies, matching up incredibly well.
Because
with Mermail
Meadowlands
by
was
knocking out
drivable
their
from
level
New
7
Jersey, it's about
swarms,
8 hour
but still
drive
being
for
a
me.
bit of a bad matchup into the rest of the meta spread for now. YCS Lao would be held the same weekend. And
Oh, I forgot about this. Never mind. Yeah.
That seemed to make zero impact on the scene, with Mermails continuing to dominate the meta, taking first place here piloted by Long Dao.
Oh no, I do remember this weird ass 53 card deck, right? Where you played everything together.
Incorporating the Gen X package back in. However, the set would see an
Two things. The way I lost in top 8 of YCS Lil was the most heartbreaking ever, because the situation was the following. I played a Mermail mirror match in top 8 against Paulo
I don't know the story,
Pacquiao,
so I'm
an Italian,
curious.
who's also been relatively successful back in the day, I want to say. And it's game 3, and I max C Paulo in his turn. And it's like, so 2 problems. Actually, this is a little bit of a longer story. So,
Okay.
you know, blankies. This story starts in top 16, funnily enough.
Okay.
This story starts it starts in top 32,
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
So, top 32, I play a Mermail mirror match.
Uh-huh.
And my opponent uses Big Eye onto Dweller, and forgets to give it back, right? and I don't notice it. Like I win, but my opponent has the Dweller, and
Yeah,
we
that was
both
a big
don't
problem
notice
back
it.
then.
And
Oh, a huge big problem.
I
Like,
go on to play
it
top
happened.
16, right? I go on to play top 16, and it's like, we start playing, and I believe, I don't know exactly which game I notice it. I think it's probably game 1. I know that in one of the games I go first. I think it's game 1. I go first, and I go to make a rank 4. I look into my extra deck, and I want to make Dweller, and it's not there, right? It's not there. And so I'm like, basically, I raise my hand, I call for a judge, because, you know, obviously I can just make Bahamut Shark and act like it's nothing, but like I raise my hand, I call for a judge, I'm like, hey, my Dweller is missing, you know, my Dweller is missing, what do we do about it, right?
Yeah.
And the judges go and decide whatever, they talk for, I think, solid 20 minutes or something like that, what they can do about it, and they decide that since I was honest and didn't just do the Bahamut Shark and you know, I did it by myself, they're like, actually, no, I remember. I lost game 1 and I went first in game 2. That's why this is important. They were like, because you were so honest and said it by yourself, we're not going to give you a game loss because you would lose the match instantly, right? Instead, you're going to get, like, you're going to have to play the rest of the tournament without your Dweller, but you can keep playing, right?
What? What is that ruling? That is a crazy ruling. There's no way that's accurate. I mean, I'm sure it happened. There's no way that's the ruling they were supposed to be given. It is not what I expected. What? That is just such a kneecap. I mean, he gets eliminated if he doesn't do anything, so I guess he has no choice.
Which my opponent was mad about, but they decided it that way, whatever. Because they were like, you know, we're not going to punish you for being honest in this situation, whatever, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm playing a Mermail Mirror without Dweller. I'd probably lose.
Okay, but I don't know policy that well, but would it even be a game loss if it's an extra deck card? Because sometimes your extra deck cards, because it's not like the main deck, they're like more lenient for the situation.
Anyways, but whatever, right? And I win game 2 and game 3 somehow without Dweller in the Mermail Mirror match, right? And my opponent's a little pissed about it. But I mean, they lost 2 out of 3 games without Dweller, so I guess, you know, it's whatever. And I move on to top 8, and this time in game 3 against Paulo, I can't make Dweller, right? Because they said you can't add the Dweller back, which I don't know why they did that. Like, technically, you know, my deck list had Dweller on it, so they could have given me the Dweller back, but I guess they wanted there to be some kind of punishment for it. I don't know exactly what happened. I was just happy because honestly, when I raised my hand and called for a judge, I thought I was done for anyways. I thought I was going to get a game loss and that's it, right? But like, it was the right thing to do, so I did it. So I was just happy that I didn't get a game loss, and even that I managed to win top 16 after, right? But then game 3 of top 8, I don't have a Dweller, and I'm sitting there in the Mermail Mirror match going first, right? And I can't make Dweller. I make Bahamut Shark. Actually, no, it's not going first because my opponent already had a set card. I think it was going second. My opponent set a card. I played into it. Like, my opponent made a board, set one card. I played into it. I end on a Bahamut Shark with a Maxi in hand, right? And my opponent starts their turn with one set card and a couple cards in their hand. I don't know exactly how many. And they start playing. I Maxi them, and they just keep playing. They just keep playing and summoning and summoning and summoning. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I already have Tragodia in my hand, which at the time you played cards to accompany your Maxi in case your opponent went to a in case your opponent went
you couldn't play. It's not like you had a Baron
like,
in the gate stuff,
except
like
the Maxi
Tragodia.
challenge. Basically, you played cards like Tragodia and Gores. I don't remember if I
like Tragodia a lot, that format. I played it in my Mermail deck.
played both or if I just played Tragodia.
I played
I know I had a Tragodia. And so my opponent goes through the motions for an OTK and gives me like 15 cards or something, right? And I'm like, okay, I win. I have track, nothing they can do, no more cards in hand. I just Omega kill them next turn, right? We move on to top 4, which at the time I think would have been my first top 4 at a YCS. So I'm like, okay, chill, right? And so they put the damage onto the board, right? They go to the battle phase. I have 20 cards in hand, and what they do is they flip Mind Crush and they call Tragodia. And I'm like, oh my god, dude.
Nice.
First of all, what if I have Gores instead of Tragodia? What if I have Gores instead of Tragodia? Like, god damn it, man. And I have to discard my Tragodia for the Mind Crush, and they attack me for game, and I lose in a situation where I'm like, this game is over. This game is over. I think I even had 2 Tragodias in the deck, which is maybe why they called Mind Crush with Mind Crush. But I think because I had both Tragodias in my hand, I think even if they have a debunk, I win, right? Because debunk was a very popular card at the time, if it was out yet, I think.
It was, yeah.
Out. So debunk wasn't the concern for me because I had I
That's
had
funny.
two
So he just
Primordials.
loses
Also,
there.
if
What
they
does that
had
have to do with the
debunked, they
dweller
would
though?
probably debunked Maxi. So I'm like, that's not a thing. And then the Mind Crush comes in and like literally crushes my soul. And that's how I lost top 8 of YCS Lil. Very, very frustrating.
I guess
But it
because
happens.
maybe he lost game 1 or 2 with no
Taking
dweller.
first place here, piloted by Long Dao, incorporating the Gen X package.
Yeah, they're
back
very
then.
weird deck
However,
here.
the set would see an impact on YCS Meadowlands 2 weeks later on May 12th, and this particular event is regularly revisited in retroplay due to its shocking diversity following Hidden Arsenal 7.
Yeah, so I really like this format. That's one of my favorites. But yeah, I mean, a lot of fire and Mermail. This was like fire water. But yeah, this is Inferno 2, the Volleyball Chain, and many of y'all may have seen this before. Joey linked it. I was going to show you guys in a second once we got to the event. But this is where this event happens. And this is this plays a crucial part in my story arc. And that is round 8. YCS Meadowlands. Patrick Hoban versus Jesse Kotton. At the time, Patrick Hoban is a lot less well known. He hasn't won the WCQ yet. His first event win will be in about 2 months from this point, where he wins the WCQ. So he is known in the sense he has a couple top cuts, but he's not to the point he is in a month or so time. And I am 13. And I have never topped the YCS. I've bubbled once. I bubbled Costa Rica. So neither of us really have a problem. I mentioned we are both 7-0 at this point. We're both undefeated. I am, and this is the thing. Look how long this is. I get destroyed. He slaughters me. He just opens up 2 insane hands of Infernity. I start with set a card. I have like a best Lindy does best Lind or whatever. And I'm like, this is fine. Like, and then Mermaid will take a slow. I'll be okay. OTKs me and is like, I know he's playing Infernity. 1-for-1 Summoner Monk in here, right? Yeah, 1-for-1 Summoner Monk. I just get killed. Game 2, same thing. He goes 1-for-1 Summoner Monk. I die. So I had a Tragodia, I think, so I live, or I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Tragodia. His barrier. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. 3 total. I got slaughtered. Absolutely slaughtered. Absolutely destroyed. But the thing is here, like, I wasn't a bad player. Like, I may have not been nowhere near where I was now, but I was 7-0 this tournament. I was okay at the game. 7-0 YCS is not super easy, right? And so when I played against that kid at YCS London, I treat him as a normal player, treat him with the respect. Like, he could be a good player still. He would have, like, I don't know how exactly old like, Matthew Thompson was when I played him. But if he was like the same age as me here, he could have held his own. Obviously, he was not, but I don't want to assume someone is bad because of anything. And I think it is more respectful to treat them as if you do any other opponent. So that is a large pink thing there. I'm not like mad about this match. I think it's funny that I got slaughtered like this. Unfortunately, ended up going X2 on this tournament. I remember being very depressed. The reason I didn't top was a lot more depressing, and that is the final round of Swiss some X2. My breakers are really good, so I should be fine. And I have Mooling Glacier on field and like a Best Dweller. My opponent has 0 cards in hand. I have 1 turn left in time to attack, both full life points. He has 1 turn left. He draws for turn, so it's his last turn. He draws Dark Hole. So he Dark Holes my field, Mooling Glacier dies, and Mooling Glacier says when it leaves the field, on the next turn, you skip your battle phase. So I didn't get a battle phase, and I couldn't make a Gaga Cowboy, so draw. Then I went X2-1 and didn't top. So this is the second in my spree of 9 bubbles before I finally topped my first YCS. This was number 2. And yeah, this is also where this feature match is from. But there was a long, long journey before I got to where I was now, and this is a huge part of it. So Meadowlands has a big spot on my heart. I really like the format, and it played a very important part in my growth as a player.
Release, with a couple of new decks popping up from these pieces. First,
This is Tyree Tinsley wins this
sporting a
event.
Rescue Rabbit package here to access Ophion quickly and reliably, sporting a whole suite of back row to play Defend the Castle once summoned, including one of the first big appearances of Safe Zone in the metagame, a choice that would grow more popular later in the year with the release of another Exceed to help Evil Swarm's game plan. The other big shakeup is the first appearance of Exceed Infernity, using rank 4 Swarm
This is Hoban's deck.
Monk and Stygian Street Patrol to get you to the Volleyball Chain quickly.
Okay, debunk was out. Is right there. Did you get your dweller back? No, I didn't get my
I
dweller
didn't
back.
get his dweller back. That's funny.
My dweller was gone. It was like $20 at the time. It was like $20 at the time. My dweller was gone.
Who in turn set up your grave for your singular copy of Launcher to do as much work as it possibly could, or to stack Archfiend on top of the deck for its own summon effect to trigger. Tyree Tinsley would take the event on Mermail,
Tyree!
showing the consistent power of
Tyree Tyree will still talk shit even though he hasn't won in 11 years if he's still watching.
Right. Back to cutting the Gen X package out. Unfortunately to many players, Meadowlands format is also known as the end of early Zexal, as many decks that were viable here, the great diversity that had been cultivated, and the vibe that
Well,
almost any
crushed by
strategy
dragons and
could compete was
spellbooks,
about to
yep.
be completely shattered.
Which toiled for the
Clearly,
Dragon
Space
Duels at the
itself
time. Yes, the old ruling for Dragon Duels back then was you had to be born in a certain year. So that year would have been, you had to be born in 2001 or later, I'm pretty sure. No, that was 2000 or later. You had to be born 2000 or later. And I'm born in December 99, so I cannot play. It was unfortunate. They changed the ruling for me. Like, they literally changed the ruling on Dragon Duels, like, in a way that screwed me. So the first year I started playing, the only year I played Dragon Duels, the rule was if you entered while you were 12 or younger, you could play the WCQ if you earned your invite while you were 12 or under. So there were people in my age bracket who were like a full year and a bit older than me that I had to play against. They would have been a different bracket, but then after the WCQ they changed it. So you had to be born in a specific year. So you had to be born in 2000, and I was not eligible. And then about a year or two after that, they changed the age limit from 12 to 13. So I would have been eligible at that point. So I pretty much just lost a year of Dragon Duels, which sucked. But you know what? Like, I was doing okay. Like, I was learning how to play at a competitive level still, and I have no regrets, I guess. I can't if coming this far.
What we've known was coming for months. We were about to enter the Dragon's Den.
Dragons and books. It has been my favorite format so far, and
Lord of the
why?
Pantheon.
It's a little bit.
There's so many. I don't know. BA I love Danger formats like Danger Thunder, not Danger FTK, Danger Thunder, with Snow, Tears. Then this Mermill format right before here is one of my favorites of all time.
Impressive when I think back to when we played Dragon Rulers in Master Duel like 2 weeks ago. So the feelings I'm feeling right now are not as strong because of that. It puts a little bit of a damper on my emotions right now that we played these guys like 2 weeks ago and they all completely sucked in modern Yu-Gi-Oh.
My Dragon Ruler deck in Master Duel is actually not bad. It's kind of cool.
Release date May 17th, 2013.
Oh, it was such a
core
cool
set.
deck though
Major
at the time.
strategies, Dragon Ruler, Spellbook, Mecha Phantom Beast. Impact, the
Mecha Phantom Beast. I guess Draco Sack and Tetherwolf was playable, but yeah.
meta capsizes. Let's be completely fair on this one. Anyone who knows any bit of the history of this game knows that this particular set would be the
This is 2013's Age of Overlord, by the way, everyone. Like, this is the one with...
Nah, this was bigger than Age of Overlord. Because Age of Overlord, all the decks were still playable. In this case, they were a full tier below now afterwards. This is more like Duelist Alliance or like Pote. This was like
Everyone
Pote.
went on to complain about card prices because Draco Sack was a secret...
Oh, never mind. He's talking about card prices, not about... Okay, that's actually an apt comparison. Yeah, because the Dragon... So, it could have been worse. The Dragon Rules were all rares in this pack. If they were higher rarities, it would have been mental. But even as rares, they were all like $10 plus, at least in Canada, if I remember correctly. And then Draco Sack was infinite. They all 100 plus. Judgment was 100 plus. And so was... Big Eye was expensive as well. Big Eye came out, though, like beforehand, and it was $15, $20 on release. So if you didn't get it before, you kind of got punished. If you remember last time, I talked about my dad was playing a light ray deck, so we had 3 Big Eyes for his light ray deck that we bought for $15 each, and that came up nicely. And then I sold like 2 of those Big Eyes to help fund the Spellbook deck I eventually bought.
Rare, and that thing was like over, I want to say over 100, but yeah, it was very expensive. And then there was Spellbook of Judgment.
I think you said all the
for
staples are
Spellbooks.
expensive too.
Ironically, for Dragon Rulers, the main deck was almost nothing because all the Dragon Rulers were rares.
They still were a bit,
which
though,
I
and they
can't
added
even
fast.
imagine what would have happened.
And then the
if,
baby rules were commons as well.
I can't even imagine what would have happened if the Dragon Rulers were like secrets. God damn.
Yeah, imagine if all the Dragon rules were secrets. They would have been so much. I mean, it would have been ridiculous. Konami made a smart move there. I remember not when I saw them rares and commons, I was kind of mind blown. Like, holy shit, how are these so cheap? But obviously, it just still wasn't cheap.
Moving into the next year of releases, Yu-Gi-Oh! As a game would shift from the core concepts of the
So
early years.
I'll explain. I'll talk over it. When this regional, so we had a regional in Toronto. Like, I think our biggest regional ever, like 600 players. A little bit after I'll just pause it actually. A little bit after the release of the set, and my dad played this one, and it's maybe the last regional that my dad played. He went 2, 1, and 6. Or was it 2, 1, and 7? 2, 1, and 7. That was his record. 2 wins, 1 loss, 7 draws. It was something like that. All I remember, I think it was either 6. It was 5 to 7 draws. Some remember 5 plus draws, like ridiculous level. I'm thinking, how the hell did he do that? How did he manage that?
Chat, what's your favorite Dragon Ruler?
What's my favorite dragon ruler? I don't know. Honestly, it changes. I'm partial to title because I liked Marmel a lot during this period. Redox a lot of fun. Redox was great because you didn't get Maxied, you didn't get Crimson Bladed on it. That was super good. It might be Redox in the context of Dragon Rulers. Blaster searches tuners, Tempest searches tuners. Tempest searches Debris Dragon, and Debris Dragon's the homie. They're all good in their own right. They're all uniquely different.
What's your favorite Dragon Ruler? I'll tell you which one's mine, but I don't want to influence your decision.
Title discard and Reinhardt. Yo, what's up, Jude? That play sucks. I tested it. I hated it. I hate that play so much. It's just so
Dude,
bad.
So many are saying title. I think title might be because Mermail played title.
Yeah,
later.
that is why. Title's the worst one in Dragons, but it's for other decks.
That's fair enough.
That's good, Cam.
Title's
Got all the
pretty cool. My
UDS
favorite is
champions
Blaster.
here. My issue with the title tier deck is it's just inconsistent. And then you have so many hands with title and it's rough.
The same 3 abilities. Able to summon themselves from hand or grave by banishing 2 monsters that are either dragons or their attribute from hand or grave. Able to search a dragon of their attribute when banished. And each
Explaining
time you
dragon
use the
rulers,
ability, they're
yep.
popping a card on field that could be discarded and the established one of the most skill-intensive formats of all time, which we'll go more in depth on. With
I don't think it was
That's
that
the thing,
crazy.
right? Like these cards were undoubtedly completely broken at the time, right? And I do understand the criticism for how they completely turned and changed the viability
It was a healthy
of all
format,
the
though, all things
decks
considered,
in the
for the most
metagame.
part.
Like, because as soon as this came out, like everything previously was basically forgotten, right? Which I do.
Oh, yeah. If tier caster had 3, the deck would be a lot better. Like, if we had 3 titles in the... Never mind. I'm going to say if we had 3 titles in the TCG, we play it, but we don't have Kit, so... Or Snow. It's literally pointless.
I
Now,
understand
ignore that
criticism,
sentiment.
but the format in itself was still very, very
I also didn't realize title had to send a monster. I thought you could send Terrific Karma. That would have made it a lot better.
good when it comes to just the pure level of gameplay. Like there's multiple aspects to what makes a good a format good or bad. You know, accessibility of the decks is one of the things for sure. But if you just look at how good was the gameplay, how much more likely was a better player to win against a worse player, Dragon Ruler, even the mirror match was pretty damn good.
Yeah, this was a good format. Well,
Like the
I
Dragon
think
Ruler
it
mirror
gets
match was
overhyped
very,
a little bit. People make it out to be this magical format sometimes that's perfect, and I don't think that's true. I think it is an above average format, but it's nothing like fantastic. I think Tier, for example, is a way better example than this.
very skill intensive at the time. It was pretty cool actually.
major tournament. In the meantime, though, an
I
extreme
hope they put them on Rare Collection too. As troll as that sounds for prices, that would be cool. High rarity Dragon Rulers are missing. They should re-release the Dragon Rulers as a higher rarity and then unban them. That'd be sick. Wasn't Maxi legal in this format? Yes, but Maxi wasn't that bad. So the main way to play around Maxi is you have to lead with a way to play that wasn't beat the Crimson Blader. So you'd max out on Reactant, for example, not Redox, or Burner's fine as well, the babies of these. Because if you get Maxi, you can end on this, and you can't get Crimson Bladed. But if you summon these and you get Crimson Bladed and swung over, you're pretty much skipping your next turn as well. So then Maxi counts as a double turn skip. If you have to lead with one of these, then you have to give them one more draw by synchroing into like a Colossal Fighter. Colossal Fighter is very good here because it was just a wall that required them to commit multiple bodies to kill. It wasn't like brilliant, but it was solid. And hopefully you'd have some of the defensive card of your own to back it up. Like you'd rejuve or whatever, draw some cards. You have your own Maxi, Veiler, Scarecrow, Emptiness. Book of Moon is popular
here was
as
that
well.
the Dragon Ruler cards themselves
Emptiness though, Emptiness was a problem, but people haven't figured out that people didn't figure it out yet until
Yeah, Emptiness was like, so Hoven was definitely one of the biggest people to popularize it, but I remember playtesting for the WCQ, so before the WCQ, and my friend Raymond from Locals had Emptiness in his Dragon deck, so like people knew about it. It just wasn't like the most popular thing yet. Yeah, that card obviously, like retrospect playback the format with Emptiness, it gets a lot worse. That's part of why I say it's kind of overrated. It's like in an unsolved state, then yeah, it's better. But it's like the thing with a lot of the formats, right? Once you go back and actually find out what the best deck was, it's no longer as good.
I think Patrick
Did
Hogan.
Raymond die?
So-
No, I don't think Ray was playing yet. Ray died. I think started playing a couple of years after this still. 'Cause he said he's a little newer. He's not like a new player, but you know, not to the same extent as like myself, who's played for 2 decades.
Was a while. Well, like I think for the majority of Dragon
Crimson
Ruler,
Blader seems like the Dweller of this format. It's a little different, right? Because Dweller you can just make, where Crimson Blader requires a specific scenario. Is he like pack new? A little bit more than pack. He's playing probably like 27, maybe in 2015, 2016 era. He's told me before. I don't remember though.
format, at least the early Dragon Ruler days, people didn't play that card that much.
out at the rare rarity slot, making the entire archetype shockingly cheap for the time.
He does stream most nights though in the evening Eastern. So if you want to go check out his stream and ask him for yourself, go check out Rajan on Twitch.
However, because of this,
Great
the entire
teammate.
value of the deck, in turn, quickly pumped into the rank 7 extra deck pool, with the previously released Big Eye spiking immediately on reveal that these would be low rarity. A similar fate would befall the Mecha Phantom Beast cards released here. An archetype of monsters focused around...
Dude, imagine you were a Mecha Phantom Beast main, looking forward to Draco Sack release, and then there's just this dragon deck, which completely obliterates your wallet because Draco Sack is like over $100 because of it.
summoning and utilizing their archetypal tokens, with Tetherwolf being a level 4 that summons a token and adds the level of all tokens onto itself.
Tetherwolf was
making itself a level
playable-ish
7
because the free
and
level,
their rank
pretty much
7
normal
AC
summonable
Draco
level
Sack,
7.
Who can detach a material to summon 2 tokens and contribute Mecha Phantom Beast cards to pop a card on field once per turn. Unable to be destroyed by battle or card effect while you control
Ray hasn't
Draco
streamed.
Sack would instantly hit the $100.
Alright, well, I'll tell him his viewers are patiently waiting.
Rulers, who also formed an interesting dynamic with Big Eye specifically, forming a mind game between players in the mirror match.
This is a reaction to React. Yeah, we're watching Reactception. We're doing a Reactception right now, so we watch Josh react to someone else, and we get to engage with both the original video and with Josh.
For some builds, able to access Draco Sack with a token already on field for protection.
I mean, it's worth noting that Draco Sack is still playable to this day, right? Like, we've just seen it last week, I want to say, in some cash tier lists, right? It's like, it's not the greatest card ever anymore, but it's still a
essentially what it does now, Draco Sack, is it turns 2 bodies into 3 bodies. So it's a budget Aurora, not Auroradon, Tomahawk. Tomahawk turns 2 bodies into 5 or 6 bodies. Draco Sack turns 2 into 3, so it's a +1 there. And then the specific properties of tokens being turning the spider into Cybers monsters means with the extra commitment, you could also turn that into a 4th body with Crystal Heart G Golem. And that's why it's being played in Cashtira now. It pretty much turns into 4 bodies, and then it can be actual meaningful Link monster, right? You can make Appaloosa, or you can make Eat Soul, and that's not bad. That's not bad.
Good card.
Actually, can you even make Appaloosa, or are you locked into Cybers? I don't remember, but either way, like you generate Link bodies. Outskill Drain, yeah, it has niche applications outside of that, but the main reason is that it generates more bodies than it used to make it. So it net increases your number of bodies, and that's a good property to have.
Considering Link summons with tokens, like it's a viable Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Would receive Leopard, a level 3 200 defense monster that contribute itself to set a fire formation from deck, notable for both being summonable.
Yeah, Big Eye was like really cheap beforehand because no one used it except for Mermails using 1 copy.
Yeah,
right. Mermails used 1 Big Eye, but that didn't make it.
They were even cheaper
expensive.
before that.
Like, it was.
No
I'm pretty sure it was more than $10 because it was a secret rare and Mermail played it, but it wasn't as expensive as it turned out to be after these guys released.
And Spirit, beginning the waves of support for the theorized 3-axis deck.
And Big Eye is also still
major
good.
DM era archetype to receive the legacy support treatment.
Oh yeah, there was this, and there was also Hoot Cake, right? These were not bad. My friend Marcus lost to this at WCQ this year.
A dragon and Hysteric Sign, which searched Elegant Egotist on activation and searched for up to 3 different harpies in the end phase.
And then I played him like the round later, and I beat him.
The turn it's put in grave. Both of these would be insanely strong pieces to make Harpy a viable rank 4 and 7 strategy, especially with the previously released Lightning Chidori, but unfortunately was competing with the strongest rank 7 strategy ever in the same set, as well as the already meta one.
Gear Gear 2, right, yeah, Gear Gear was a good one. These came out, but were never really meaningful.
Level equals that monsters.
I saw some play afterwards, like in the following Water format, about like 7 months later, but I was never a huge fan of this.
Cha is a good card that ended up being relevant after Dragon Rulers. When they went back, well, it's funny because Mermaid was such a good and powerful deck for the time. It was just that
it just sucks. This makes them miss timing, so you don't get trigger like Abyss Dyne.
At Dragon Rulers release immediately stopped Mermaid from being relevant. But then when Dragon Rulers left, Mermaid came back.
And Abyss Scale of the Mizuchi,
and then
providing a spell negation on resolution of activation, both being powerful tools for Mermail to adapt with. Madolche would receive Hoot Cake, a level 3 beast that could special summon a Madolche from deck
and then
a monster in gray.
I think it's about a year later it gets even more support, and then it's actually good.
Dude, fun fact, Eugen, at the time, thought Madolche was a good deck. Looking at Spellbook and Dragon Rulers. Do with that information what you will, but Eugen liked Madolche.
Madolche Beast already being on board. King of the Feral Imps is a rank 4 that searches for...
Underrated card. So this was a kind of like hidden tech that wasn't actually good, but it was very popular back then. So what they do with King of the Feral Imps, they'd play it in rank 4 decks like Evil Swarm, and they'd search this card, Reptilian Vasky. Here, this one. So what it does is this card can let me know someone to set this card off. Special summon except by attributing 2 face and monsters with 0 attack on the field. And then once per turn, you can select and destroy a monster they control. So what you do is you Feral and search this, and you pop both or you tribute both of your opponent's Draco Sack tokens. You summon this, and then you pop the Draco Sack. So this was like Evil Swarm's answer to a Draco Sack play, because otherwise it's kind of like really hard to deal with, or any rank 4 deck. So like, yeah, but this was like a niche like thing that existed in the format. And if I remember, this card was actually worth like $10 or so because it was a rare. It was kind of obscure.
any reptile monster, becoming a staple part of
Wonder if he
various
mentions
extra
it
decks
at
over the
all.
next few years by being able to grab a random reptile extender for strategies. Sacred Sword of 7 stars can
No,
banish
it
a
doesn't
level
talk
7
about it yet. The other thing you could do is add Kage in these rank 4 decks, but those decks were never actually good.
in hand to draw 2, being a draw tool that felt almost tailor-made for Dragon Ruler.
This card, which for some reason a divisive topic back then in Dragon Ruler players, and I wasn't good enough to really be on the right side or wrong side. I mean, I was a Spellbook player as well, so it wasn't like my main like focus. But there were a lot of people who put this card in and then cut it and then put it back in. By WCQ region, I think a lot of the better players were playing through this card again. But there were a fair number of players who didn't play it, I'm pretty sure.
To use and abuse. Geargia Gear is a trap that could summon 2 Geargia
I'm wondering why Josh is shaking his head at that.
Nano monsters from
He has
the
any
deck, boosting their
comments?
levels by 1, giving you instant access to the rank 4 Exceed pool while also increasing the playability of the previously overlooked level 3 Geargias. Mind Drain was the third of the Drain continuous
Oh, yeah,
traps,
this card.
able to
Fuck
prevent
this card.
effects in hand from activating, blocking hand traps and some summon effects. Totem
The fact that you just said it was the third of the drain cards made me think of the
Yeah,
fact that they
previously
thought it was
overlooked
a
level
good idea to make the skill drain card into an archetype, which is no, what did I do? Uh-oh. Okay, perfect. Saved.
some summon effects. Totem Bird was a TCG exclusive wind locked rank 3, able to negate a spell trap by detaching 2, seeing some play in later rank 3 wind strategies. Noble Arms of Destiny is yet another solid Noble Arms spell, giving its monster protection from destruction once per turn, slotting into the Noble Knight strategy instantly. Constellar and Evil Swarm would see their OCG imports here.
Yeah, so these made them sort of playable. These both pretty much do the same thing where you banish a card in the archetype, add them to hand, then normal summon them. So the one card plays one Ophion, or if you had Kaus, this makes Pleiades. And then you put this a bunch of trap cards and they're
Both
playable.
very
same
cards.
effect just for their respective archetypes, able to banish an archetypal monster engraved to add another to hand. Then populate.
Let's skip through this. We're wasting a lot of time. It's like unplayable.
A spellcaster monster.
Yeah,
who
and this
rolls
was
two or lower than the number you
this is
have.
what I played.
This
Obviously,
is
this
one
card
of
is
the biggest
broken.
resource-pressing cards.
I mean,
It's
look-
crazy for a while. If you asked me if this card could come back, I probably would have said no. But realistically, that was misguided. This card is broken, but the rest of the spellbook cards don't hold up anymore. Because even back then, the spellbook cards weren't that good. It was really carried by this card.
Hey, the Dragon Rulers were really broken, but the design behind the Dragon Rulers, I kind of understand, right? The process behind it. The design process behind Spellbook of Judgment is a mystery to me.
This was a
Because
custom card,
Who the
yeah.
hell sat down and made this card? Like, unironically, at the time. Like, Dragon Rulers, you're like, okay, let's come up with this really grindy and cool dragon archetype that can search each other and, like, whatever, you know, make rank 7.
It's like
And
Turbulence
then there's one other...
in the sense that like the rescue traps and spells aren't very good, but Turbulence is broken. Yeah, that's pretty apt. I wish the Rescue Ace cards were quick play spells instead. Like that way you could have a little more flexibility. Because at least spellbook cards aren't traps. They're not trap books, but yeah.
guy in the corner, like, also, what if we make a single card for Spellbook that goes +7?
This card
And
is
they're like,
nasty.
oh, okay. that's cool. Let's do that too. Yeah. Let's do that as well.
Ever printed, able to reliably reach 3+ spellbooks off of its activation and summon a powerful spellcaster afterwards.
Yeah, so you usually go
Common
Jagan or you go
to block special
Kaiku.
summons, or Kaiku to lock banishing from the grave against Dragon Rulers. This one card would push spellbooks from their previously tier 3 level status to the go-to deck that wasn't
Was this a
named Dragon
TCG
Ruler.
exclusive? I forgot if they said that. Was this a TCG exclusive or
I
did
don't
the
think so.
OCG also had it? No? I don't think it was a TCG exclusive. Yeah, okay.
Which we'll discuss more about soon enough. Following Tachyon, there would be a couple of much smaller releases, starting with Superstarter V for Victory almost a month later, being the year
This was not, this is actually false advertising. Because this does not give you victory.
starter deck containing no new cards worth talking about. The second would be the second
V for
Battle Pack,
Vendetta.
War of the Giants, 2 weeks after the starter decks.
Oh, this
which
was the
mostly
bad
notable
battle pack. This one that wasn't fun to play.
shifting what set was played for sealed events moving forward, but also for having a couple of interesting reprints, such as Card D, Mermail Abyss Megalo, Pot of Duality, and
The issue with this one is it's filled with tribute monsters, so you just brick a lot of the time. I didn't like the battle
WC
pack.
record for the year would be
I liked
shortly
1
after
and
this
3.
release,
Number 2 was
starting with the
poo-poo.
European
Dude, this was the European Championship. This tournament alone, unironically, if this tournament never happens, we might still have the old time rules. I'll say it up front. If this tournament doesn't happen,
Nah, there's no way. I've played so many tournaments in so many different formats that have gone egregiously long. In the North American side, at least, I don't know if he hasn't experienced. That were also terrible. I'm sure he has some bad experiences that he'll be about to explain himself.
in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, like in the timeline that we're in, we might still have the old time rules because the day one of this European Championship went on to. I'm trying not to give you the wrong time, but 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, so this sounds the same as the NAWCQ in Pittsburgh in 2016, which was also really bad. But I've had regionals like that too. There are many events that act as like examples of why we don't have the old time rules. What's up, Farfar? Why are I watching reaction? Why are you reacting to reaction instead of watching it yourself? Farfar, because we're doing reactception, and this way we get to have conversations with Josh, and we have conversations with the Law YGO. And now you can react to me, Farfa, if you want. I'm really breaking the seventh wall here. It's just too big brain for you to understand. It's okay. What the hell's going on here? Why does it say 44 unknown decks though? That's very strange. Yeah, so we've had really bad events as well. Definitely good. Like, as much as it sucks that the time rules can end the game, they cannot stay the way they were.
I don't know exactly how long it went on, but it was after midnight for day one of this tournament, because the Dragon Ruler mirror matches, with 3 extra turns, curtains.
Took a while. Yeah, I mean, the Spellbook mirror were also similar like that.
Also, Michael Grüner still played, so it was Jover. 2 a.m. I think, 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. It was yeah.
UCQ on June 29th, and although we do not have a full picture of the top cut like we would like, there was a clear winner for the new top deck of the format. Dragon Ruler had taken over, with most builds already centralizing around a few specific cards. The first point was the ratios of the rulers to babies was already fairly set, seeing 3 of each ruler and 2 of each baby across.
Yeah, so look here, we talked about Sacred Sword wasn't really decided on in terms of how playable it's supposed to be. There's 1 in this deck. A lot of the NEWCQ people play 3, like the better players. It's kind of like an undecided thing. A lot of people play the 1 Scarecrow to draw off Maxi. I liked 3 reacting typically, but yeah.
Was Frankfurt the Euros with Gishki 1 Day of Peace FTK? I don't remember that story. I don't know what that is about.
Was the inclusion of Super Rejuvenation at its maximum 3 copies commonly, as by discarding with the baby effects, you would receive 2 draws at the end.
There's no emptiness here, you can see.
Or 4 if you use 2 baby effects that turn, which in turn could get you to another Rejuvenation, which as a quick play spell could be activated in the end phase after drawing it to draw even more. The third was Gold Sarcophagus, which was being played at 2 to 3 copies, able to banish a ruler from the deck to trigger its search effect for a baby, which in turn got you to the main ruler regardless, and the inclusion of level 1 tuners like Effect Dealer and Dragunity Corseska to access the level 8 Synchro pool, specifically Crimson Blader, who locked up the mirror match itself quite effectively. Fourth, and probably most telling for the future of the game, was a specific card that found its way into a few side decks here, being Vanity's Emptiness. The trap from Shining Darkness was finally
is that in his side deck? We just can't see it.
Set up your board with the rulers, then flip this on your opponent's turn to block them from doing the same. This was extra effective in the mirror match at this point.
Okay, some people knew about it, but like, it wasn't super popular yet.
Storm, meaning to out it, commonly one would need Blaster and another Fire to do the job.
I mean, Darkhold also outs it, depending on what board they make. If it's just Draco Sax, then Darkhold doesn't. But yeah.
However, very notably, Dragon Ruler would not take the event overall, with that honor going to Chris Bodolaudis on Spellbook, playing a large suite of 26 spells to chain activations after Judgment to activate the various tools to counter Dragon Ruler's dominance.
I liked MST as well, popping your own stuff. The Veiler was cool. So Spellbook of Life is a cool card. So it revives a spellbook or a spellcaster, and then by banishing a spellcaster in your grave or whatever, and then it alters the level of your spell of the monster you revive. So you can do cool synchro plays with Veiler. I remember that being kind of cool, and do like Tempest Magician FTK stuff, right? Because you have Spellbook Star Hall. Oh, not FTK, it's OTK. Spellbook Star Hall. So every time you use a spell, you get a counter. Place a counter on the card. And then Tempest Magician would require a tuner and 1 of them non-2 spellcasters. So you modulate the level of your monsters, so you get the effect Veiler to summon this, and then you remove your spell counters from the Starhold to OTK them. So it's a way of like killing them through huge fields without having to actually do anything.
In the format.
It didn't come up. It really didn't come up that often, but it was cool.
Jowgen specifically would be a really interesting piece here, as it's
only one Veiler is kind of nice, and like you can also search. Also, when this dies, it floats. This card was really good though. I like playing 3-star Hall because it's really important in the mirror match. Like really important. I remember I played this. So like I copied this type of trap lineup. I think I just cut 1 Mirror Force and played just 1 of each of these. Kind of have a variety. Yeah.
Be rather difficult to out for Dragon Rulers, as the only normal summon in the deck that could do it natively was Stream, being 1600 attack, meaning that outside of that, the only reliable card to out it was similarly the Blaster Pop. Evil Swarm would also perform quite well here for 2 major reasons. The first, and most obvious, was Ophion locking the Dragon Ruler summons in addition to the summon of High Priestess from the Spellbook matchup, only being outable by a few specific cards thanks to Infestation Pandemic providing protection, which was searchable by Ophion. The second, and less obvious to the naked eye, was the price point. With the entire deck being effectively found in Hidden Arsenal 7, the deck was shockingly affordable compared to its competitors, which led to the deck's performance being boosted, even though it was clearly the weakest of the 3. The South American WCQ would
I feel I played another one of my friends at the WCQ in North America that year, and I got eradicated. Like game 2 and 3. I don't know if it's 2 and 3, but I got eradicated twice and it's destroyed. I was playing Books versus Evil Swarm. It was very depressing. I think it might have been I lost through all, got eradicated in game 3, lost, and then 1 second and got eradicated, and it was like just very depressing. But that's the way it goes sometimes.
And a lot of the
Like,
points we just
honestly,
discussed with
I don't like Evil Swarm because its main purpose was floodgating Dragon Rulers, but for a budget option at the time, it actually wasn't bad. Like, it was a scary deck to go up against with Dragon Rulers, especially obviously if they went first. And like, honestly, you can't really argue with the fact that both Dragon Ruler and Spellbook were incredibly expensive, so it was completely reasonable to go for a different deck if you felt like it. And it was probably the third best option and cheapest option was probably Evil Swarm, so it's fair enough.
be present here too, with Rulers taking 15 top spots, followed by Spellbooks at 8 and Evil Swarm at 7, though notably all 7 Evil Swarm would be eliminated moving into top 16. Carlos Perez would take the event on Dragon Rulers, playing a similar build to what we saw in Europe, but notably including 2 copies of Breakthrough Skill as a way to out Ophion's lock with the 2 vanities in the side for locking out the mirror match. The Central American WCQ would be a week later, and at this stage, Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks had narrowed the field around them to a knockout-dragout war between the 2 titans, with Alejandro Suarez taking the event on Rulers, who did not make his list public. While there was one more WCQ event with coverage we can go through, there would be one more set release prior to it occurring, and though it wouldn't bring too much new to the table, it would be important to cover it for one.
Is it Number Hunters?
But
this wasn't
Dragon Rulers heavily.
Okay, no. This is a bit of a mistake. It came out on the weekend of the WCQ, but it wasn't legal for the tournament. I'm pretty
July 11th,
sure.
2013. Set
Wait,
type,
which card are we talking about? Master Blades or
import
what?
set, major strategies, various OCG exclusive exceeds, impact, a couple of interesting exceeds for the pool. Number Hunters was probably one of the most out of nowhere sets for us to receive, right up there with Star Pack.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't legal,
In
right?
reality,
I don't know.
the
That's
set
what
was
else
an
can
import
back
set
me
to
up.
catch us up with some of the OCG's exclusive
I'm
exceeds
not
monsters
fully
up to
certain,
this
but
point, most of which
like
were
I
incredibly
do
niche,
remember it.
but held their uses, such as number 49 Fortune Tune as a time win con, number 85 Crazy Box as a drain deep boss.
I mean, Master of Blades was a good card, but I think it was almost entirely like it was too small, I think.
Mech
What
Whip
was it,
Engineer as a stall
27?
option, Coach King Giant Trainer as a draw tool for rank 8 strategies, and, most importantly for our context, number 74 Master
Yeah.
of Blades.
Like, this thing is not good in the Dragon Ruler mirror match because it gets run over by Crimson Blader. Like, that card, there was a lot of scenarios. Like, I think I don't even know if we played it as an option, but it didn't really come up much. This card needed to
What's
be
going on in my chat? Hey Jesse, I've got an insane Lightsworn pile deck that goes from 60 to 4 cards in the deck. Decks out the opponent if you max E, sets of 5 negates, you still do deck doctors. I think something I'm messing with. Not doing deck doctors right now, but with the Lightsworn cards that are coming out, it's pretty easy to do that actually. I've been looking at it too, but we can do that another time. I want to finish up with the react because it's been going on for a long time, and we're only halfway through, which is crazy.
be like 100 or 200 points bigger, and then it was would have been good in Dragon Rulers, but it
Yeah,
was
Crimson
too
Blade
small.
is swinging over. This is
A
a
rank
huge
7 that
issue.
can negate and destroy a card that targets it, popping another card on field when it does. This would solve a major issue with the Dragon Ruler mirror match, that being what threat to make going first. For most matchups, going first you'd want to make Draco Sack to set up a wall protected
When
by
would
its
you want to go
defense, but in
Master
the mirror match,
Blades?
this could be completely upended by the summon of an opposing Big Eye.
You're never gonna make this in the mirror match going first. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not what happened.
Yeah,
That's not what people did. You don't summon this in
Never.
if you summon this in the mirror match going first, you lose immediately.
that was
Because they make
very,
a
very
Crimson
bad
Blader
play.
attack it. And you lost the game on the spot.
Stealing the Draco Sack and making the situation far worse. Master of Blades
That wasn't that big. You didn't want to summon Big Eye in the mirror because you get Crimson Bladed on Big Eye. Also, they could just Big Eye your Big Eye, and it's a Big Eye war, and you clog your own field. I mean, not that that was even that good, because again, you opened yourself up to the same thing happening back to you. But like, you weren't killing them, right? When you were Big Eye in the Draco Sack, which is an important thing. So it just never was actually like, worth it to go for these random Big Eye wars a lot of the time.
solves that issue, giving the deck a turn 1 option that didn't lose the Big Eye, which we'd see soon enough. The North American WCQ would be held the same weekend, and, shockingly, we'd see Dragon Ruler continue to dominate the space, taking first place piloted.
Yeah, so this is my third event now in a row that I don't top on the bubble. So 3 out of 9 in the journey to my first top. I lost last rounds of Swiss. I'm playing Spellbook. I played Jojo Orlando as well this event. I beat him. I was super proud of that in Spellbook Mirror, which was a little intricate to navigate. And I play round 11 versus Dragon Ruler, and I don't remember game 1 or 2, but I remember game 3 I'm going second, so I'm down game 1. Sorry, I lost game 1. And my opponent is playing Clips Wyvern with Light and Darkness Dragon, which, as you can see, isn't very popular anymore. It's been largely cut. Most players have stopped playing it. But it was the thing they did where if you have a baby, you discard a Clips Wyvern, and you banish a Light and Darkness Dragon from the deck. You banish it, add it back to Draco Sack, and you summon it. And versus Spellbooks, it was usually game, but however, High Priestess of Prophecy was the main out, because High Priestess says, can you have 3 Spellbooks in your hand to special summon this card, and this is a trigger, so this is a cost, so it does like reveal itself in your hand. And when you do this, it forces the Lad, and then Lad doesn't destroy it. Lad will just keep it in hand, and you can do this infinite number of times. Force Light and Darkness Dragon back down to 0 or to 0 attack or whatever 400 attack points, so no negates left. They lose. However, High Priestess was bad in pretty much every other scenario, so like I'd cut it from my deck at that point. And unfortunately, I cannot. I think I sided one of these and one of the Justices for the mirror because they were good value. Because when Jowgen wasn't, but I didn't put the one of my side in the main expecting the Lightning Dragon. Nor would it really been enough if it was a one of. But yeah, it didn't. It did not go well for me, unfortunately. So I lost rounds 11 and 12 there.
By Patrick Hoban, notably main decking 2
Without Master of Blades, because you wouldn't make that ever.
copies of Vanity's Emptiness.
You
prepping for the mirror in
didn't
the
play
main
it, like
deck, as it was
genuinely you
reasonably
didn't.
going to be the most common matchup. This would end the WCQ.
Oh, I didn't realize.
circuit
Did he
for the
not play with Scarecrow? He just didn't. He sided one. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, you see 3 swords here. This became pretty standard.
You didn't play it, like genuinely you
reasonably
didn't.
going to be the most common matchup. This would end the WCQ circuit for the year and lead into the next
Because the whole Big Eye exchange is not bad for you. Because if they Big Eye your Draco Sack, you will be able to attack their Big Eye with the Crimson Blader.
Yeah.
The Dragon Ruler mirror match was so centered around around Crimson Blader, like it was unreal because it wasn't possible to consistently OTK this deck, right? Because people would
Can't you also outline Darkness Dragon with activating anything and then chaining Book of Fate to banish it? Yeah, we have to. So get spellbooks on the grave first of all, and then also use the Fate to. Yes, you need to pretty much put 2 books in grave first, and then use a book, and then chain Fate afterwards. So you're pretty much burning 4 cards in your hand, right? And a 4-for-1 is like not good. I shouldn't have to tell you guys that much. So your best way of dealing with it was burning 3 cards, having a Kaiku, and then Judgment plus Secrets being your last 2 cards. But like that wasn't very good either still. It was rough. You needed to have Priestess to have an effective out to it.
Swift Scarecrow was very popular and stuff like that, right? They could still not play the next turn, right? And so it was.
It's some of the same thing we just talked about.
That was you immediately lost the game to Maxi. If you start with Stream or Lightning or Tidal Effect or Tempest Effect and they have Maxi, it's curtains. It's Jover. You get Crimson Blader.
Well, yeah, you have to make Colossal Fighter, so you have to give them extra draws. Like passing on that is instantly game. It's not instantly game because you'll make one of these. It's to try and live, but it's way worse. It's a full step below.
So that's why you wanted to start with Redox or Blaster in the first place, right? And so like that's how much it revolved around Crimson Blader. And then on the Redox thing, if you passed on Redox or Blaster, you could use Bouret to turn that into defense, and then make Crimson Blader to attack over it, right? That whole sequence needed 2 tuners, which meant that you needed Redox to revive the tuner because you couldn't get a tuner other than.
That was very hard. Or some people played like Debris Dragon, and then you go like Draco Sack, Debris Dragon, revive a tuner you discarded off a baby, and then you make Beret with the Draco Sack token, and then Beret plus the Veiler or not Veiler. I mean, could have been he Veilered them, plus the like Flammable Guard or whatever, and that would make Crimson Blader, and that was like a play as well.
And normal summoning. So it was a combo that needed a decent amount of cards, but it was the reason you played Bouret, right? You summon Bouret, you turn their thing to attack, and then you revive the tuner with Redox, and then you make Crimson Dragon to attack over Redox in attack or Blaster in defense. That's how much it revolved around Crimson Blader. So at that time, you would never make Master of Blades. Like that card legitimately just didn't have an application in
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm pretty sure it wasn't even legal this tournament.
Notably,
But
main decking 2 copies of Vanity's Emptiness, prepping for the mirror in the main deck, as it was reasonably going to be the most common matchup. This would end the WCQ circuit for the year and lead into the next course.
I think if anything, the most impactful card in Number Hunters was probably Crazy Box because it was a generic Eradicator target in the long run. And for some,
I think or Mech-Equipped Engineer was a big one in Burning Abyss as well.
rogue decks in this format, if you wanted to beat spellbooks, what you would do is just play Eradicator with Rank Force, right? That like Fire Fist, for example, that they picked up a way to beat spellbook with Crazy Box into Eradicator.
Prior to the World Championships in a month, and any hope of seeing a meta not dominated by Dragon Rulers would entirely rest on this new set.
BA mentioned, yes, Farfa. Josh may be a Necros lover and a BA hater, but you have come to the BA lovers channel. I also love BAs. But it was really important in Burning Abyss for sure, being an interrupt because they turned your Farfa and Angineer into Farfa and Owlech into disruptions.
Bujin to beat Dragon.
What is his reacception? That's exactly it.
Cool.
Release date,
I hated.
August 9th,
Oh my god, I hated
2013.
BA.
Set type,
I mean, not
core
BA.
set, major
I hated Bujins. Stupid Kaiser Coliseum Yamato deck. If Joey's still here, he won his ARG with that garbage.
strategies, Bujin, Trap Tricks, Fire
Amadi's was cool.
Impact, setting up the meta half a year away. Judgment of the Light is an odd set looking back on it in retrospect. Not because it was bad, not by a long shot, but because even though a number of strategies released here.
Why are you catching strays? Because you played a Floodgate deck. You will permanently pay the price of playing a toxic deck.
Completely overshadowed on release due to the dragons raging in the background.
It was impossible to make. Like they had two options. Either we make more support for Dragon Ruler or Spellbook, which would be completely outrageous, or we make new cards that will be viable after Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks are gone, which is what they decided to do. But nothing here had insane impact into the Dragon Ruler
That's
format.
the problem with power creeps and with always having new stuff. So we'll be in this cycle pretty often with set releases. When there's a really powerful change in format, when new stuff comes out, they can either keep supporting those decks, or they release a set that's even stronger, which cycles way too fast, or they just release a set that ultimately does very little. And as someone who's trying to like, you know, vend and buy like products to sell, I have to be careful what I'm stocking, because if I stock a dead product of like this where nothing's really relevant, like some of the cards aren't even terrible, but it's just a huge neg.
But a lot of it was good after Dragon Ruler.
The first of the new strategies of note was Bujin.
Yeah, they were playable cards. It just was not a profitable set at all.
With the Bujinjis providing
And these were okay, but again, these also still needed more support.
By either discarding themselves or banishing
because Turtle wasn't out yet.
Yamato,
or Hair. I don't think Hair was out either.
Discarding a Bujin if you did. Quillin, able to be banished from grave while you control a Beast Warrior Bujin to pop a face-up card. Turtle, able to banish itself from grave to negate a card that targets a Bujin.
Like Floats on Hypernova. Hypernova at least had Kashtira though. Hypernova's close to it, yeah. But it's like Syac almost. Syac was just nothing. Syac was a whole pile of nothing.
Crane,
it had two playable cards that did do something, was Wakaushi and Purley, but ultimately had very little impact.
Discard itself to double a Beast Warrior Bujin's attack.
Quem as well as whatever.
A Bujin locked rank 4 that can attack all monsters once each and can attach to either search or dump a Bujin. And Bujin Carnation, which summons a Bujin from grave and the banished zone while you control no monsters but the opponent does.
Yeah, you just swing over everything with an honest, they die.
Basically aiming to stick Yamato and throw all protection onto it, being a simple concept of get the helmet and put on the damn helmet. An incredibly basic strategy, but has been.
Is this where did helmet decks come from around this time? Because this is when they really picked up popularity. We haven't heard it much since then, but it's like used to be you call a deck like it's a helmet deck.
Needing a couple more worthwhile main deck Beast Warrior Bujins to be worth it. The other new archetype here was Trap Tricks, a series of earth insects and plants that interact with a normal trap.
Yeah, they had three monsters at this point, and two of them were unbelievably bad. So
like the classic Trap Hole and the
just Melee right now. But Melee was good with stuff.
With how they've
initially the Striker helmet deck, no, it's not.
Tricks artworks and with how they do them now, I can't quite put my finger on what that difference is though. To be fair, I kind of like the old ones more though.
Trap Hole, all being immune to whole normal traps. This first wave included Mermello, who searched a whole normal trap on normal summon and pops a spell trap on special summon, Nepenthes, who searches or summons a Trap Tricks from the deck if you activate a whole normal trap, and Trap Tricks Trap Hole Nightmare, a trap that negates and destroys
a Atrax also in this?
An effect to turn
I don't remember. This was playable, yeah. But this wasn't playable until like later we got to actual control formats in 2014.
Fire Fist would receive its most pivotal wave of support yet.
Oh, Rooster.
I went to one immediately.
That if special summoned by a Fire Fist effect, searches a Fire Fist monster, able to send a Fire Formation to grave to set another from deck. This would be the piece that finally brought the 3-axis version of the deck together, able to search a copy of Spirit on Revive from a copy of Spirit or an initial summon from Horse Sprints, cycle a Fire Formation, then either make a rank 3 or a level 6 synchro, giving the strategy the follow-up potential it needed so badly. Unfortunately, the support would be too late for the deck to do anything relevant due to the environment around it and the next ban list, which would take effect prior to the first YCS it could potentially do anything at. Moving into other cards in the set, Galaxy Surfeit was a normal level 2 Dragon Tuner,
which mattered for like, yeah, this card was okay.
Certain levels in the extra deck. Mascamillion revives a 0 defense monster on summon, providing.
I love this card because I want to play this with like with the Feral Imps and make level 8 synchros. It's like a one card play. I mean, it's just the Debris Dragon, right? Like or Debris Dragon-esque.
Which would come up in later formats. Flying Sea was the next Sea hand trap, able to summon itself to the opponent's board and lock its sea.
BA Enjoyers in shambles, dude.
No.
BA Enjoyers in shambles.
The artwork on this card is so crazy. I don't know why, I just love it. This shit just flying around the kitchen with his eyes staring at you. Okay, but like, let's talk for a second. This card actually wasn't that crazy against BA. It was good, don't get me wrong. But people make this out to be some incredible silver bullet you could never recover from. But honestly, I did not think it was that bad. Between Farfa and Alec, I usually was able to deal with this pretty easily.
Seeing some experimentation. Armades Keeper of Boundaries was the newest Synchro 5 staple, able to stun a
very cool card. This card is like addition to the game.
Star Eater was
dude, Armades looks so badass. What the hell? If you look up close to it, that's a sick artwork.
11
Star Eater too, by the way.
Be stopped or responded to, and became immune to card
very,
effects while
very cool card as well.
Becoming an option for the Dragon Ruler extra deck using level 4 tuners, like the Debris Dragon. Number 66, Master Key Beetle, was a dark lock.
I've used this card way more than I like to admit. But fuck this card. This with Vanity's Emptiness. Oh my god.
rank 4 that could detach to select a card on
Okay, I don't like Key Beetle. Key Beetle emptiness was
Yep.
annoying to say
It
the
triggered
least.
the same way.
field, protecting that card from destruction while on the field, and able to pop a protected card to protect itself. Seeing play in Evil's
For good
Vortex,
reason.
its ability to become an invincible threat by hitting Safe Zone onto itself, or to permanently lock special summons by targeting Vanity's Emptiness. Herald of Pure Light is a rank 2 that can add a card engraved back.
Yo, Hash, I can see your comments in here. What's good? You were typing in Josh's
Shuffle the
chat.
card in hand back into deck. Being
Yes,
a
we are
recursion
doing
option for rank 2.
Reactception.
Transmodify was probably one of the most interesting pieces to experiment with from this
That has
set.
never really
It will
been
send a
played.
monster to grave
Yep.
to summon a monster of the same
People
type
use
and
this in
attribute from one
Inferni.
level higher from deck. Seeing
Someone send you the
experimentation
Discord
with
server
multiple
link.
strategies from agents to Dark
Yes,
World.
we get
Was this
exclamation
already-
Discord. We got a
was
brand new Discord
Archfiend
server. Go
limited
check
at this
that.
time? I forgot what the state is. I know we have one launcher, but is Archfiend limited? Or is it at 3?
No, it's at
Not
3.
yet,
It
okay.
becomes
But
playable
finding a
next
home in
year
Infinity
when
also
Soul
due
Charge
to
comes
being able
out.
to change a spent Necromancer into an Archfiend. Cock-a-doodle-doo was a TCG exclusive that could be a level 3, 4, or 5 based on how you summon it, being an interesting tuner for some decks to play with. Noble Knight Dristan would be the first solid target to summon with Madrot, able to pop a face-up card on field when equipped with a Noble Arm spell, which would naturally happen through Madrot's effect popping its equip on summon. Coach Soldier Wolfbark was an OCG import that could revive a level 4 Fire Beast Warrior Engrave, being a
Yeah,
rank
so
4 enabler
this is the
specifically
last
for
thing the
Fire
Fire
Beast
Fist
and
needed, regular Rooster and Wolfbark together. But obviously they come out on a terrible time. There's going to be a huge ban list though in like a second. But Dragon's still going to be the best deck.
Fire King decks. Speaking of, Fire King Avatar Yaksha was an OCG import that could destroy a monster on field or in hand on destruction, being a solid enabler for Fire King that the deck was desperately missing. Lastly, Fencing Fire Ferret can, upon being destroyed,
Oh, I
pop a
love
face-up
Fencing
monster
Fire
and
Ferret.
burning the
I played Fencing Fire Ferret so much at that time.
I never cared about this card.
being an option
Yeah.
for countering out
This
specific
was
no
whatever.
threats. The 2013 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship would be held the same weekend, and unsurprisingly, with all of the pieces of the deck available in both regions,
I swear to God, if you didn't use the fist bump picture for the world champion that year, that'd be a missed
Dragon Ruler
opportunity.
absolutely dominated this tournament, taking 6 of the top 8, leaving only 2 spots for spellbooks. Huang Xian of Taiwan
No, you
would
didn't
take the
use
event with
it.
the aforementioned Dragon Rulers.
He's not
Claiming the
talking about it.
title
It was a
World
huge
Champion
thing back then. I don't know why this became so culturally like impactful for us, but he's versus an American David Keener in the finals. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, right? Versus David Keener, because David Keener got second at World and second at the WCQ. And I think that's what it is. But either way, I know there's a lock with the Jaguar or whatever. And then he goes like card destruction and draws fire plus blaster. Does this. And then wins the Worlds.
for 2013. But there was one specific conclusion in his build that would be noted for all
Whoa,
future
what the hell is this trophy? I didn't know that. Is that Utopia? The other trophies look nothing like that. It's David Keener, right? Okay, yeah.
The Eclipse Wyvern Light and Darkness Dragon was pretty sick.
iterations of the deck.
Josh watching Josh. I'm not Josh. Despite everyone calling me Josh for some reason. About to go to Ransom Fortress tops? I never really played that crap.
That
I don't
being
know.
Dragon Ravine, the Dragoonity field spell. Ravine had one major purpose here: help load Dragon Rulers into the graveyard, as by discarding a card once per turn, you could effectively gain a repeatable
Yeah,
Fool's
here's the
Burial
Eclipse over Light and Darkness Dragon thing that some people played.
for the deck, which would continue to see play long after this event. It also had the side benefit of searching Corseska if you need
It was, I would argue, I don't know his exact reasoning, but as someone who played at the time and almost exclusively played Dragon Rulers, I think his main reasoning for the Ravine was not to get access to the Dragon Rulers, because this deck didn't have that problem. The deck usually had all the
It's to
rulers
search the
anyways.
tuner.
But the main reason why Dragon Ravine was good was because it set up the Eclipse Wyvern into Light and Darkness Dragon
Oh.
OTK line that was safe from Swift Scarecrow. That was the main
Okay, I was gonna say
purpose,
yeah,
because
the tuner
Swift
as well,
Scarecrow
but
was
yeah.
like a big deal in this mirror match. This mirror match was very decided by Swift Scarecrow. Like, for example, if you managed to, like I said earlier, a lot of it was about being able to Crimson Blader your opponent. One way how you could afford to get Crimson Bladered is if you get Crimson Blader, next turn you just don't do anything, and you just Swift Scarecrow them next turn, right? Like, you just live the next attack, and then it's like as if Crimson Blader didn't happen, right? Because yeah, your opponent can summon some more monsters, but it's like at this point, like if they already have the board and you don't have anything that they can pop with their Draco Sacks, they have limited stuff that they can do, right? And because they have a Crimson Blader on the board,
Wait, Hash,
as
are you
soon
saying
as
that
you
Josh
get
is
to
gonna
play,
rant about
you can
Fortress
do
tops?
that really cool
Why?
play where you go Colossal Fighter, double with your opponent's Crimson Blader, and then Colossal Fighter brings back their Crimson Blader. Dude, Colossal Fighter, best card ever made. So like as long as you were able to skip one turn with Swift Scarecrow, it wasn't that bad if you got Crimson Bladed, which was the main reason why
Oh, someone top
played
four to
cards
the
like
other side.
Swift Scarecrow, Battle Fader, whatever, right? For the World Champion, it was only in the side deck, but it's there. So Dragon Ravine being able to function as both a pseudo starter card, like it's not better to draw Dragon Ravine than to draw a Baby Dragon directly, for example, but it's like it works. It's a fine starter card, but it also has the option. It can give you a tuner in Corseska, but mainly it can access the Eclipse Wyvern, Light and Darkness Dragon line. I think that was the genius behind this deck list, and I think that's what won him the World Championship. The fact that that he found a solution to this whole Swift Scarecrow game that people played, because people took this trying to stop your opponent's battle phase so far. There was a guy in top 4 at Worlds, I'm pretty sure it was top 4, who played Trifor Tesops or whatever that thing is called.
Okay, yeah, we're
which
gonna
is-
skip this. I don't want to talk about
looks-
Trifortress
it
stops.
was like free thing. So,
Oh my god, he's actually looking this up. Yeah, let's
Being
move
on
on.
the surface, another ban list update.
I don't
This one
you
was
don't need
far
to talk
different
about
than
that.
Any that came before it. Up until this point, the TCG ban list was a
Oh.
direct one-to-one copy of the OCG's ban
Right.
list, which
When's the
notably,
Konami
they
event that
were
Josh
receiving
and I are in? It should be in about 2 weeks now. Yeah, it should be 2 weeks from now. Actually, 2 weeks today, right? Yeah, 2 weeks today.
hits months in advance of the releases they were
This-
actually put.
this is something that only Yugi boomers will understand and relate to, because the system is something that you would look at from the outside and you would be like, that does not make any sense. Because up until this point, like he's saying, we had the same ban list as the OCG. We had the same ban list as the OCG, even though our card pool was shifted for like months.
Yes, the Great Schism.
Like, we got the cards months later. We still played under the same Forbidden Limited list. There were cards that we didn't even get altogether, like OCG exclusives that we got at random times. It made no sense. It made no sense. So this was the time, and I don't know how long Konami TCG had to fight in order to gain the ability to make their own ban lists, but they eventually got the approval for it, and now from this point on, I mean, that was a good decision.
In place 4. Starting with this ban list, the TCG and OCG would officially split.
Like, don't get me wrong, I would still prefer, I think if we had the same card pool as the OCG, like if TCG and OCG were the same, I would prefer that.
Personally think it would be funny for Josh to react to this stream. But okay, so not every discussion that I have though is specifically related to something Josh says or is even like worth mentioning. And this is like hours of video that he's already watched. I'm sure he doesn't want to do that.
But if they have to be separate for whatever reason,
If he wanted to react to something that I had to say, there's plenty of other things that are better to watch than this.
I would prefer to have my own ban list too, please, because I don't want to have a ban list for another game that's already 2 months ahead of myself, of my own game, apply to my game. It makes no sense.
Each other, with the TCG now updating their ban list completely separately from the OCG, commonly referred to as the TCG-OCG split in the player base. Ironically, this would also be the largest ban list in the history of the game so far, seeing 15 bans, 8
React to myself now. Yo, what's up, Ray? Your viewers have been in here saying you don't stream anymore, and they're mad at you.
15 bans. Wait, can I? There's no way I get.
Oh,
them
Ray,
all
maybe
together.
you have to react
There's
to me
no
now.
shot.
There you
Spellbook
go.
of Judgment was one of them.
There was a lot. There was like Judgment got banned, Spellbook of Judgment, and Solemn Judgment. I'm pretty sure. Stratos got banned. Like Heavy Storm got banned. I think. The babies got banned. There's so much. And then
Super
random shit got
Review?
limited, like Compulse, I think. Bottomless thing got limited. I think Torrential got limited. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to see him think like this.
So that's 6. You said Shockmaster, right?
Total of 47 changes in all. So let's dive in.
47.
Newly banned were the 4 baby rulers
Yep.
and super rejuvenation,
Yep.
directly targeted at kneecapping dragon rulers. Elemental hero Stratos, aimed at
Dude, Stratos did nothing wrong, let's be honest.
the various hero beat decks. Number 16, Shockmaster,
That makes
the
sense.
final nail in the coffin for wind up. Card destruction, the power play card of
Oh.
Dark Worlds. Gateway of the 6,
Good.
putting an end to 6 samurai.
Yeah, this was like a healthy ban.
Very
They fought.
good.
Pop up.
So I never actually took it in, but like a lot of these cards were just waiting to be banned because TCG like officials have been fighting to get them banned for so long, and Konami just OCG refused to ban them. So when TCG got the approval to split up, all these cards they had loaded ready to be banned, even though they were kind of irrelevant at this point. Cards they saw as just complete problems like Gateway.
Nature, Heavy Storm, Monster Reborn,
Right,
Odd
right,
Fabulous, and Solemn Judgment.
right.
Hits to the meta staples. Spellbook of Judgment, killing the modern iteration of Spellbooks outright.
Crazy, by the way, these cards like in the babies came out like 3 months earlier.
Right,
And they were
then
banned
Nature
already.
Offering, a spam summon card that hadn't caused many issues yet, but was clearly a ticking time bomb. Newly limited were Atlantean Dragoons and Deep Sea Diva as hit to
Oh, right.
Atlantean. Fire
See, they did something that was very good, which was they made preemptive hits on this thing, right? This was overall, I think, a very well thought out ban list because they were like,
Yeah, otherwise you
okay,
go
we're
back
gonna
to
hit
the same
Dragon
Mermail
Ruler and
formats
Spellbook,
before.
but we're not going to call it a day there because if we do that, we're just going to go back to Mermail format completely.
Fifth Spirit as a hit to 3 axis. Constellar Ptolemy M7 and Evagishki Mind August hits to a Gishki loop. Dulorn to prevent more loops. Genex Ally Birdman as a staple tuner. Rescue Rabbit, the cornerstone of various rank 4 strategies. Thunder King Ryo, Dimensional Fissure, Royal Tribute, Eradicator Epidemic
Macro
Virus,
as well, right?
Microcosmos, and Soul Drain, all as hits to stun
Good,
decks.
good. Oh,
Laser
man,
Pockets as
this
a hit
was
to
so-
Dragon Rulers,
this was
and
so
Bottomless,
base.
Compulse, and Torrential as
Imagine
hits to
if we had a ban list. Yeah, okay, Compulse, Bottomless, Torrential, yeah. Imagine if we had a ban list this heavy now where every single card that was toxic, ban, 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 limit, ban. Oh, man. They have the power. They showed it here. Have the power.
Trapline. Newly semi-limited were Tenki, a hit to Beast Warrior decks. Dimensional Prison, a hit to the staple Trap. And Mizuki,
Okay, limiting Deep Prison after draft.
Prison's a strange, Stratus is a strange hit. Why? So Stratus. So I think a lot of these hits weren't necessary, but they were like Konami was waiting for their for permission to ban stuff on their own accord, and not under the thumb of like Japan's the office in Japan. And they'd wanted Stratos banned because of things that earlier, like past formats, like Hero B was playable for so long. So they wanted Stratos banned, and by the time this ban list came, they already wanted it banned, so they were just set on getting rid of it.
Dragon Ruler format that's crazy. While you're in Dragon Ruler format and people resolve like Spellbook of Judgment as well, hitting Dimensional Prison on your list is that's outrageous. I'll say that. That was too much. You didn't need to hit Dimensional Prison.
A lot of the hits were outdated at this
Spreader
point, though.
and PG Striker all coming back from 1. Lastly, Unlimited were Destiny Hero Malicious, The Agent of Mystery Earth, Tsukiyomi, A Hero Lives, Black Whirlwind, E Emergency Call, Heretic Seal of Convocation, Pot of Duality, and Scapegoat, being a wave of cleanup. Needless to say, something
I forgot that Heretic Seal was
but on
limited.
reveal, even though a lot was hit, there were glaring omissions. Even though the rulers lost the babies, Rejuve, and 2 of their gold sarks, the deck
Still the
remained
best deck.
shockingly competent, with all 4 rulers still legal at
I actually prefer this format, Ravine Ruler format it's called, because Dragon Ravine was so powerful. I think that Hoban's Dragon Unity deck that he played was not that good. However, the actual
Now that
Dragon Ruler deck was
Spellbooks
way
were out of
better.
the way, there was no deck to really stand up against them. YCS Brussels would be held the same day as this list, though notably wouldn't be affected by it. due
So
to
would
being a sealed
Toronto, I'm
pack
pretty
of
sure.
cards using the new
So the
rule.
YCS Toronto that's about to happen here is unfortunately the only YCS in Canada that I've missed since I've started playing YCSs. I was just away. I wasn't in town. So sad about that. Didn't get to play it. The Stratos have been completely unlimited. Would he have been a problem? It probably would have been fine. Yeah.
YCS Brussels, man. I've told this story before. This is the one where I lost in top 8 because this was the Battle Pack one, so sealed. Battle Pack 2, I think, at the time. This is the one where in top 8 I lost because like my opponent, game 3, my opponent has Scapegoat tokens and is on like 3,000 life points. I have a monster in attack position and I have a trap card that changes the battle position of all the monsters. I forgot the name.
No entry, right? Or no, Windstorm
And
Etiquette.
I draw, I'm like, I need to draw a monster here and I can turn the Scapegoat tokens to attack position and I win the game. And I draw a monster and I get way too excited and I normal summon it first. Oh man, I normal summon it first because
And then it turns his
in
own
that
monster to
format,
defense.
no, it was 0 gravity. Because Windstorm of Etaqua, I believe, only changes the position of your opponent's monsters. Hold up, I'll verify that. Windstorm of Etaqua. Yeah, exactly. Well,
Only opponent's side, I didn't even know that.
Windstorm of Etaqua
But 0 gravity.
changes the position of only your opponent's monsters. And the other card is called 0 gravity. And my deck had both.
Yeah, there were 3 of them. There was
'Cause they
0
were both
gravity,
really
no
good
entry, and
in,
Windstorm Etiquette. All
in
slightly
that format.
different.
My deck had both. And I don't know if I thought I had Windstorm or if I just mistook one card for the other, but I normal summoned first, then used the trap card, which changed my monster to defense, and then I couldn't attack for game. And then I've never been punished for a misplay so hard in my entire life. There's a few misplays that I've done that have been punished, but in that situation, it was like my opponent was then down to like
Yeah, it's a pretty
1,000 life
punishing
points,
misplay.
Still had
Throwing,
like no cards in
rough.
hand or something. Had like 2 Scapegoat tokens left or something, and ended up top decking like, because it was Battle Pack format, ended up top decking like Graceful Charity into a Magician of Faith that added back Pot of Greed from the graveyard into like a crazy sequence, and I lost the game. And I was so tilted, man, because I just told you the story like 30 minutes ago how I was trying to get top 4 at a YCS, and I didn't do it at YCS Lille. I lost in top 8, and then in YCS Brussels, I lost in top 8 to that shit. Oh my god, it was tilting. But it's part of the development, I suppose. You know, you got to go through this kind of stuff.
Exactly,
There's
right?
no shortcut.
At this point in my journey, I'm
YCS
also
gonna
way
have
worse.
interesting to cover
I'm
because
way
this
worse
one
than
we
that.
were
Top 8 would
tracking
have been a
all
dream
locked
for
in
me. Topping a
reality
YCS
and
would have been
What
a
do you mean,
dream.
Graceful and Pot of Greed? This is sealed format. This was a draft YCS where you got battle packs and you built your deck out of that. And Pot of Greed and Graceful were in that battle pack, so you could get them.
on the back of deck building skill, which we'd see thanks to the finals being between some of EU's most consistent faces at the time, being Peter Gross and Michael Gruner, with Gruner taking the event in a 2-1 finals match,
Michael
claiming the
Gruner,
YCS
Michel
title
Gruner.
and the first copy of the newest YCS prize card, number 106 Giant Hand. This particular prize card reveal was a little controversial, as in recent years the prize card has been decent, but not something you'd really want to play in a meta deck, as compared to the SJC days where prize cards were extremely meta relevant.
Yeah,
and
this
caused
was still
many
not
issues
nearly
with
as
playing.
good as
This
like
time,
a
though,
Dark End Dragon was, but this was more playable still. I never had a Giant Hand and it was fine.
Giant Hand, while not the strongest rank 4 out there, did fill a niche in the rank pool by providing monster effect negation, leading it to actually see play during its prize card stint.
You think a draft YCS is good? I don't want to go into too much detail, but I personally think it's very fun. And I think it has a lot of advantages, like people not having to invest a lot of money to play, right? It would eliminate that factor. But judging from the numbers of attendance back then, I understand why they don't do them anymore, because the YCSs weren't that big. So on the one hand, I think it's super fun. On the other hand, I understand that, you know, they want to attract as many people as possible.
They'd also
so,
have to make a
and
specific
from that
like,
standpoint, they
pack
just weren't that
to
special. So
build
I don't know.
around, and they don't want to spend the money on the
Much to the
R&D
horror of budget
on a
players.
drafting
Giant
pack.
Hand was very annoying that it was a playable price card. Like I've said this in the Anotherverse discussion that's been held when they announced literal vanillas for price cards, but I personally think a YCS price card should do nothing but look sick and like not actually be meta relevant. And
That's
Giant
fine.
Hand
That's
was
a fine
like
opinion.
Giant Hand.
Yep.
The problem with Giant Hand was it was borderline playable. Like it wasn't broken, obviously, but it was also not bad. So there were scenarios where you were looking at your deck and you were like, I think this card should be here, right? But it was obviously a freaking YCS price card, so that was a problem.
YCS Toronto would be held the same day, and this event would paint a much more clear picture of the meta fallout, with there being no real top deck following the hit.
Dragon
seeing
Ruler
a new variant of
Plants, I
Dragon
remember
Rulers,
that.
being Dragon Ruler Plants, rising
Yeah,
to
so
the
this
top
was
meta
like
position.
immediately on the ban list, and we had very, very rough lists. I think Blackwing top 4'd. I think it was Sahabi, like later became world champion like a year later, with a shitty ass Blackwing deck, and that's where people found out about him. Hoban top 4 this with his bad Dragon Ruler deck, but I guess it was fine.
Though not in a convincing
Edward
manner. The
Kwong
deck
won this
pivoted to
one.
focus more on the synchro pool axis that had been experimented with prior, adding in more tuners than just the odd level 1s.
Is this just before people figured out Ravine Rulers was the way to go? I
Yeah.
assume.
It is.
This
was like day one. This was just very, very primitive, but it's like mostly there's ravines in the deck. You have the Sacred Sword still playing return. You have discard outlets, which were very popular. Like it's got the elements there, but there's random shit like the Spore, the Dandy, the Lone Fire, the Raikou that should have not been in there.
Spellbooks would pivot back to their own boss monsters for an endgame, such as High Priestess and Whirl, giving the deck a far different feel than it had pre-ban list.
Spellbook, unironically, was actually still fine. Like that deck was okay. It was just Judgment overshadowed the natural ability of the deck to actually grind and win. Like you just didn't need to worry about any of it if you could just go +5.
Dragoonity Ruler would be the other interesting development here, leaning hard into the recently discovered Dragon Ravine to not only fuel the rulers, but also to access the level.
Yeah, so this is Hoban's deck, which looks a lot more refined, but I think this deck was just worse than the Dragoonity or the Dragon Ruler Ravine deck that didn't play this stuff. The list was, compared with competition, this list was still a lot more refined. I just think the direction could have been better. And the point is here that you Ravine and you have extra targets with the Dragoonity cards, the Synchro there, extra draw cards more to search for your combo pieces. I didn't love this deck though, because I think this was getting Veiler or Maxine and these was way, way worse.
Late synchro pool easily through.
And this is how Hoban became like well known for reckless and
Edward
upstarts.
Kwong would take the event on a more pure variant of Dragon Rulers, though notably still playing Dandelion from the plant package, just not the rest of it. Also leaning into the Dragon Ravine.
Okay, yeah. So this is leaning more and more into what a standard looks like. This is more refined. I don't think the last list was Edward's list, but yeah.
Discovery himself. Though the top deck here feels a lot more diverse than it was before, in reality 7 of the top 16 were just different flavors of Ruler, showing that despite the hits, nothing had really changed about them being the best deck, with the only question being which variant to play. And another variant was about to throw their hat into the ring with the next structure deck releasing 2 weeks later.
The Blue Eyes Dragon Ruler deck. Okay, so the actual best one is one that I saw Billy play with later. I wonder if you'll get into it. And it's the Trigon. It's the Trigon Dragon Ruler deck. So if you all don't know what Trigon is, it's this card. And it has no effect. Ignored. It is vanilla. They get to it. You get to it. I'll talk about it then. But that deck was cool. I love Trigon version is I think is the best one. It's my favorite.
Saga of Blue Eyes White.
That hat, maybe they tried to throw their hat in the ring, but the hat landed like friggin' 15
This deck
meters
was
outside.
funny, but it
That's
wasn't very
maybe what
good.
They tried.
Release date September 13th.
I played Castle the trap card from this deck at a regional. It just wasn't very good. Silver Scry was okay. Azrise is okay. Dragonshine's okay. It's a bunch of okay cards. Nothing here is really like brilliant.
They didn't hit the ring. They missed it.
The thing that gets better though is like when every other card gets hit and you need something to play, these are the next best cards because all the cards that were better than okay have been banned. And then it's you feel your grave with the Dragon Stride, Cards of Continents, Trade in, whatever.
Strategies, Blue Eyes. Impact, another variant on the pile. Saga of Blue Eyes was an interestingly timed structure deck, releasing a wave of new support for Blue Eyes and general dragon support right at a time when dragons were more popular than ever. For Blue Eyes specifically, they received Maiden with Eyes of Blue, a tuner that, with attack,
card was cool,
a Blue Eyes
but
White Dragon
also
from hand
not
deck
good.
array, negates the attack, and
I
swaps
was
the
like,
value.
oh, this card is so
And if targeted,
good.
summons
It seemed
Blue Eyes
really
as well,
good, but
being
it's just
potential player's
okay.
worst nightmare,
It was nice to equip
requiring
spells. Like putting this
non-targeted,
Wonder Wand was
non-value
sick.
or the ability
Yeah, the problem with this card is that you have to read it if you want to out it. That's the biggest issue. That's why the Yu-Gi-Oh community hates this card. Because
Yu-Gi-Oh community hates this
It
card?
has a lot
What?
of lines of text, and if you don't know what's on it, you might think you can just attack it or something like that, you know?
Oh.
to deal with both her and the dragon she summons. They also received Azure Eyes Silver Dragon, a level 9 synchro requiring a normal
Azure
monster
Eyes, yeah, this card is
that
so
gives dragons
cool.
you control card effect targeting and destruction prevention on summon, and can revive a normal monster during each of your standby phases, being clearly intended as a boss for Blue Eyes specifically, but being extremely niche in its applications. Outside of Blue Eyes' specific support, the deck also brought Silver's Cry, a revival spell for dragon normal monsters, and Dragon Shrine, a foolish burial for
Dragon
dragons
Shrine
that
was
can
relevant.
win 2
They also had the
dragons
Castle
from
Cry.
Dragon Shrine was unironically good in Dragon Rulers. Sometimes, I mean, it was better. It was a better Foolish Burial because we played vanilla dragons anyways in Flamvel Guard. You would basically get to send 2 dragon monsters with 1 card, which meant extra material for your Dragon Ruler. So like,
I didn't love
even
it, but
though
yeah, I thought Ravine
losing
Choice is
your
better than this card.
Land Guard from your deck wasn't always ideal, which is why I don't think people. I don't think you would always play multiples of this card. Sometimes you wouldn't even play it, but like it was a
I don't
viable
think I
card
played
for
it at
that
all.
reason.
Monster. Silver Scry would fall into an extremely niche position on release, but Dragon Shrine would actually see some experimentation in Dragon Ruler, specifically thanks to it being able to pin.
It got better in the Mythic Ruler deck later
when
when there's more synergy with the lights as well as playing trade-ins.
So this would be niche for a time. Reprints here included Herodic Dragon of Tefnuit, Trade-In.
Yes, the other new card that came in this set that you didn't talk about, I did see some play in some Dragon decks, is this card, Castle of Dragon Souls. It came out in this deck. So once you can drain a banished monster, target a monster you control against 700 attack. So you can target a Crimson Blader and make it 35, which is nice. And this card is sent to the graveyard and target your banished dragon, special summon it. So this was good, like playing around Crimson Blader, and then it would float if they killed it. And people, like, one of the biggest cards to play around in this format was Return from Different Dimensions. So you just needed to make sure if they had a set card that you wouldn't lose to this, or you had to kill the set card in your own turn. So it's kind of nice that if they were trying to play around Return, so they popped your back row, there was a way to punish it, but it was also proactive in its own way. It wasn't a brilliant card. It was very niche, and like it probably wasn't very good, and I probably wouldn't play going back to that format, but it was playable, and it existed. So yeah.
Monster Reborn, which had just been banned, Fiendish Chain, and Compulse, being a decent wave of staple reprints and use.
I forgot they reprinted Monster Reborn and was banned. That's funny.
Set, being the Judgment of the Light Deluxe Edition, which is effectively an upgraded version of the previous special editions, but notably.
Oh, this shit was garbage. I forgot about this. These sleeves sucked.
Shield and Vampire Kingdom, though neither of these cards would be useful. YCS San Mateo would be held a week after that on October 6th, and clearly Dragon Ruler had once again fully.
Is this the Trigon deck? It's the Trigon deck, right?
Pure Infinity variants, taking first place piloted by Merlin Schumacher on a more pure variant. The Ravine
Merlin won this, but he wasn't playing the Trigon stuff. He only won AFD in his deck, for example. Yeah, this is like more of a finalist. Oh, he's playing it. Oh, he's playing Castle of the Dragon Souls. I probably watched his deck list and took it from there as a kid. Fog King was in his deck, which was terrible, but whatever. But otherwise, it's way more linear. We're approaching more of a standardized deck list. This card was like the best card in the deck was the Return of the Dragon, or Return from the Different Dimension.
Become known as Ravine Ruler format for the remainder of the year, but that distinction was about to get worse. We had another Legendary Collection release coming in the next week, and though it appeared to be unassuming, it was about to bring something down on the format that would cause the next 2 months of the game.
The disqualification here was so funny, but it wasn't relevant to include. Wait, which one? What happened? I don't know that story. Maybe I remember if you drop me a hint, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm the same as Josh here. If he says it, maybe I'll know, but.
Back up to the pie chart. Back to the pie chart we go. Oh, because it says one disqualification down here. Okay, I didn't see that.
Neither did I. I mean, he's covering it, right?
A player was DQ'd between top 32 and 16. Okay.
It happens every once in a while. It's not that crazy, but what happened?
So why is that funny? He wrote Swagatic instead of Hieratic on his deck list. There's no way. I've never heard of that story. What?
There has to be a troll. I've never heard that either.
No shot.
Swagatic. Okay, so
that's the.
He didn't get in trouble for this, but he should have probably. Avery Foster, one of my friends, he went to, where was it? Why is this Guatemala? This is not. He's very rude for doing this, and probably should have got disqualified, but he didn't. He got a warning. He wrote on his registration deck list that said the name of the event, and he, instead of writing Weiss's Guatemala, he wrote Weiss's Guacamole. Yeah. So similar to that, but he didn't get in trouble, like not properly. But Avery's the type of guy that'll push things in a, yeah.
The reason they wrote Swagatic instead of Hieratic on it. That's so funny, man. What?
He'll nudge people.
That's not real. That's not real. Is that real? Oh God, Swagatic seals of the heavenly spheres, man. What? Imagine. Oh man.
I don't believe getting DQ'd over Swagatic.
So
that's
funny.
ridiculous.
Okay, that is actually
but
that
sure.
might be the funniest disqualification to ever happen if that's true. Oh man.
Legendary Collection 4, Joey's World.
This is a bunch of reprints. Oh no. This is Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense came out and it was already limited to 1.
Impact.
No.
One import that should have stayed out.
No,
F this
not
card, yeah.
Sixth
Legendary Collection
Sense.
Joey's World is an odd release in retrospect, much like a lot of this year in the game, bringing reprints of a bunch of older DM era cards, many of which are banned, just like Yugi's World before it, but also importing a single OCG card far after its ban in the OCG, which we'll talk about shortly. First of all, the reprints. Jinzo, Fiber Jar, Red Eyes Wyvern, Red MD, Raigeki, Monster Reborn, Pot of Greed, Giant Trunade, Premature Burial, Scapegoat, Foolish Burial, Bottomless, Feather Duster, Lava Golem, Mirror Force, Solemn Judgment, the Dark World Core, Necro Valley, Heavy Storm, MST, Rhoda, Super Rejuve, Book of Moon, Pot of Avarice, Trade-In, Torrential, Compulse, and Imperial Iron Wall would all be
Yeah, a lot of good
here, with
staples.
most of these already being banned in the current format. However, Joey's World also released a card that's been banned for years now that was finally imported from the OCG, being Sixth Sense, a trap that lets you call 2 results on a die, roll it, and if it's the number you called, you draw.
The card also accurately depicts your opponent's response when you activate this card. This is how every single one of your opponents looked when you flipped over this card. Which is it's one of the only Yu-Gi-Oh cards to do that. To not only be incredibly broken, but also encapsulate your opponent's look on its artwork.
Has this card been reprinted yet?
Otherwise milling the result.
Is it expensive still? Yeah, it's never been reprinted. I mean, it's not expensive, but like it's worth something for no reason.
This card had been banned in the OCG since March of 2005, and when it was printed here, we all expected
2005,
However,
yep.
Konami apparently had a different idea. On October 11th, the same day as Joey's World's release, Sixth Sense was put to limited on the TCG.
Okay, chat. We're gonna have a discussion with no winners now. Declare 2 numbers from 1 to 6. Then your opponent rolls a 6-sided die, and if the result is one of the numbers you declared, you draw that many cards. Otherwise, send the number of cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard equal to the result.
Yeah, so people argued about this a lot, and there was a lot of discussion, and never was an answer, like a consensus on what the correct options were. I wasn't very good back then. Like I wasn't like a very good player. I was just an average player. I couldn't decide. I think I went between 5 and 6 and 3 and 4, or 2 and 3 even. What would I do now? Honestly, I don't know. I'd probably rock 5-6. I'd try to end the game on the spot. It depends on the scenario though as well. It's a little more play by ear, but I think going 5 or 6 isn't even that crazy in the deck.
Result. What do you call if you're playing Dragon Rulers? Go. Which are the 2 numbers you call?
But there were people saying like 2 and 5, and like
so
you have some weird ones.
The fun thing about this question is that if you're playing a deck, so there's 2 outcomes, right? You either draw that many cards or you mill.
Would this card be good nowadays? Even in tier now, like it's not worth playing.
And so in any deck where milling doesn't do you anything good, you will always go for 5 or 6 because you know you always have the same chance of hitting for the draws, so you might as well shoot as high as you can. And if you hit, you draw 5 or 6 cards, right? But in a deck like Dragon Rulers, where milling cards would actually benefit you sometimes, like milling cards also had some value. Like you can think of it of like,
I think milling in the deck wasn't that good because if you look at a deck list, you don't even play that many dragons.
Which brought a new take
So
on
like, hold on.
tool. On a much
drawing 5 cards.
taking first place, piloted by Patrick Ryder, with almost every
Oh, did I skipped past it? I went to the wrong spot. Where's the deck list? Like, there's only so many graveyard effects in here. Like I don't know. Milling dragons wasn't actually that good because they all searched each other as well. I don't know. Milling dragons wasn't even that good. I wanted to end the game.
So on and so forth. So I personally, I think I called 3 and 4. With the reasoning being, if you call 3 and 4, drawing 3 or 4 cards is more than enough to win the game, usually, right? In any neutral game state. Like, unless your opponent is Omega winning and you need to draw specific outs to a situation.
It depends. It depends. I'm trying to FTK my opponent.
5 or 6, but
yeah,
like, in a normal
my opinion
game
could change
state,
if I play this format more at a better,
because
as a better
3
player.
or 4 cards in a normal game state would win you the game, right? On a 5 or 6, milling 5 or 6 cards in a neutral game state was also very likely to win you the game. Meaning you had 2/3 of a chance to get a really good
I don't think
outcome.
milling 5 or 6 actually did that much.
Kind of minimizing, because 1 or 2 is always going to be bad no matter what.
Because it was
right?
never your game plan in the Dragon Relic Mirror, for example, wasn't to try and choke your opponent out of resources. It was to try out resource them in the long game or to kill them fast. And I don't think either, like, and milling more doesn't so may help you in the terms of like playing around being choked out. But that doesn't matter. The only thing that actually helps you do is kill them faster. And that may not always work.
In a deck like modern tier limits, unironically, you would probably call like 1 or 2 or something like that, because milling 3, 4, 5, 6 is insane. But yeah, I don't know. I was on the verge of calling. I called 3 or 4 with this because I thought drawing 3 or 4 is enough and milling 5 or 6 is pretty good. So you minimize bad outcomes. And then there was like weird people that would come around the corner and be like, yeah, you obviously called 2 and 4 or 2 and 5 or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. There were people like
3
that.
And 6. whatever. Like, I don't know. People have the wildest theories
They have
for
like
what you should call
some
it sixth
random
sense, which I
bullshit
never
like
understood the
thesis
reasoning
statement
behind
of
calling
math
something like 3 and 6 or
about
something like
it
that. Like,
would
I
make
think
no
it just
sense.
depends on how much value your deck gets from milling a lot. Because if you get a lot of value from milling a lot, you should just call some. You should leave 5 or 6 to be the milling outcomes, basically. 2 and 3 is fair. 2 and 3 is fair. I think 2 and 3 is the lowest risk option in a deck that plays a lot of good mills, because you can go like, if I draw 2 cards, it's still a +1. If I draw 3, it's really good. If I mill 4, 5, 6, it's solid. So 2 and 3 or 4 or 2, 3, I understand. 3, 4, I preferred. Everything else I never really went for, because I feel like when you call 5 and 6 with this, in most scenarios, it's like 2/3 for it to be bad and 1/3 for it to be completely insane. Which on average I don't think is better.
Yeah.
Or like it's
I don't know. I don't know if I even play this
insane.
card. I don't want to gamble so much.
By the way, the correct answer is you should call for this card to be banned. So you were all wrong.
That is correct
The
as
correct
well.
answer was you should call for this card to be banned.
This card is super
At
dumb.
least until the next ban list, the card was
I actually
legal
hated this
in
shit
the
being flipped
TCG,
on me.
and I'm sure that won't cause any.
If we went back and revisited the format, we'd definitely play
for
without
a
6
format
cents.
dominated by a deck that loves to play out of the graveyard. Just 2 weeks after this, Weekly Shonen Jump Alpha would finally release a promo worth talking about this year, being Vulcan the Divine, a level 6 synchro that bounces a card you control and a card the opponent controls on synchro summon, locking you from using that bounce card for the rest of the turn, being a clause clearly placed on it to prevent loops. This would be a solid inclusion to the level 6 synchro pool moving forward. Not quite become.
I mean, this was mainly good for 3-axis Fire Fist at some point, but we didn't have it in Europe. I think
it was a
'cause
playable
was
card, but you're not
jump
brilliant.
promo, so I never got to play with this card being relevant.
Staple, but remaining a solid
But
option.
it's a
to
really
include.
cool card.
YCS London would be held 3 days after that on October 27th, and what?
And who would have guessed? This was, I think, the first time I made top 4 at a YCS in Ravine. Dude, ruler format. I was on fire during ruler format. I lost in top 4 of this event to 6 cents drawing 5 cards.
Oh, would you look at that? Dragon Rulers
Yep.
had fully gone into overdrive with 6 cents becoming legal, completely dominating the event and taking first place, piloted by Patrick Ryder, with almost every publicly available list playing the new trap tool. On a much less
Yeah, hold on. So there's the Trigon deck.
dominating the event and taking first place, piloted.
It looked like he wasn't going to talk about it, so I'm going to jump in here. This was really cool. Just the Dragon Revive with Debris, and then you go like ditch it with Ravine, Debris, bring it back, make Ancient Fairy, Ravine again, search, or you can go like Draco Sack, Ravine, search, Corseska, summon Corseska, make AFD, pop Ravine, add Ravine, and use loop Ravines, and you fill your grave up a lot with dragons. And you can end on like double Draco Sack with 3 tokens, as well as a graveyard full of dragons.
By Patrick Ryder, with almost every publicly available list playing the new trap tool. On a much less important note, following that performance was the 5Ds manga Volume 5 release, which brought a new take on a
Stardust
classic
Spark
synchro,
Dragon
being
in
Stardust
TCG,
Spark
yeah,
Dragon,
for
a
emptiness.
level
I
8
did
that
show
can
your
make a
list,
monster
Wink.
unable to be destroyed
Oh, did you show the... I know which one you would show. Yeah, I know which
once in
one.
a turn on a quick effect.
Yeah, that's
being
next one.
arguably
That's
weaker than the original
next
Stardust,
YCS
but covering
though.
a more general spread of circumstances. This would lead us into the last set release of the year, and any hope for Dragon Ruler's reign ending anytime soon would have to rest on its shoulders.
Shadow Specters.
Ooh, Felgrand.
This was cool.
Shadow Specters. Release date November 7th, 2013. Set type.
Oh, Noble
full
Knight
set.
cards,
Major
right.
Strategies: Ghost Trick, Bujin, Noble Knight. Impact: nothing until the Beast is dropped. Shadow Specters was the final set.
Until
release
the
of
Beast?
2013,
What
And if
Beast?
it wanted to change anything,
Wait, this has 3 Dragon and Water Dragon, right?
it really had the wrong card pool to do it, as this particular release would do nothing to the meta overall. Merely
Yeah,
setting
right,
up
because they're
archetypes for their
still
next
reeling
release.
from the
Starting with the
huge
headliner of the
Lord of
set,
the Attacking
Ghost Trick was a
Galaxy.
series of fiends,
So we
spellcasters,
kind of
and
had
zombies
sets that
focused
did
on
nothing
disruption
for a
and flipping
while.
cards face down.
These cards would
Being
be
that
relevant
winning
more
deal
later,
award
right?
version
Like this
of
card.
that.
Okay, this card didn't
I
matter.
mean,
but-
the list he's talking about is not the double segment, because that's 2014.
This introduction wave included Lantern, able to summon itself from
Yeah, I mean the
The,
main card
full
here is
feature
Alex
match,
card.
thing
sure.
that happened on a feature match in that YCS.
hand face down if a Ghost Trick is
Let's just-
destroyed.
let's just
drawing
say
a
it like
card
that.
when you do. Zhangxi, able to search a Ghost Trick on flip.
Doesn't matter.
Expansion, a field spell.
Yeah,
that blocks
Alucard is
attacks
the main
against
card, but you
monsters
need, like,
and adds battle damage
Ghost
to
Trick was, like, very
monsters.
fringe playable at
Instead,
some point,
able to
that's
flip
about
any
it.
number of your monsters up, then flip monsters the opponent controls face down up to the number of Ghost Tricks you control. Ghost Tricks here would be considered a fun, casual level option.
I mean, Ghost Tricks, let's face it, Ghost Tricks are pretty ass, but their extra deck cards are pretty good. Even nowadays, you still play them like
If
perfect.
he goes Trick
But
Pro,
at the
like,
time,
yeah.
Alucard was the only really good one.
but would be nowhere near strong enough to enter the meta, with their most relevant piece being Alucard as a contribution.
There's
to the
also
Bujin.
Black and White
Search
Dragon,
rank 4
I guess,
that
or the
can move 5
Bujins,
on
whatever,
summon,
yeah.
boosting by 100 for each Bujin mill, able to prevent the destruction of a Beast Warrior Bujin by detaching a material. Dragon Ruler.
What else we got?
And can reveal 3 noble
Garbage, garbage.
Attach one to pop them
I
access. While
Let's skip through some of this because
sounds like
we are going on forever. Yeah, the Mythic Dragons were good. Labradorite Dragon was cool as well.
so
Hold on.
Bujin was sent from hand. Add one at random to hand.
like
There was a-
30 minutes ago.
Rank 5 that equip. With this
Where's the same?
rule, thanks to the evolution
Where is it?
about for the next
Players were already sounds like
use for their strategy. Mythic Tree
Labradorite Dragon there, that vanilla, which is kind of nice for some combos. I don't remember exactly. I think there was a level 4 dragon in the set that revives unless you make level 10 synchro for Leo later, where Leo comes out in the next set
and
though.
water dragons were a duo clearly intended.
These
to
were
work with each
fine.
other. With
This
water
set should
dragon
also
itself,
have
you control
black and
Earth
white,
monster.
the baby
They were also
dragons.
pretty clearly designed to work with dragon rulers.
That's what I'm
'cause there's
saying.
not that many water dragons and earth dragons that they made, and then like coincidentally making these two in that year, it was pretty much meant to be a dragon ruler, a way of playing the dragon ruler deck. So like you would just have to, all you had to do was assemble both of these, and you would get a rank 8. Because Mythic Tree Dragon can make itself level 8. If you have
Yeah,
Mythic
so I mean,
Water
this would be
Dragon.
Felgrand or
It can even
Erratic
make itself
Sun
level
Dragon
7 if you have a
Heliopolis.
title. So this card was generally like the cards were
yeah,
okay,
Dragard, yeah,
but
exactly.
I don't think it was the best version of Dragon Rulers that played those cards. But they were viable.
And Tree able to copy the level of a water dragon you control to itself, giving access to a rank 8 by themselves. These would be experimented with in Dragon Rulers, as they could access the rank 8
Pre-watched.
pool, but also Tree could copy the level of a title onto itself for an additional rank 7 access point. The baby raccoon cards would also be released here.
Oh
being
yeah,
Pop able to summon
but
a level 2 beast
Kalantosa
from
wasn't
deck
out
face
yet.
down,
Kalantosa came out next
and
set, I'm pretty
summon the
sure.
level 2 beast from deck on flip. And number 64, Ronin Raccoon Sendai.
These were funny. People played these, but they weren't very good. They get Obedient School next set as well, though.
It's a very cool archetype.
Preventing itself from destruction while you control another piece.
I never really
Being a solid
cared for these
budget
the same
low
way,
deck to
but
play
people
around.
love these
Divine
cards.
Dragonite Felgrand was a rank 8 that could detach on quick
Did you
effects
not
and
talk about the
monster
babies?
protected by other
Yeah, I
effects
guess
that
not.
negating its own
Black and
effects.
white
Being
are
a
probably the
powerful
best
rank
cards
eight
in that set, which is kind of a shame. They weren't good. They were played a little bit with Shadal's the year later, but they really didn't see obviously huge play until Links.
Being a solid
Hmm.
Yeah, fuck this card.
I hate to say it, but I have really no other way of putting it. But Mistake.
Nope,
What-
no, we're skipping that. We know what he's saying. We can skip
control
that.
diffusion, ritual, or tribute summoned monster blocks players from synchro and exceed summoning until the end of the opponent's next turn, being an extremely powerful floodgate option for certain strategies. Lastly, White Dragon Wyver Burster and Black Dragon Collapser.
Yeah. We can see you made the dad joke. Oh, he talked. Okay, they did talk about it. I thought he was done with monsters. All right.
Decent options for chaos strategies, not seeing play now, but would be heavily considered in the future. 2 weeks later would be the second wave of the yearly collectible pins, bringing secret rare versions of Tempest and Redox to finish out the
Right.
series, alongside super rare reprints of Thunder Seahorse, Gear Kick and Tex, number 50 Black Ship.
Thunder
of Corn,
Seahorse was a cool
Diamond
card that
Direwolf,
never
and
really
Spellbook of the Master,
was good.
reprinting some of the more valuable secret rares.
I'm pretty sure Black Ship of Corn wasn't in Europe
It
before.
wasn't. Yeah, it was a jump prom before this. This card is really important for adding like Zen mains and stuff. And once we return to a slower format, and 101 comes out, which is like very soon, pretty much like next ban list and with the next set, then this card is really important in the metagame.
This I might be wrong though.
In the format,
Oh,
and
he's
much
right,
easier to
yeah.
access rarity and location. YCS Turin would follow a week after this on December 1st, being the final
This is where you're gonna show my list. This is where you're gonna show my list, dude. And ironically, I was on fire in 2013. I made top 4 at this one as well.
CS of the year. And once
And
again,
this list was
Dragon
pretty
Ruler
cool.
would dominate thanks to the combination of Ravine and 6
Top
sets.
4 Andy.
Though
Yeah, I
shockingly,
never
it would not
won in
take the overall
2013.
this
It was
time.
sad.
That honor would go to Samuel Padigo on Karakuri Geargia.
Oh yeah, this was the 125th. I was about to say, what is this YCS? I don't remember it. This is the 125th, and they had a special playmat as well with the Noble Knight Lady, Gwendolyn maybe is her name is. I don't remember. And then we couldn't believe that this thing won. This is American. The American traveled to Italy. Sam Pedigo. He also went to Worlds. For the other old heads. Floodgate Geargia deck. Yep. Showing strapped on the helmet and showed us how it's done.
Utilizing similar strategies to before, but now having added in the Geargia.
Now for this, I have no explanation how this won. It was not my fault. I lost to the other person in top 4, like the other finalist. I did not do this. I'm not responsible for this whatsoever.
That's how I feel about Mystic Mind winning Brazil when I lost in top 4, but I didn't lose the Mystic Mind guy. I think the side of casters be missing cards. It would make no sense for it to just be 12 cards, 14 extra
Flood
either.
the board and access their rank 4s rapidly. Also, utilizing a single copy of Redox as an extra body and a monster reborn of sorts. As for other developments here, Influence Dragon would begin to appear in
This is my list. Yeah. This list was so cool. Oh, I loved some of the discoveries there. The Influence Dragon was my idea. Influence Dragon was so the whole deck revolved a lot around the different levels of tuners and the Breed Dragon target and Card of Consonant targets and stuff like that. And I had the idea of, hey, what if we play a level 3 dragon tuner that you can discard for Card of Consonants and search with a dragon ruler that is also a Debris Dragon target, because then we can make Trident Dragon.
Yeah, which helps you kill a
which
lot.
can then pop, our Dragon Ravine or does Trident Dragon pop cards or monsters? I don't remember. You can
Pop cards.
definitely pop your Debris Dragon. And maybe also the Dragon Ravine. I think it's cards, maybe it's monsters. I don't remember. And it makes for very, very easy OTKs. And that was also why we played Divine Wrath over some other discard traps, because you would just OTK the opponent on their
Yeah, so with Scarecrow, what you want to do is when they Scarecrow you, I'm pretty sure it works that way, right? Where if it has to negate the attack, whatever. So if you blow up your own monster when you're attacking with Scarecrow and negates it, or doesn't negate it, but yeah, so like you Scarecrow them, Or so you get Scarecrowed and you chain Regeki Break to kill your own monster that's attacking, so your battle phase continues. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right? Anyways, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, if you have Trident Dragion,
I thought that Jesse
and that's
was
going to be
cooked.
attacking 3 times, you can't. If you Regeki Break your own monster, you can't kill them. So I guess that makes sense. I was wondering why there's Divine Wrath, but that makes sense with that explanation.
It was a pretty cool list for at the time. I was pretty proud of it at the time. The Influence Dragon discovery. The Trigon was another thing. People just played Trigon because it was a level 3 target for the Breed Dragon.
Yeah.
That you could also use. Like,
and you can see here
Blaster
Card
and all
Trooper's
that,
been
and you would
faded
just
out
be able
now.
to make, because it was very
gone.
important to be able to make Ancient Fairy Dragon with the Breed Dragon. Because that was one of the core setup things on the first turn. You would start the Breed Dragon.
Yeah, so he's talking about it now, what we just talked about, so we can go through this.
To get a follow-up Ravine and not use it immediately to be.
Oh, that was another big thing I forgot about. Yeah. So you don't want to leave a Ravine on field because you Ancient Fairy Dragon to pop their Ravine to search one for you. Yeah, by keeping yours in hand, you actually kept a nice advantage. Right, I forgot about that.
Able to have a counter to your opponent's Ravine next turn, right? So basically, getting rid of the Ravine.
And you can play your Ravine on top of this because these were old field spell rules where only one field spell could be in play at the same time.
On your field so that your
Welshie, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you very much. We have been going on for about 5 hours now, long stream. I appreciate everyone who stuck with us for this long time. And Welshie's been the first person to summon about 3 hours. So if you want to show your support and that it's worth me being here and doing this every weekday, then please consider sending a Prime sub at the very least my way. This do come with Amazon. So that I can do more of this in the future. Anyways, let's wrap up the React section because it's been a long 2 hours.
Your opponent can't destroy it for free. Have a backup one in hand, so when your opponent goes Ravine, you have a free removal for it next turn to get down your own Ravine, and so on and so forth, right? It was a very fun format. Also, sitting on Ancient Fairy Dragon was one of the better ways to do, one of the better things to do when you got Max Seed. Like, just make Fairy Dragon, search backup Ravine, sit on a 3k Fairy Dragon. It's calm, like usually fine. It was a very fun back and forth.
And then also, format. If they left up their own Ravine, you get an extra plus next turn as well. So that was nice.
And arguably more fun than the full power Dragon Ruler one.
That's the statement that I believe in. I prefer this format over the one prior.
6 cents and return ruin it a little bit.
Yeah, no, 6 cents and return were awful, but if you went back and played the format out these cards, it'd be awesome. Return was toxic as well.
Return was one of the most hated cards at the time. I will say Return would actually not take that much skill out of the format because good players would have more ways to play around Return than bad players usually.
Yeah,
it was.
I do agree with that sentiment, I guess, because it's not a floodgate, but it is very powerful, and there were ways to play around it, but it was very, very toxic. I wasn't a huge fan of how powerful it was. I still think it. So I guess I'm overstating it here by saying it's very, very toxic. I think the format would be better without it, but it wasn't as egregious as 6 cents, which was very, very simple and just flip, and then you literally rolling a dice.
It was astonishing how often Return would not help the worst player win, or how much how often it felt like when you were the better player anyways, you didn't need Return to do it. But this was also the first I want to say the first iteration of a quote-unquote gentleman's agreement where I remember whenever I played against people that I knew at the time,
we'd side out Return.
It was a very common thing to be like, hey, do you want to side out 6 cents and Return for game 2 and 3? And both players would do it, right? That was a very common thing at the time, which obviously backfired in Necros format. The fact that this was the first time I remember something like this.
Yeah, I'd say it's the
same
thing,
tuner allowing access to Trident Dragion for sudden OTK pushes. Bujin would see a top tier sporting Kaiser Coliseum to even the playing field a bit, able to comfortably sit on just Yamato for turns on end thanks to locking swarming from the opponent. Mythic Wood and Water Dragon would make.
Isn't that considered collusion? I don't know. It was a thing in. It was.
I don't know if it was illegal
then.
Back then. I
And
think
then
it was
during
allowed.
Necros format, it was something that Patrick Hoban did with the Jin, right? But the thing is, with Return and 6 cents, both were limited. So if you could see your opponent's Return and 6 cents,
you knew it was gone.
It was obvious that they had taken them out. But with Jin, what Patrick Hoban did was he would show his opponent the Jin, right, that he would side out, but he had a second one in the side deck that he would side in, right? And I think at the time this was a normal thing, but after the Jin thing happened, they said that they added it to the policy document to not do it. during this format, it never caused a problem. No one cared about it, pretty much. Like, if two people wanted to do it, then
Yeah.
whatever, like, you know,
it
do
wasn't
it.
a huge deal.
I don't think it's a problem, but after the Jin thing, I saw that it was a problem there, and then they just put it
You can
into the
see
policy
people are
that you
switching
can't.
off Scarecrow and going to Battle Fader here. Because, yeah, they wanted to play around people Regeki breaking themselves.
Do it anymore, so whatever.
The occasional appearance here in list to access the rank 8 pool for Dragon Rulers, specifically for Heliopolis, Giant Grinder, and the newly released
Encore was also due.
And with that,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you tell us the incident? I just told you the incident. It was that Patrick Coben had Necros mirrors. They're Jin out
Yeah, so repeat it again.
pretty good in the Necros mirror. And Jin, which at the time, whatever you
seeing a bit of a shocking outcome for those who view these formats as tier 0, as a very interesting result has come to my attention while researching this period. I've long stood as someone who said that the original Dragon Ruler format was not a tier 0 format, and looking back on the results now, that is true. Prior to any hits, Dragon Ruler only took 31% of the representation in full, 52.5% when adjusted with the unknown list removed, which is far below the standard 65% threshold most tier 0 formats are qualified by. However, a very interesting result occurs when you analyze the result of Dragon Ruler's post 6th Sense release. Of the top 64 spots available in the YCS's following 6th Sense's release, Dragon Ruler variants took a shocking 65%.
Actually, that's fair. Dragon Ruler without the spellbooks competing against it was pretty good. Why was usually Scarecrow over Fader? Because if you couldn't kill them and the Fader was stuck on your field and you had no good way of synchroing it off, then it would be a liability for Crimson Blader. Also, Emptiness was one.
argue that Dragon Ruler spellbook format was not a tier 0 format simply because by definition it couldn't be. Because there were just spellbook was too powerful for Dragon Ruler to be tier 0. Simple as that. Which it doesn't really matter which kind of tag you put onto a format. It doesn't really matter. Dragon Ruler's power level doesn't change if you call it a tier 0 format or Dragon spellbook format or whatever. The deck remains the same. It's only a classification problem, I suppose, and there isn't even a clear classification for what's tier 0. But I personally wouldn't call 2013 Dragon Ruler spellbook format a tier 0 format.
Yeah.
It's a very high power level format that basically only has 2 decks, which together basically the way I look at it is Dragon Ruler and Spellbook, I view them as one entity, and together they're tier 0, right?
Okay, I don't know if I have
these
that
two decks
opinion.
is far beyond everything else. So they kind of make up the tier 0 portion of
But
any
to the
sort of
degree you
tier
have
list
that
you
right
could
now,
make.
right? The fire decks of this format where we're going to see a Phantom Nightmare, I think are just a clear step above everything else. But it's not one deck.
For that time, right? They are by far the best above the rest, right? I think Dragon Ruler was better than Spellbook, but that's also arguable. People argue with that a lot for some reason, but it's okay. Both of those decks, incredibly powerful. After the ban list that banned the baby dragons, it was incredibly obvious that the Dragon Rulers were still completely broken, and Spellbook of Judgment was gone. So arguably after that ban list, you could argue Dragon Rulers were tier 0. There were decks that could compete. You know, I remember
They weren't
people
very
playing
good.
Evil Swarm a decent amount still. Spellbook without Judgment was still a viable strategy. People went back to Mermail a little bit, I think. Bujin was something that people messed around with. I don't remember exactly what else people would play, but I'm gonna be honest with you, Dragon Ruler after
And you can see it with
after
what
the
decks
baby
won. It
dragons
was
got
always
hit,
Dragon. It was
after
by
that
far and
huge
away the
ban
best
list,
deck.
they were the king of that format. I think it was tier 0 at the time. You could call it that for sure.
5.6% of the representation, 76.4% if you adjust for the unknown lists, which is above the threshold regardless of how you look at it. So interestingly enough, Dragon Ruler did have a tier 0 format, just not the one everyone claims is the tier 0 format, which would be quelled.
So I think Dragon Rulers are I think the end of 2013, maybe not exactly the end of 2013, but this era of Yu-Gi-Oh, these couple years, right? Basically the end of Zexal, which I guess also includes 2014, but that's like towards the end of
What's his point?
what I would say old school Yu-Gi-Oh that was a lot of focus on grindy games, right? And Dragon Rulers were
Would you agree that Pure Snake Eye seems stronger than Fire King Snake Eye? I'll talk about that later, but kind of keep some things a secret for now for the UDS tournament coming up.
simply put, the king of any sort of grind game you would ever have in the game at the time. There was never and that's what made them broken, and that's specifically why the Dragon Rulers are also not problematic today anymore, because
The grind
they
game doesn't
still
matter
do
as
the
much.
exact
Yeah, I never
same
really thought
thing.
about
The
that.
Dragon
That's
Rulers
true.
would guarantee that you pretty much never run out of resources, and you can unfold their full potential over multiple turns. The thing is, Yu-Gi-Oh has changed over the last years to a game that is still a very good game, just not as centered around grinding, right? Grinding still happens in Yu-Gi-Oh, but a main focus of a deck is usually not the grind game, which was the case with Dragon Rulers. Dragon Rulers were so good because there was no deck in the game that could outlast them, but there was also no deck in the game that could kill them fast enough, because decks simply didn't do that back then, most of the time. And there is simply that kind of game doesn't really exist.
Yeah,
anymore.
and we can see that now when we play Dragon Rulers and Master. Like, we've been doing that quite a bit. We have adapted it to make our turn ones better so that we can keep up with their speed. But when they play very powerful decks and overrun us, we lose. But if we get a follow-up, like, our follow-up's almost always very strong on the deck. The deck still succeeds in that manner where your long game is rather good. That very much still stands. And I guess I just never really thought about it that way.
There's only very few decks that do it like this today. Like, I guess you could look at Runic as a deck that does that, fair. Maybe Labyrinth is a deck that can do that also really never runs out of resources, and once it has control over the game, it'll never lose. But the majority of cards, or the majority of decks that have good grind game, are not being played because they have good grind game. They are being played because they are good decks. Cards
the
need
grind
to have
game's
more...
importance
Cards
in
need to
Yu-Gi-Oh!
do
Definitely
more
diminished.
things up front, basically, is what I'm trying to say nowadays, right? Because Dragon Rulers, if you look at them from what they do in one turn, is not that much, because each individual Dragon Ruler only is like, hey, one search, or one summon, or one discard effect, right? That's all they do. That's all a Dragon Ruler does up front, as your first thing that you get when you activate the card. When it gets really crazy is when you do it over multiple turns, right? And it's like, nowadays, I think it's the other way around. Most viable decks or cards nowadays do a majority of their work up front on the first activation, right? And the bonus comes in. A deck becomes really grindy and good in the long term if the cards have like a secondary minor thing that comes in the long term, right? Stuff like, hey, if I'm in the graveyard, you can banish me to take back a card from the grave, or protect the card
there's
from
plenty
being
of cards,
destroyed,
I
or
think
add a
that's
card
not
back from
necessarily
banished,
true.
or
Like,
search a card from your deck.
I wouldn't say
except the
rescue aces like resiliency, like in grind game, is because of emergency resetting. Maybe to some degree, but there's plenty of cards that kind of work together. Like in Unchained, Shyama and Shavara, their effects to set one and to revive itself. Both effects are used in the turn one combo. It's just the fact you can keep doing that over and over again. It's not like it replenishes itself rather well.
This card is sent to the graveyard, that kind of stuff, right? That's the kind of stuff that they put on cards these days as a secondary effect to make decks like useful in the grind game, right? They have a primary effect, which is what they are being played for, and then they have secondary effects to make sure that you don't run out of value, right? Which is the only way they can do it, because you wouldn't play cards anymore that are primarily played for the grindy aspect of things. Because one great example of this is Pot of Avarice, a card that was so good back in the day.
Yeah, Avarice was so good.
That doesn't even see play these days anymore, because you don't really want to play cards that do nothing immediately, right? You don't get anything. You basically don't get anything up front from Pot of Avarice when you draw your opening hand.
This changed a lot with like Hogan's kind of way of putting it forward. Of like, yeah, you want all cards in your hand to be live on the first turn, and having your first turn be filled with cards you can't activate is a huge detriment. And if you're doing that, you have to make sure it's bloody worth it. And to this day and age, Avarice just isn't. In most situations,
right?
At least.
You have to work for that card to give you grind game, right? Which is like it's a problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? That's a problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh if you have to work for a card to even do anything for you, and it does nothing immediately, right? Which, that being said, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's just in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's still a lot of gameplay that happens these days. It just happens within one turn, so cards that work over multiple turns by design aren't as strong anymore. But the games can still be very good. It's just that most of the actions happen in less turns than back in the day, which doesn't necessarily make the game worse, but it makes cards worse that were designed to work over multiple turns, like the Dragon Rulers.
Did have a tier 0 format, just not the one everyone claims is the tier 0 format, which would be quelled going into 2014, but that's a story for another day. A huge shout out to my Dark All right.
Yeah, so it's done. And a reminder, guys, for all of you who came in video, go check out these channels, the Law YGO. Oop, I must have went off it right. Law IGO and Josh Smith Plus, or Josh Smith regular channel. Send your sub that way, because we are, reacting to their content. You can't just watch mine. And I appreciate everybody who is with me now as well. Before I head off, though, I would like to remind you guys that we do have a new Discord for the community, which I will be talking in as well. And you can engage in conversations, any questions and such. It's a good way to talk as well with other viewers in the chat or whatever. To meet new people, to find people to duel against. So if y'all want to join, this is should be fun. We have a lot of people that already joined up already, but yeah, just click on that link there, come in, and should be fun. Hopefully we'll get some more engagement coming in as we do more and more. streams, and I post this on Twitter, and I'll create more like community events within the actual Discord or the community. Because right now, obviously, this is a lot of stuff. It's basic, and we're working on like a queue function where you can play against people. If I join the queue here, if one of you who are watching click join queue, it'll match this up, and we can start playing. See if I have a viewer who wants to come join. Just join the call. Just join the cord. Go to queue and click join queue. And see what happens. Anybody here? Come on, you guys are. I know you guys are just saw the message because once you just joined, like right now. Yeah, I'm in the queue already. No one here, or is this not public to you guys? It should be public. Oh, yeah, I know you guys are listening because once you just joined the Discord. Like literally this minute. Here we go. Yeah, so I got loaded into a game, and it matched me up with an opponent, and we can join the call to set up the lobby, and then we'd be able to mark a winner. And then the winner there, once you get the match results, so here you'd get to play someone. So your match results here, and it leads to a leaderboard here where you can see like someone's records or whatever. So this could be fun. Do you have a queue for TCG? I guess I never specified which game it's for. It's meant to be for Master Duel, I guess. It's probably just gonna be for Master Duel right now. So yeah, it wants us to join this call here. So if I click this call, then we'd like communicate with the other opponent, and that's it. So yeah. That should be cool. I'm looking forward to using this. It gave me a notification up here as well that my queue is ready. That I found an opponent. So yeah, I encourage you guys to keep talking and communicating here because this is going to be hopefully a big part of the community and the channel going forward. You can also get all your updates on when I'm streaming and such. Announcements in YouTube. My YouTube has been pretty inactive recently, but I will be changing that. It's just been going over an overhaul on the type of content I produce, and I hope it's for the better. Otherwise, guys, again, if you want to consider supporting the channel, send a subscription my way. And because the ad revenue this time of year is really bad, make sure it's worth my time doing this, instead of doing something else with my time working on, selling cards, whatever. But do what you can. I don't want to pressure you guys too much.
I thought that Jesse
I will
was
not be streaming on the weekend. I am filming some videos on Sunday and Saturday. I'm just going to take the day off and do some other stuff. But yeah, it's going to be it. And I'll see you guys on Monday. I'll be back Monday. And remember, so next Thursday, I'll be gone while I'm traveling to California. And then Friday, I'll be live playing the... Wait, no, that's the week after. Never mind. Next week, I'm should be here the whole week. I may not be here on the Friday, but all of next week, I should be there. Ash Turfer Gaming, thank you so much for the sub, appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you guys all Monday. Let's throw the music back on, and I'll send you guys out.